Good morning and welcome to Virtual Fire Rescue Med 2022. I'm Mike McAvoy, the chair of the International Association of Fire Chiefs EMS section and your host for today. For the past 25 years, the EMS section has organized this conference for fire service EMS leaders like you. For those joining us for the first time, I wish to extend a special welcome. We have a full day program packed with great education from the best and the brightest EMS and fire service leaders. Following each session, our presenters will be joining us for a brief Q&A. They had previously taped their presentations to keep us on schedule. We'll bring them on live for Q&A. During the presentation, please use the Q&A menu in the upper right-hand corner of your screen to submit questions for our presenters. If your questions aren't answered, we'll be sure to share them with the presenters and follow up with you post-conference. We'll take a quick couple minutes here and run through the agenda, which you see on your screen. We have two presentations this morning, and depending on where you're watching from, we'll take a break for lunch for about an hour, middle of the day, and then we'll have three presentations this afternoon, and then a quick wrap up and some information about evaluations and CE credits. So I'll defer to giving you titles of the talks as we actually roll through those, and I won't read this whole entire menu, which you can read yourself on the screen in front of you. I'd like to extend thanks and appreciation to the IFC EMS section officers, Chief Vance Riley, our vice chair of the section, Chief Norris Kroom, our international director, Chief Chad Deerdorf, our secretary treasurer, Chief Chris Schreimer, our director at large, Chief Sean Maxwell, our director at large, and David Becker, our immediate past chair. And additionally, today's event would not have been possible without the guidance of the Fire Rescue Med Program Planning Committee, Chief Ray Colburn, who's the executive director of the Florida State Fire Chiefs Association, and Chief Dr. Jeff Lindsay, the past chair of Fire Rescue Med. He's the college EMS program director in Florida, as well as Chief Chris Schreimer, the member of the EMS section board. Last year, I commented on our struggle to return to normalcy following the global COVID pandemic. This year, really virtually every one of us has experienced workforce issues, from burnout to low reimbursement rates to infectious diseases. Never before have EMS leaders been faced with such daunting and oppressive challenges. Today, we strive to focus on solutions and tools that you, as a leader in EMS, can use to move forward and inspire your members. The IFC is addressing many issues that confront us, including COVID-19 recovery, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and the ongoing efforts for recruitment and retention of both career and volunteer firefighters and EMS personnel. On Capitol Hill, our government relations team is hard at work. Some successes that we can report. We funded the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program and SAFER Grant programs at $360 million for each fiscal year, starting in 2022. Funded the National Firefighter Cancer Registry at $3 million for fiscal year 2022, and funded Siren grants for rural EMS at $7.5 million for fiscal year 2022. The IFC and your EMS section are committed to results that support our members to improve the health and wellness of the communities that we all serve. Before we welcome our presenters, we have a special message from Chief Ken Stubing, the President and Chairman of the IFC Board of Directors.
Hello and bonjour. Thank you for the invitation to be with you all here today. I bring greetings from Halifax, Nova Scotia here in Canada, and it is my distinct honor to welcome you all to 2022 Virtual Fire Rescue Med Conference on behalf of the IFC Board of Directors. The EMS section is one of the IFC's largest section with over 1,600 members, and I am happy to say I am a proud member of this great section. As a chief who started their career as a paramedic, I understand just how important EMS and paramedicine is to public safety. Each year, the EMS section hosts Fire Rescue Med to address fire-based EMS issues. This section continues to provide valuable guidance and direction to our IFC Board of Directors and our members. The EMS section also represents fire-based EMS issues to the federal government and other interest groups. As an example of this important and meaningful work by our members, I continue to highlight the work of the International COVID-19 Task Force, which was created by Chief Gary Ludwig during his term as president and also as a paramedic. The IFC's task force, led by Chief Sinclair, has allowed many agencies, medical and fire service leaders to provide timely and accurate information that kept our firefighters and paramedics safe on the front lines. A sincere thank you to all our task force members and Chief Sinclair. Emergency medical services provided throughout the United States, Canada, and internationally are better due to the hard work and expertise of this section and led by your board of directors. Your work has a direct impact on the quality of life for millions of people across the globe. Thank you for your dedication. This conference is recognized throughout the industry as a premier gathering of EMS leaders, and I encourage you to attend as many sessions as possible. There is a great lineup of speakers by industry leaders on subjects ranging from how to use data and mass shootings to EMS company officer training. Thank you for your ongoing support of the IFC, and I hope you have an enjoyable and productive conference. Thank you, and merci beaucoup.
Thanks, Chief Stubing. Next, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our conference sponsors: ESO, FirstNet, Built with AT&T, the PulsePoint Foundation, and the Public Consulting Group. The EMS section is pleased to annually present 3 awards that recognize excellence in our industry. The HeartSafe Community Award, sponsored by the PulsePoint Foundation, and the James O. Page Award, sponsored by the Public Consulting Group. We wish to also recognize Fire Rescue One and Lexipol as our premier media partner. You'll hear more about the sponsors throughout the program, and it's only really through their generous support that we can offer today without cost to each of you. Next up, I would like to welcome our HeartSafe Award sponsor, PulsePoint Foundation. Before we begin the awards presentation, they wish to share a special message with all of you.
Point Foundation is honored to be the IAFC HeartSafe Community Award sponsor. Our organization is proud to partner with fire and EMS agencies that are prioritizing cardiac arrest survival by engaging directly with their communities. Sudden cardiac arrest is not just a job for emergency responders, but rather a community-based issue that requires a community-based response. In no other medical situation is there such a vital reliance on the community. Encouraging, training, and alerting citizens is one of our responsibilities. Today at FRM, we're recognizing those on the forefront of this work. So my congratulations to the winners, who will be announced momentarily by Chief McAvoy, and to all the agencies that were nominated this year for their commitment to the hard work required to improve the odds of surviving out-of-hospital cardiac arrest.
Thanks to Chief Price, and Chief Price, really the inventor of the PulsePoint application, a citizen CPR alerting app that we'll see both of the award winners have in place in their communities. So the HeartSafe Awards recognize fire service-based EMS systems that play a key role in improving out-of-hospital cardiac prevention efforts, response, and treatment of sudden cardiac arrest. From 2001 to 2005, the award recognized public access defibrillation programs by fire and EMS agencies in their communities. In 2005, the criteria were expanded to reflect the revised American Heart Association guidelines. This year, applicants had to demonstrate improved quality of out-of-hospital resuscitation through bystander CPR, dispatch-assisted CPR, citizen alerting, AED deployment programs, high performance resuscitation, data collection, and quality improvement initiatives. Each year, we make 2 awards, one for small, mid-sized community with a population of 100,000 or less, and one for a large community with a population over 100,000. The many submissions that we received made the selection process challenging for the evaluators who represent EMS chiefs from across the nation. Of interest for the past 3 years was that their decision on both awards were unanimous. The recipient of the 2022 International Association of Fire Chiefs HeartSafe Award for Small Mid-Sized Community is the West Allis Fire Department from West Allis, Wisconsin. The West Allis Fire Department is represented today by Fire Chief Mason Pooler and Deputy Chief Kyle Novak. They're joining us this morning to accept this award. Chief Pooler, congratulations, and the stage is yours.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's a huge honor. When we threw our name in the ring, we didn't really expect to win. We definitely take out-of-hospital survivability very serious here in West Allis, and we're always working to improve. We've got a long way to go, but we've got a very progressive department here, a long history of progressive EMS. We were one of the first paramedic units in the state of Wisconsin back in the mid-1970s. We're continually trialing new out-of-hospital medical devices and medications here in West Allis. And a few years ago, we put a big emphasis on risk reduction. We actually have Assistant Chief Jason Shack of our Community Risk Reduction Division on with us as well. Between him and Deputy Chief Kyle Novak, who is our Deputy Chief of EMS, there are 2 sides of the same coin. Chief Novak is responsible for everything that happens once 911 is called, and Chief Shack's job is to stop that 911 call from even starting by reducing risk throughout the community. So with that being said, thank you very much for the award, and I guess I'll turn it over to Kyle or Jason if they have anything else to add.
Absolutely. I would just echo what Chief Pooler stated. We're very humbled and honored to have received this award. This was not something that happened overnight for our community. This has been a slow building process over the past several years, where we first started with emergency medical dispatch. From there, we enabled Pulse Point with citizen alerts, and have basically then keep trickling on with expanding our public access defibrillator program. So this has slowly been in the works for the past several years, and we're glad to see it finally paying dividends with higher resuscitation rates and higher bystander CPR rates.
Great.
Yeah, I'd like to echo the same. And it's really exciting times, not only in West Allis, but in the fire service in general, with us embracing community risk reduction principles and building programming that's really having an impact. It's encouraging. We're definitely moving the needle in a lot of ways, and it's exciting to see our programming educating the public and getting them to act as our first responders in many ways with implementation of Pulse Point, hands-only CPR initiatives, EMD systems, and so many others. It's definitely had its impact, and we're absolutely excited to be here. And thanks for the recognition.
Thank you. Well, congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today to accept the award. Next, I would like to recognize the recipient of the 2022 HeartSafe Award for Large Community, the Spokane Valley Fire Department from Spokane Valley, Washington. And joining us is Chief Frank Soto, and he has with him a significant number of his staff. So welcome, Chief Soto. Congratulations, and the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. We appreciate being here this morning. And I think I can speak on behalf of the entire Spokane Valley Fire Department that we are very humbled and pleased to win such an award. Previously, winning this award at another agency provided us with a little bit of understanding of what is needed to get to this point. Getting in this fire department and seeing the things that we were doing and seeing how long that we've been administering these changes in order to move the ball forward and to move to be one of those tip of the spear fire departments has been such a blessing, not just for this department, but for the public that we serve. This started back in 2013, really, when we realized that our ROSC rates were somewhat low. It was at that point that we learned pit crew CPR, and we brought it over to the inland Pacific Northwest and taught it to all our partner agencies out here. From there, we partnered with Pulse Point, Physio Control, Soul, even Soul's Auto Pulse. We've gotten into our community to teach hands-only CPR. Same thing with our schools. We've gotten into our schools and taught them as well. And most recently, we've set aside 20 plus AEDs for one of our local police departments in order to help them, help us, help the public. So this has been 8 years in the making for us, and our goal is to continue to be better and provide better services for our community. So again, we are very humbled and very proud for the men and women that serve in this fire department and serve our community. And we thank the International Association of Fire Chiefs for this recognition. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks for everything that you do. And congratulations to both our award winners. Next, you'll hear about the James O. Page Award, sponsored by the Public Consulting Group.
Public Consulting Group is honored to be a part of today's events and to sponsor the James O. Page EMS Achievement Award. Here at PCG, we believe our consulting work in the public sector mirrors the essence of this award, from leadership to creating a difference to strengthening the role and image of fire service and EMS providers across the country. This award has a rich history and is one that hits home for all of us, as one of our very own PCG team members, Ken Riddle, retired Deputy Fire Chief of Las Vegas Fire Department, was a recipient of this award in 2008. PCG and the International Association of Fire Chiefs first partnered in 2019 to assist fire departments in understanding new federal regulations, as well as promoting opportunities to enhance financial resiliency. PCG remains committed to developing practical solutions to help IAFC members improve operational and financial performance, achieve and maintain compliance with federal regulations, and deliver high-quality community care. Through our 5 Bugle partnership with IAFC, PCG strives to make a difference for the overall good of the fire service, as we understand and appreciate the critical role fire and EMS agencies play in providing much needed emergency medical and fire safety services to their communities.
I want to give you a little intro to the next award, which is the James O. Page Award. The award, presented by the International Association of Fire Chiefs EMS section, is sponsored this year by PCG, the Public Consulting Group, and their Public Safety Services Consulting section. So we appreciate their sponsorship. And let me give you a little bit of background on the award, and then I'll introduce this year's honoree. So tradition plays a major role in the history of the fire service. And in some cases, in a ceremony like this is a tradition that is a way of our remembering someone who, through their vision and leadership, has impacted fire-based EMS in a major way. Today, we honor a leader whose efforts made a significant impact on the implementation of emergency medical services into the fire service and brought about an amazing change in service to an entire country. This award is named in honor of James O. Page, who was a visionary and a national leader in fire service EMS for over 3 decades, and is presented annually to an individual who has played a key role in creating and or promoting innovation and achievements in fire service EMS management and leadership that has had a positive impact nationally. Individuals selected for this award must be committed to advocacy for the fire service, devoted to making a difference in the overall good of the fire service, committed to furthering and strengthening the role and the image of the fire service across the country. The individual must have the following qualities: enthusiasm and dedication towards fire service EMS, professionalism and vision, a desire for achievement, and a drive for excellence, and exemplary performance and leadership qualities. So it's my pleasure to introduce the James O. Page Award recipient for this year, 2022, Randolph Mantooth. So welcome, Randy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Great to have you here.
Great to be here.
So those who may not know him, which I don't think is anyone who's watching today, would recognize that he is known the world over for his portrayal as the LA County firefighter paramedic Johnny Gage on NBC Universal's television drama Emergency. He's an actor, writer, producer, and has been a motivational speaker actually at fire and EMS conferences and special events since the mid-1980s. And really first responders all over North America have been touched by Randy's uplifting and heartfelt messages and things that draw upon his experience in the show, more than 40 years of very close relationships with firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs, and somebody who has inspired people to really to rededicate and to dedicate their careers to a higher calling, and that calling being caring for people and protecting the communities that they serve. So it's an honor to have you here and to present you with the James O. Page Award. We were chatting a few weeks ago, and you mentioned some of the things that you felt the show had contributed to that are missing now and maybe related to the workforce shortage that we're seeing. What were some of those concepts that you mentioned?
Well, if I can remember our conversation correctly, I felt that some of the shows that are out there today, and some are quite good, and they shoot a darn good rescue, and they shoot a darn good fire. But I feel what's missing is that, for the most part, firefighters don't turn those shows on to see a soap opera, to see people's struggles at home. They basically want to see the job. And what I loved about Emergency was that Bob Senator, our executive producer and creator of the show, insisted that we don't go home with these guys. We don't talk about, their problems at home, whether they're in a fight with their wife or, maybe they've fallen in love with somebody at the fire station, whatever. We don't talk about that. We only talk about the job. It was going to be a procedural show. And it's sort of, it educated everybody to what a firefighter does and what he goes through. And I got to say, Emergency stuck to that rule for 7 years, and other fire shows have come and gone, and mainly because they always felt that Hollywood could write it better. Actually, you can't. People can get themselves into, such places that you couldn't even begin to make it up in Hollywood. And I'm sure, Mike, you have seen your fair share. I'm sure everybody in the room has seen their fair share. And it was all real, all true. You turn it on today and you miss the heart of what it takes to be a firefighter to a great extent. Not all the time, but to a great extent, you miss the heart of what it is to be a firefighter, what it is to be a paramedic or an EMT, because they're really out there to serve their community. And I look at some of these fire shows now, and I don't see that same drive. What I do see is a lot of Hollywood storytelling.
Well, it couldn't be more timely. This is the 50th year anniversary of the show, and congratulations on
50 years. My goodness.
All the lives that it shows that you must have really been 12 or 13 when you did the show, right?
I was 12. I was 12.
Well, congratulations on this award, and the many years and many lives that you've influenced. I'm sure most of the people listening today have in some way, shape, or form been influenced by you.
Thank you, Mike. But Mike, I want to also thank the International Association of Fire Chiefs. I have to tell you, Mike, I feel like an imposter because, to be honored with this very prestigious James O. Page Award by men and women who have dedicated their lives and their careers through hard work and sacrifice to this career, like the men and women that are with you tonight. It humbles me, and so I just feel I'm so grateful that you're honoring me with the James O. Page Award, particularly because I knew the man personally. I'm more honored than I really have the ability to be articulate about. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the 20 some years that we've been friends, I've never known you to be anything but humble. So I appreciate the humbleness that you're showing today. And I appreciate everything that you've done for fire service and for EMS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of our award winners today. Here's a special message from our sponsor, ESO.
ESO's mission is to make a difference by improving community health and safety through the power of data. You've probably heard us say that before, a lot, but what does that really mean? It means partnering with you to provide full insight into time-sensitive emergencies, from preparation to response to outcome. Inform how you deliver care and protect your communities. Improve outcomes. Protect provider well-being. Monitor community trends. And drive important conversations. Data make the difference in how you keep your communities healthy and safe. And with your ongoing partnership, we have the power to continue to drive innovation and change. Welcome to the future. Welcome to ESO.
Okay, so I want to begin our program today by giving you a brief introduction to our first two presenters. They come from the George Washington University, and Jeff Shapiro, a good friend of mine, a paramedic who's the director of the EMS and Operational Medicine Training Program at GW, is joined with Dr. Babak Sarani, who is the director of trauma and acute care surgery at the George Washington University. The two of them, and Jeff was kind enough to step in at the last minute as we were trying to put our program together here, and had some changes in speakers based on availability. And Jeff was willing to jump in at the last minute with this presentation, which I think is really timely for events in the world. He's going to talk with Dr. Serena about injury patterns and preventable death following gunshot wounds and civilian public mass shootings. They're going to present some research and some new information that I think could make a difference in some of the mass shootings that we're continually seeing. So without further ado, I will have them begin the presentation on injury patterns and preventable death by Jeff Shapiro and Babak Sarani.
Hello, my name is Jeff Shapiro, and on behalf of Dr. Babak Sarani and myself from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., I'd like to thank Chief McAvoy and the IAFC for this opportunity to talk to you today during FRM regarding the wounding patterns and potentially preventable causes of death of those that have been killed during civilian public mass shootings and active violence incidents. This information can help inform your NFPA 3000 integration and implementation efforts, and goes to demonstrate how we need a systems approach to improve and increase survival from these unfortunate incidents being that they continue to unfortunately happen again and again and again. I look forward to the opportunity to answer your questions during our session and apologize for the disjointed nature of this recording, being that Dr. Serrani and I did do it in multiple settings. Thanks. We're going to be talking to you this morning about a series of research studies that we've performed over the last, it seems like almost a decade, but at least the last 6-7 years, looking at the injury patterns and potential preventable causes of death, as well as injury patterns and survivors from civilian public mass shootings, and using that information to inform response strategies and patient care strategies, impacting certainly the environment that everybody participating in this conference is accustomed, unfortunately, to having to work in. So some general disclosures, nothing financial. I currently serve as the co-chair of the Committee for Tactical Emergency Casualty Care, and Dr. Serrani is one of our directors on the board. So we always like to put that out there. But as I mentioned, there are no financial disclosures. There was no financial support for any of the research either that we're going to be discussing with you this afternoon. And certainly Dr. Serrani will give you some of the particulars there as we move forward. In general, what we're hoping to cover today is look for the opportunities that we found to address preparedness and response strategies related to responding to high threat incidents, in particular active shooter events. Unfortunately, we see that they continue to happen. Some of the data actually is suggesting that the prevalence of them is increasing. So certainly this started as an endeavor to see whether or not what we were preparing for was realistic. And of course, just like Bellamy and Champion and Eastridge and some of the other physicians and thought leaders in this area did on the military side, we needed to look and figure out, are people dying, and where do the opportunities exist for us to really make the greatest impact during these active shooter high threat incidents? So we're going to make some general comparisons and talk about the evolution of this data over the last decade or so and how that informs some of the response models and preparedness efforts related to this space. So as I mentioned, we really need to look at, are we doing the right thing at the right time? Are there new strategies that we need to consider to increase and improve survival and general outcomes from in active shooter and other high threat incidents? So just like the military looked for opportunity of how to decrease battlefield mortality and morbidity by focusing on early point of wounding care and the entire continuum, we wanted to apply that same lens to these civilian high threat incidents and determine whether or not that same approach would have the same impact in the civilian space. And as we're going to discuss, I think that you'll find it interesting that the opportunities, at least when talking about the mechanism of injury of gunshot wounds, is different than some of the injury patterns, of course, mechanisms that are most common on the battlefield currently being blast. But how do we take these lessons learned and the data from the civilian setting and apply it to the civilian response models and make those better decisions as far as the way forward? So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Serrani real quickly.
Yeah, so thank you, Joff. So, in the world of trauma surgery, a common adage that's been taught over the many decades is that the most common cause of preventable death following injury is hemorrhage. And thus we must concentrate first and foremost on control of hemorrhage to prevent unnecessary deaths. And we wanted to ask the question, is this true for gunshot injuries? Specifically, is it true following mass casualty type events? Now, in order to study this, we have to kind of come up with some definitions of timeliness of care and thus moving forward to preventability of death. And we came up with these two admittedly arbitrary definitions. That could the person have survived if there was EMS on scene within 10 minutes of arrival and the person arrived to a verified trauma center within about 1 hour of the event occurring. The platinum 10 minutes and the golden hour. That's where these two definitions came from. And I'll readily admit they're arbitrary to begin with, but one has to start someplace. I think I personally certainly would be very remiss if I didn't point out Dr. Reed Smith, who you see is the first author of this paper. I am last author by design. I am the last person because all of these projects were thought up by Reed and by Joff long before I showed up. I just had the fortune of crossing paths with these two individuals, one of whom sitting right next to me. But Reed and Joff came up with this concept of let's study this in the public mass shooting environment. The first thing we had to do was define public mass shooting, and the definition of public mass shooting continues to change, and to this day is not uniform. The definition that we used early on in our experience was what you see up here. It had to be an event that occurred in a public environment, involved 4 or more dead individuals, not including the shooter. The shooter had to select their victim indiscriminately, so it could not be a targeted killing. And it had to be killing for the sake of killing itself. It could not be, for example, a robbery gone awry or some other secondary gain. So public environment, 4 or more dead, killing for the sake of killing itself with indiscriminate targets. And we went through a combination of the FBI database as well as the New York Police Department database to amass the cases. Now, this was the very first study ever published on this topic. It was the first study that Joff and Reed and I did together. And so Reed was able to identify, as you see in this slide, 78 events, and ultimately culled them down to 12 events that were included. Part of this was we were unable to get answers to our request for information from many medical examiners. And part of it was a convenience sample. Again, this was the first time this is being done by 3 people literally out of our basement on a computer. So 12 events, including 139 victims, were assembled. These were autopsies that Reed collected from medical examiners. And of these 12 events, 2 did not have a full autopsy. There was no internal exam. They were just examined from the outside. So we knew the location of the wounding, but we did not know what was actually injured on the inside. That left us with 10 events, including 93 patients for whom we had full autopsy data. And now we could ask what organs were injured and was there an opportunity to prevent that death? And what we found in this study was about 7% of patients died from a potentially preventable death. You can see on this slide the location of the woundings on the person, and you'll find there's a common theme here, namely the chest. Almost every single person, with the exception of 1, was shot in the chest and sustained what we felt to be a potentially preventable death, because on autopsy, these patients did not have a massive hemothorax and did not have injury to any named great vessel within the chest or the heart. In other words, as best as we could gather, these patients died of a tension pneumothorax. There was no other reason to account for the death. And thus we said, well, if the paramedic had gotten to this patient within 10 minutes or so and needle decompressed the chest or done a finger thoracostomy, perhaps there's an opportunity that this individual may not have died. Now, you want to take this one?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, when comparing then the data that I just showed you over here on the civilian side with the military's reports, what you find is that the case fatality rate was substantially higher on the civilian side. Little less than half of people died, as opposed to the military side where you have a 10% mortality. And why might that be? Well, if one thinks about the events that were included, by and large, these are events that are occurring in a small confined space. Look up Virginia Tech, which is one of the events in the study. It's a classroom. The shooter comes inside, closes the door. There's no ability for escape. And now the shooter is at very close range. And remember the inclusion criteria. Killing for the sake of killing itself with indiscriminate targets. So the shooter would simply start firing. And at close range, with no ability to defend oneself on the recipient side, on the victim side, no body armor, no weaponry to shoot back, no ability to hide, you can see how the case fatality rate will go up substantially.
Yeah, and this is one of those other things that will present
that will continue to evolve throughout the study is the opportunity to save people by solely focusing on compressible extremity hemorrhage is going to be very limited because of the mechanism and because of some of those variables that we had to think about and really tease out over the course of these studies. So the reality is that the injuries are a lot up close and personal and reflect a level of complexity that systematic approach needs to be ready for. The entire system needs to be ready for, even though we looked at it through the lens of rapid point of wounding care by professional rescuers within 10 minutes and then just the definitive care within that first hour. In reality, the entire system needs to be aware of what to expect from number of patients wounded, patient distribution, and the point of wounding care that should be provided, and obviously the equipment and the supplies and the training that go along with that. So really, to make the biggest difference, we need to look at this through the entire systems lens and not just that singular point of wounding opportunity.
That's exactly right. And you'll see that one difference, as noted in the third bullet point here, is a delay to access, the so-called stage and wait, waiting for police to clear the scene before allowing any form of medical intervention, which is not at all how the military functions. And that probably leads to a decrease in their preventable death rate as well. So that was our first paper, I think it was 2014 or so, and it came out. Now, the paper had some issues. It's a very small sample size. Part of it was our inability to obtain the autopsy reports. And part of it was the convenience sample. We didn't go after every single event with full gusto. But this was a pilot study. Similarly, the study only looked at people who died. We did not evaluate patients who lived. But this was the foundation that then sets up all the other studies, namely this one. So this was a follow-up study we did. And this one, you can look at the author list and you'll appreciate that things have changed quite a bit. We now have Dr. Roger Mitchell, who is the senior author of this paper. Dr. Mitchell is a forensic pathologist and at the time was the chief medical examiner for Washington, D.C., which by definition makes him the chief medical examiner for the United States. We had Mr. John Fudenberg, who you'll see two names over to the left from Dr. Mitchell's. John Fudenberg is the coroner who did the autopsy reports, autopsies themselves, following the Route 91 shooting in Las Vegas. And then the rest are a variety of trauma surgeons. And of course, there's Joff and Reed Smith, as always. And so I think we expanded our expertise quite a bit. Richard Amdor, the PhD, is a biostatistician who was able to run some nice, sophisticated analytical analyses to look for correlations between things that we noted. And this go around, what you don't see on the author list is we had an attorney who helped us in a pro bono fashion file Freedom of Information Act requests such that we could get our hands on more autopsies. We identified 61 public mass shooting events, including 534 patients. Unfortunately, even with the assistance of an attorney, there are multiple laws in the United States that preclude either research on gun violence in particular, or preclude use of autopsies for medical research. So even with the help of an attorney, we were only able to get 23 of the 61 events. Still became the biggest report of its kind to this day, including 273 victims. Now, of those 23 events with 273 victims, 4 did not have a full autopsy. Once again, they only had an external review. That left us with 19 actual full autopsies, 213 victims that we then looked at for cause of death and preventability of death. Surprisingly, disappointingly, we actually found a almost doubling of the potentially preventable death rate. This one was 16%, up from 7% the last go around. And in this graph, which you'll find in the orange bars, are the locations of the wounds on the patient. In the dark bars, the blue bars, you'll find the what we thought was the cause of death internally. So true, the most common area where people are injured in a mass casualty shooting event is the extremity. True statement. False, that is the cause of death. Very, very rarely, out of 286 people shot in the extremity, 7 actually had an injury to a named blood vessel that could bleed sufficiently to cause death. The torso remains the area with the highest potentially preventable death rate, as I'm going to show you. Between 254, which is your chest injury, 144 to the abdomen, inclusive of the back, those are the number of people who were injured. That's almost 300 to the torso. And then you'll see the number that had a fatal wounding, 97 and 32. After that comes the head. Again, remember that the shooter's intention is to kill. So he or she is going to aim for center mass as much as possible. And thus you see a lot of wounding to the chest and abdomen as well as to the head. When we looked into the 34 people that comprised the 16% preventable death rate, the lung once again became the highest cause of preventable death, just as it was in our first study. The first study showed all those chest wounds that we thought were tension pneumothoraces causing death. So too did the second study. Much bigger database, different events, and yet we validate or we find the same result, namely the biggest potentially preventable death cause is injury to the lung, which is something that's readily treatable outside of the hospital. Aside from that, we found injuries to the spinal cord where we thought people more likely than not had a respiratory arrest. It is also conceivable they might have fallen in a way that obstructed their airway, and because they were paralyzed, they were unable to move themselves and open up their own airway, which gets us to the point of care wounding that Joff alluded to.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to clarify is that hemorrhage control is still incredibly important, but we need to focus on everything that's being discussed here and that's being presented as far as common injuries is that the programs such as Stop the Bleed or Be the Help Until Help Arrives or anything else that's being taught, especially to active bystanders, as well as to our law enforcement personnel and to professional rescuers, needs to focus on beyond just extremity hemorrhage control. Even in those extremities that Dr. Serrani just showed you in the previous slide, there were common injuries to. The opportunity to correct preventable causes of death was really from the junctional bleeds. And there weren't any, I don't want to say any, but there was very limited cases of their only problem was extremity bleeding. It was always coupled with something else, I think with one exception that was a junctional bleed. One other kind of general note that I'd like to point out is that there was very little, if any, disagreement between the reviewers as far as the preventable causes, the cause of death, and then any of the preventable causes of death. So there was a process in place to referee any disagreements, but that was really only came into play one time and it was very quickly resolved. So there was agreement across the board amongst the emergency medicine, the EMS, and the trauma specialists as far as reviewing all these cases.
Yeah, and I should have mentioned that each author that I showed you looked at the cases independent of the other. So we were all blinded to our results until we sat down. And then, as Joff mentioned, we found that the analyses were all by and large in agreement with each other. So from the same database, from the same data set of these events, we then had access to some events where the type of firearm used was noted in the autopsy. We don't know the missile. We don't know what type of bullet was fired, but we do know the type of weapon that was used, whether it was a handgun, a long gun, or a shotgun, which we considered as a separate category. And we wanted to see what's the correlation between the nature of firearm used and death. And I will readily admit, at least for myself, when we designed this study, I very much so a priori thought that a rifle would be most highly associated with death in a public mass shooting event as compared to a handgun or a shotgun. But come to find out, the exact opposite was true. That, as you can see over here, the probability of having multiple woundings per patient and thus more than one fatal injury, and thus very low chance of preventability of the death is highest with a handgun as compared to any form of a long gun. And we kind of had to ask, well, why is that? And you know, we don't really know. It's not obviously something that you can figure out in the autopsy, but as best as we can gather, we thought, well, this might have something to do with proximity and accuracy. It's far, far easier for the shooter to approach the victims with a handgun than with a long gun. With a long gun, it's much more likely that the victim will see the shooter coming, potentially run away. That's one. almost all handguns, I can't think of the last time somebody had a handgun shooting and didn't have a semi-automatic handgun. Nobody actually fires these days a revolver. And so whether you have a rifle or a handgun, it's a semi-automatic weapon with a high capacity magazine. So that kind of levels the playing field between those two types of firearms. And then perhaps, and again, this is somewhat conjecture, perhaps the rifle having higher velocity has a higher likelihood of having the victim drop or fall when he or she is hit, and that then decreases the profile of the victim for being shot again subsequently, whereas a handgun wounding may be less likely to actually result in the victim dropping and may present a higher profile target for subsequent injury as the shooter continues to pull the trigger. So irrespective, what we figured, the point of this particular article was there is no need to pass different laws or have different response paradigms for long gun woundings as compared to handgun woundings. The wounding pattern should be treated the same, and long guns are not more fatal, if you will, in reality as compared to handguns. And so as we were kind of looking at these studies and the years are going by, we're trying to figure out how to interpret all this stuff. It occurred to us that at least in the United States, the types of woundings that we've been talking about in these public mass shootings look very similar to the types of injuries that we see on a daily basis in any trauma center in any city in the United States. And we sought to ask the question, is there a real difference between the wounding pattern in a public mass shooting as compared to everyday urban violence, homicide, not suicide, homicide? And so we engaged with Roger Mitchell again, who again was the medical examiner for Washington, D.C., and thus he had access to every autopsy done in Washington, D.C. And we went and looked at every single autopsy done in Washington over a 2-year time span for death resulting from firearm injury. If somebody died from a gunshot wound in Washington, D.C., over the 2 years you see over there, we looked at their autopsy report. That resulted in 182 autopsies being evaluated. Almost all were homicide because suicide is more of a suburban and rural area, not a city type phenomenon. And you can see that all of a sudden, the data started to look kind of like what we see from public mass shootings. The median number of gunshots per victim was 3. And in the blue bar, you'll see urban related firearm deaths. In the orange bar are the public mass shooting firearm deaths. And you'll see there's very little difference between the two. The biggest difference, the only difference, was the number of gunshots to the chest was higher, statistically so, in public mass shootings as compared to urban woundings. But that really doesn't matter because even within the urban woundings, it's still the highest. So when you look at the injury pattern in totality, there's not any difference between someone who is involved in a public mass versus urban violence. And thus the response paradigm from an EMS perspective, from a hospital perspective, should not differ between the two either. If we're going to go in and extricate or remove patients as quickly as possible following urban violence, we should do the same thing following public mass shooting events. The wounding pattern and the cause of death will be about the same. This slide showed you the internal data from the autopsies looking at urban in blue and public mass shooting in orange. And you can see again, the majority of the shootings will be to the head as well as to the torso with those organs injured on the inside. And then kind of bringing my portion of the talk, I think, a bit to an end, we then decided to look at the survivors. Because as we were looking at these various deaths, we would get comments from our colleagues saying, look, we understand that you guys are looking at the causes of death, but why do you think people survived? Did people survive because we, the medical community, rendered excellent care? Or did people survive because they weren't injured in the first place? What's so special about the survivors? So we set out to answer that question. And this time we looked at, these are all different events, right? Because there's public mass shootings occurring on a monthly basis. Our studies occur every couple of years. And so every study looks at a different database, which I think gives it inherent validity. We're not looking at the same thing 2 different ways. We're looking at different things. This one was 69 public mass shooting events were identified with 826 survivors of mass events. Now, when you look at a survivor data, it's very, very different than when you look at death. The reason is people are still alive, which means that they fall under all of the privacy laws and all of the IRB, Institutional Review Board ethics laws that the dead people don't fall into because they're dead. And so for this one, we had to get individual data sharing agreements, individual Institutional Review Board ethics approvals from each and every hospital. Mind you, because the case fatality rate following a public mass shooting is so high, it's entirely conceivable that a hospital only received 2 patients who actually survived. And yet we would go to that hospital and say, please fill out all this paperwork and get your lawyers involved and get your ethicists involved. And we really want access to 2 charts. Logistically, very difficult thing to convince someone to do when there's no funding behind it. The other thing is the Institutional Review Board at George Washington, my institution, mandated that we could not release the names of the institutions that participated. And the reason is, if I said, well, we're going to go to North Carolina, and we're going to identify this one event, and we had 1 survivor, it'd be very easy to identify who that survivor is and de-identify them. And so the IRB blinded the study and said, you can never tell people who contributed data. So now we went to the hospitals and said, hey, can you please fill out all this paperwork and do all this ethics stuff? And we have no money and we can't even tell people you did it. Well, what's in it for them? And so what you find is, of the 69 events that were included, that were identified, 826 survivors, 635 were excluded. And that unfortunately dropped the study far lower than I was hoping it would. 322 of those people excluded were from the same event. That's specifically speaking the Route 91 event, the Las Vegas mass shooting event. And you can see in this slide reasons why others were excluded. Partly we didn't know where they went because there's no way to trace these individuals, and many of them went to non-trauma centers in the first place. At the end of the day, that left us with 31 public mass shooting events, 191 survivors. To this day, again, the biggest study of its kind. Now, if our hypothesis this whole time has been true, then everything I tell you from this point forward should be the opposite of everything I've said before. Because we looked at dead people, and I mentioned, well, all the wounds are to the extremity, but very few people die of extremity wounds. Then the same should be true in the new data set I'm showing you, which is all the wounds are to the extremity and everyone survives, right? The opposite side of the coin. And sure enough, that's exactly what we found. Here are the location of the gunshot wounds in the survivors. Once again, we find the vast majority of the survivors were shot in the extremity with a rifle, because as I said before, the rifle is less likely to result in a fatality than a handgun. This may be very useful for people who work in the front lines. This graph depicts when the patients arrive as a function of time on the x-axis, and the y-axis is their injury severity score. So when will they show up and how sick will they be when they show up? In the orange bar are people who came by ambulance. In the yellow bar are people who came by private vehicle. And in the hashed bar, the gray bar, are people that came in by helicopter. And you can see that in the ambulance side anyway, there's a bimodal distribution. They will start coming within about 20 minutes or less, initially not so severely injured, and then injury severity will go up. At about 1 hour, you'll see a drop in ambulance traffic, which will pick up again about 20 or 30 minutes thereafter, only to then drop. So that's that bimodal distribution. Helicopters are delayed, of course, because they have to land and pick up the victims, but they will bring in by far the sickest, and they tend to come about an hour or so, maybe a little less than an hour after the wounding event occurs. So just as the ambulance traffic is dropping off, the helicopter traffic will take off. And the ones that come in by private vehicle will come in immediately, but they, by and large, are not injured. And so they become distractors. And so when you're setting up a triage system in the emergency department, it is critical that you kind of keep the ones that came in by private vehicle at bay, keep them away, lest you use up all your resources. And then the ambulances will come, and then the helicopters will come, and you'll quickly find yourself overwhelmed.
Yeah, and we'll discuss this in the upcoming slide in greater detail, but remember that the general public doesn't differentiate between trauma centers and non-trauma centers, and they're going to go to the closest facility based on GPS location, which is what we saw in Las Vegas. And also our colleagues in Paris had a similar experience with their complex coordinated attack scenario several years ago, which is being presented in this conference as well. So we need to prepare for the arrival of patients to our trauma system as designed, but then how do we absorb those patients further down that timeline when the system does necessitate them being transferred to a different facility if that does become an issue? And even for our well-prepared major trauma centers, do they have the requisite training? And I appreciate that that's going to be a controversial statement, and supplies to deal with patients arriving on their doorstep that have not received initial point of wounding care other than maybe some improvised hemorrhage control techniques with the injuries that have been described in the series of studies up to this point. So the systems and the traditional patient distribution and the system being able to absorb the numbers of patients with these injury patterns, we really need to look at critically to make sure that we're preparing for these eventualities.
And then, aside from the timeliness of response, look at the median ISS. What you find in general is they're not severely injured, which is getting us to the point of why did these people survive in the first place? By and large, outside of the helicopters, you're looking at injury severity scores of 10 or 12, which are broken bones, which are the extremity woundings that did not actually hit a named blood vessel. So when you look at the treatments rendered, in the orange bar are treatments rendered prior to arrival to the hospital, and you'll see that the second highest bar is no treatment whatsoever. The first one was just simply IV fluids, which the paramedics started an IV, no problems. Even when they arrived to the hospital, a significant number had no treatment whatsoever in terms of advanced modalities of therapy. They had imaging done, but they didn't require anything. Operation is the next highest peak for in-hospital treatment, but a significant number of those were orthopedic in nature because of the broken bones. And the laparotomy similarly did not find life-threatening injury in the true sense. Many of them had bowel injury, but those are not injuries that one needs to get to within hours of injury, though you can get to that within 12, 18 hours with very little difference in mortality. And so one starts getting the impression that the patients who survive a public mass shooting do so to a very large degree because they're not severely injured in the first place. Said differently, they're destined to survive initially from the get-go. So that allows us then to focus our energy on the preventable death rate. Focusing more energy on the survivors will buy us very little. They're doing fine. What we need to do is change the response paradigm and address the cause of preventable death. That is where we can make the biggest change.
One quick interjection, the incidents that were included in these series of studies include incidents that date back before the prevalence of engaging with the general public and the Stop the Bleed campaign and even the existence of the Committee for Tactical Emergency Casualty Care. So there is a sample here that is representative of before we attacked this problem, so to speak, as well as since. And again, there's really no difference in the incidents themselves and these outcomes. So that has to be studied further. But at the end of the day, to Dr. Serrani's point, the people who are going to survive are going to survive, and we really can focus our energies on those patients at which we have an opportunity to make a greater impact for.
That's exactly right. On the two papers that looked at deaths, the initial pilot study that Reed and Joff did, and then the subsequent bigger study that we did, the data sets go back to the 1980s, although the vast majority of the events were from the 2000s, but they do go back to the 1980s with the San Ysidro event in California. The survivors data I'm showing you starts in 1999 Columbine. The Columbine shooting in Colorado is where we started that study and moved forward. But as Joff said, 1999, 2000, early 2000s all predate the current Stop the Bleed type initiatives. To say that we then looked at Route 91 separate, because as I said, a significant number of patients were in Route 91. That was an outlier event. And so we looked at the results with and without Route 91 included. And you really see that there's really no difference. The graphs lower in terms of their peak and the percentage of patients, but the distribution of types of injuries is unchanged. Said differently, the vast majority of injuries remain the skeleton, the appendicular skeleton, the extremities in public mass shooting events.
So really, how do we take this information and do something with it? And the concepts that we're going to kind of go over briefly are not new, they're not unique. They just kind of highlight where we have an opportunity to make the greatest difference. Obviously, the law enforcement response to active shooter incidents, that paradigm has changed immensely since the Columbine incident that Dr. Serrani just referenced and continues to evolve. But the medical response element has been slower to respond. And part of that is because it requires a high level of integration and coordination with all disciplines of public safety, as well as the healthcare system at large. But if we look at the data that the series of studies has provided for us, really what we know is we need to get in there. And the we part is for you to decide based on what your system resources are. But if we can get in there and stop the killing and stop the dying, with the law enforcement priority one being stop the killing, they need to realize that stop the dying is not priority two, it's simply priority 1A, that those two things need to happen near simultaneous. And understanding how civilian public mass shootings unfold from a threat perspective, which is outside the purview of this talk in particular, but certainly something we're more than welcome to discuss further, is understanding how do we get the resources in there to rapidly provide point of wounding care that goes beyond just hemorrhage control. Hemorrhage control still remains an incredibly important aspect of the chain of survival. And that's probably one of the feedbacks that we've received since our very first study, is people pushing back saying, we still need tourniquets, we still need hemorrhage control. And we agree with that, but we need to go beyond just compressible extremity hemorrhage in our preparations and what we're training everybody to be prepared with, and equipping everybody to be prepared with, from that bystander, the first care provider, the person that is there when the incident is occurring. What can they do? What can those initial law enforcement assets do? How can we get the professional rescuers to the patient's side, do additional point of wounding care, get them out as quickly as possible, expanding the type of care that they're receiving en route to the definitive care facility, and then what should the definitive care facilities, the trauma centers, hopefully be ready for and prepare for to make the greatest impact. Again, we can't just assume that addressing one of the links in the chain is going to have the same positive impact as if we address the entire chain of survival together and look at it from each individual lens. Most people listening to this presentation are probably familiar with integrated rapid point of wounding care. This picture is from one of the first iterations in Arlington County, Virginia, and Dr. Smith's personnel rehearsing at a mall the rescue task force concept. But in the last several years, what people call rescue task force has really evolved into 4 distinct response models. What you're seeing here and what most people equate with rescue task force is called escorted warm zone care. There's also law enforcement rescue, which, as the name implies, is law enforcement personnel doing the point of wounding care and pulling the casualties out to either casualty collection points or transport platforms to get them to definitive care. We have a protected corridor, which is where law enforcement establishes a secure or safety corridor where fire and rescue and EMS personnel can provide point of wounding care and rapid extraction, as well as a protected island concept where a casualty collection point is established in an area that law enforcement can relatively secure and pull patients to there until they can be moved to definitive care. In reality, a lot of, at least in the United States, agencies have adapted this model of rescue task force, but they focus on the escorted warm zone care. They focus singularly on law enforcement rescue. A successful response where we improve survival is probably going to involve more than one of these integrated models. And as additional resources arrive, be it more law enforcement, more EMS or rescue personnel, the systems need to be able to evolve with the resources available, and understanding the ongoing threat and getting patients point of wounding care as quickly as possible and getting them out to definitive care. Because as Dr. Serrani, I think, clearly described, there's only so much we're going to be able to do for the potential survivors in the field. They really do need definitive care and surgical intervention adapting all the principles and tenets of tactical emergency casualty care en route to include the use where appropriate of whole blood, advanced chest procedures, whether it be needle chest decompressions or thoracostomies. So in reality, how do we prepare the system to do better from everybody that's there initially through the hospitals, and obviously getting the rescuers to the patient's side and getting them out to where they need to be as quickly as possible. So instead of focusing on just one area, we need to look at the system, and even in that integrated interdisciplinary approach to rescue task force, there's more than one model that should be considered. Also remembering that rescue task force is not a tactical emergency medical services function. It is a function of regular EMS, if you will, that is augmented by the tactical providers if they are available, not engaged in other tactical activities, which is obviously the priority of the TEMS provider. So in general, to summarize what we've tried to get across during the talk is that the opportunity to save people's lives are going to focus on the head and the chest and the belly. We need to be ready to deal with the extremities and all the things that we've historically focused on, but the survivors do have a lower acuity of injuries, and what we're doing seems to be working okay because we're not losing patients with that injury pattern. You know, here in the United States, as I'm sure elsewhere in the world, there is a ongoing significant discussion around gun control and banning certain types and limiting access to certain types of weapons. At the end of the day, simply banning one particular weapon system is not going to impact most deaths. So there needs to be a more systematic, holistic approach to gun violence in the first place. But again, the point here is focusing on what to do after the incident and not so much a commentary as to how to prevent them. Of course, we all believe that we need to do better to prevent these from occurring in the first place. So as I think we've mentioned on multiple occasions now, we can't just focus on one thing. We need to focus on the system. We need to focus on all causes of preventable death, not just compressible hemorrhage control. Who's doing what? How are they doing it? What are they doing it with? Are some of the questions that need to be looked at in addition to successful campaigns such as Stop the Bleed and other initiatives. But we need to go beyond them, using those as a starting point and begin to look at the impact of these programs, and are what we are saying and suggesting really going to make the difference during these incidents as long as they continue to occur. And I think that another theme is, yes, we need to have the mechanisms in place to deliver rapid point of wounding care, but rapid extraction to definitive care is probably the best overall strategy. So our receiving facilities need to be ready. Our rescuers need to be prepared to get in there and get them to definitive care. And of course, this is the audience that we're talking to in this conference in Europe. Your EMS delivery models vary from ours, where you do have physicians on scene, and you do have arguably a higher level of care that's able to be provided on scene. But even in that environment, you should be exploring where do these patients need to be and what are the interventions that you are able to do on scene versus in a definitive care setting, and how do we utilize the resources effectively according to what's going to be needed. And at the end of the day, one of the arguments has also been that we've heard is why should we spend so many resources, dollar, manpower, time, effort into preparing for something that in a lot of places doesn't happen every day. But regular urban homicide, gun violence does occur throughout the world on an everyday basis. And quite honestly, preparing for the public mass shootings makes you better at the day-to-day stuff. And the day-to-day incidents provides you an opportunity to practice some of the rescue task force and integration strategies, as well as the patient care strategies, so that when you are faced with a mass casualty or a multiple casualty situation, it's not a novel paradigm that you're trying to implement for the first time. It's something that is practiced and rehearsed in real live incidents that is just able to be scaled to the appropriateness necessary level based on what the problem is. And that also involves our law enforcement partners and our tactical partners understanding what the threat is and how to work in areas that have been cleared but not yet fully secured, and balancing the need for patient care and rapid extraction with the ongoing law enforcement priorities, which do tend to differ from the medical priorities. So as Dr. Serrani already mentioned, without Reed Smith, without Roger Mitchell, and seems like a constant parade of students and residents and fellows and co-contributors over the years. And certainly I'd like for Dr. Serrani to call out some of the specific trauma centers and partners here in a moment, but without Reed in particular, who was originally supposed to give this talk, but he seems to be constantly on vacation these days, and Dr. Mitchell, who was instrumental in getting the autopsies for us to review, and anyone else in particular that you'd like to call out.
Every trauma medical director and investigator for the many centers that received the wounded, saved their lives, and then contributed to the survivors paper. Thank you.
We very much look forward to the question and answer period that hopefully we'll be able to interact with you in live. And then certainly we are available via email and phone. Our contact information will be provided, and we're more than happy to engage with anybody regarding any of the data or the studies or anything in particular related to this topic. I'm fortunate that I'm surrounded with people like Dr. Serrani and Reed that are just as passionate about this, that I'm sure as I am, as well as everybody else that is listening to this presentation. And anything we could do to help anyone improve their capabilities and understand our research, we're more than glad to do at any point in time. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you in person next year.
Thank you.
Well, great. That was a fabulous presentation. And I think, we've learned an awful lot over the years from the military. And I think this is telling us that some of the lessons that we've learned from the military really don't translate into civilian practice. And so along those lines, one of the questions from the audience is, should fire EMS personnel be being trained to manage battlefield wounds, experienced with high-powered weapons and IEDs? Or it sounds more as though that's not exactly what your research is pointing to, right?
Well, I mean, the research did look at high-powered, high-velocity weaponry from the gunshot wound perspective, and I'd answer the question with absolutely, but I also think that current EMS training, at the end of the day, treating an amputation or a partial amputation, whether it's from a blast or a motorcycle accident, is the same. So I think the context around it needs to be changed. The medical interventions, Chief, are medicine's medicine. I think the point of the series of studies is to help us figure out what should we be doing when? Like, are we, by putting tourniquets everywhere, are we moving the needle? And I think the answer is no. For mass shootings, right? But for blast, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the data out of Boston, and there was very good research done by the trauma centers following the Boston Marathon bombing, that tourniquets absolutely are necessary for blast being the mechanism of injury. And that's also something I'm very cautious of. This series of papers that we discussed is around active shooters, like gunshot violence. It's not involving blast. But going back to the question, absolutely. And blast injury is blast injury, whether it's a busted gas main or a structural collapse, or the injury patterns and the injuries are going to be the same. So are we doing as good a job in our initial training and in our continuing education from a medical standpoint of reinforcing this? Some people are probably doing it better than others. There's always an opportunity to do better, but we need to be ready for all injuries and all types of patients.
One of the things that impressed me in the beginning was it sounded like this was really difficult research to do. And Babak made a comment that a lot of laws sort of prevent research into shootings and mass shootings. Is that an opportunity for groups like IAFC to help make some legislative change?
Absolutely. And recently, some of the laws have been relaxed where it's not banned. Literally, some of it was prohibited. But yeah, there's still a lot of headway to do. So IAFC, please, by all means, champion the cause. But, everything from a legislative standpoint to, the NEMSIS database is great for certain types of information, but teasing this type of information out isn't exactly the easiest thing. So getting access to the data and then being able to look at the data in a usable format are definitely two of the challenges.
You also impressed me with the data on who shows up when at the hospital and how they get there. And I know that one of our concerns from a incident management perspective now is that people are very mobile and, they'll call an Uber or they'll call a Lyft. They'll leave the scene by any way possible to get out of there. And kind of sounds, I guess one of my questions is, in the data on who arrived at the hospital, were there larger numbers of people that were arriving by private vehicle versus by EMS or helicopter?
Yeah, I think it depends on the type of incident. So in school shootings, not so much. In Vegas and some of the other more public settings, the answer is absolutely. Paris was a great example of that as well, and they were a multi-site attack. So obviously everybody that's listening in the iChiefs is familiar with NFPA 3000. I think that as the revision is currently being conducted, there's an opportunity potentially, or maybe even not even as part of NFPA 3000, but iChiefs can certainly take the lead. Vegas did hospital task force during the Route 91 shooting. Arlington here in the National Capital Region has implemented it. If you're not familiar with that, it's where as part of the initial act of violence dispatch to the scene, they're also resourcing the closest geographic hospital to the incident. So they're sending a battalion chief, an engine company, and an EMS unit to the closest emergency department. Obviously, the chief officer for that incident management and communication, situational awareness component, the engine company, and we have ALS engines here in the NCR for the most part. So the medic becomes a nurse, the other personnel become, the EMTs become techs essentially, because the people coming in via Uber, Lyft, taxi, backup pickup trucks, they are not going to have been touched by EMS or by anybody prior to their arrival other than t-shirts and rags and belts wrapped around, which are going to be ineffective treatments. So the answer is yes, we need to, EMS needs to be, I know I'm going to jump here in a second to a different topic, but patient tracking is a problem. The way we do triage is ineffective, right? The way we trying to track patients at the scene I know I might get some blowback on it, but it's failed, right? So we should be doing we should be tracking people at the hospitals. Hey, where did you come from? All right, let's enter you into the system. All we're doing by taking out barcodes and triage tapes and, here we use the scanners, and all we're doing is delaying definitive care. By the way, anybody who's ever heard me talk on this topic, you'll hear me say TARPs are stupid, right? And these patients, right, the traditional triage systems that the vast majority of departments are still using are based on a bus accident, a geographically bounded blunt trauma mechanism of injury versus an active shooter where, now we know what's killing people from these incidents. Now we know where the opportunity to save lives are. It's a lot different than the bus accident, where the tarps and the tags and all those other things. And there's anecdotal examples from various school shootings that, I'd be more than glad to talk to anybody about, as far as how START triage or SALT triage would have mistriaged somebody where they would have probably ended up standing by a tree and dying versus getting to the hospital based on the location of their injuries on their body. So there's a opportunity to improve the system on multiple levels, to include what you originally asked by, yeah, we need to account for these patients that are just going to show up, right? If your closest hospital is not a trauma center, what are their real capabilities going to be? If your closest hospital is a trauma center, are they going to be overwhelmed with the people that aren't very hurt that are going to be showing up initially, where they now become an ineffective receiving facility for the patients that really need them? So what can we build to help decompress the hospital or hospitals that are closest geographically to the area, right? And we know we're going to see 0 to 5 killed, 0 to 5 injured are the planning assumptions based on the earlier FBI statistics. You know, one of the things that our research team is really looking at is some of the data suggesting that our planning assumptions need to increase, that we're seeing more patients per incident than we have based on the original FBI report that a lot of the NFPA 3000 inputs are based on. So yeah, there's an opportunity across the system to do better.
Okay. Let's talk about one of your passions, TECC. So, you know, it sounds like this is kind of interesting to me because it's based on your analysis of urban trauma versus mass shootings. It sounds like the guy in the street should probably be taking TECC because he's going to use that every day. Are there, you know, the focus of this seemed to be chest injuries and preventable deaths with managing pneumothoraces, hemothoraces. And, you know, you and I have been practicing for years, probably with my gray hair. I'm a little older than you, but anytime I decompress a chest, you know, I'm doing it again, and then I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Is there a thought to saying, oh, maybe we should be doing finger thoracostomies, and are we evolving TECC now to reflect some of this?
Yeah, the short answer is yes, right? So some jurisdictions some EMS agencies have already implemented finger thoracostomies by their ALS providers. TECC will be including that in the guidelines revisions. You know, one thing that I want to just kind of put out there I think it was in the recording, but I am currently one of the co-chairs for the Committee for Tactical Emergency Casualty Care. And for the chiefs and for the leadership that's listening to the conference, TECC is medical guidelines for high threat situations. It's not a course, right? The NAEMT, several organizations, they teach TECC. They have a TECC course, and that's fine. But TECC is guidelines, right? So the guidelines already call for pre-hospital calcium. They already call for whole blood. They already call for aggressive finger thoracostomies or repetitive decompressions, if that's what's still being performed. So yeah, TECC, we still work very closely with the military, with Tactical Combat Casualty Care and COTC. We still look at what they're doing and what they're having successes with and challenges with in the military medicine community. And we apply to it. Is it appropriate for the civilian populations, kids, old people, other special population, geriatric patients? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend any of the gray-haired chiefs that are listening, but you know, our population, we got a lot of people taking blood thinners out there. We got a lot of people with irregular heartbeats out there. We got a lot of people that the military doesn't, so we have to account for whether or not it makes sense on the totality of the civilian population.
One more question from the audience. We have about a minute left, and that is, are you aware of any movement on the federal level to redesign the MCI transport models so that, you know, kind of the critical role of that transport officer getting people off the scene is a little bit more emphasized?
So I know that it is an issue that's being looked at by FICOMs. I know it's an issue that various groups within HHS are looking at. I don't know what the status of any of those efforts are. But I think with anything, that START triage and the current curricula and the current recommended triage systems and ICS there's an opportunity to do better. So the answer is I know that it's being looked at the federal level. I'm not sure where it all stands, but yes, I think that we can certainly emphasize in TECC that would fall under the evacuation care phase of the 3 phases of care. And we certainly we emphasize throughout all 3 phases of care in TECC, proper patient distribution for not only priority, but also destination. So yes.
Good. All right. Well, thank you for at the last minute jumping in and helping us out here. We really appreciate your work and everything that you've done. This was a fabulous presentation to start the day off, and pass our thanks along to Babak as well. So thanks, Jeff.
Thanks for the opportunity. And we were serious in the recording. If there's anything that any of us from CTEC can do for anybody, please don't be shy, reach out. We'll be more than glad to help however we can.
Great. Thank you again. So now I'd like to introduce another key supporter of FRM, FirstNet, built with AT&T.
As a fire chief, there's always certain things that keep you awake at night. The thing that always kept me awake at night was a multiple shooter mass casualty event.
Several years ago, there was a 10-story building in a small jurisdiction that we have automatic aid with.
You're going to have different agencies that are going to have to come in when you're having your worst day.
By the time that scene was over, there was 200 firefighters there operating on different radios. That posed a tremendous communications issue.
From a firefighter perspective, communications, number one, 24/7, 365.
We can't get it wrong.
If I need to know, I can pick up the phone or I can pick up the radio and I can get to where I need to be talking.
And that's why we use systems that don't get it wrong. We found FirstNet to be the most reliable, usable, and dependable system.
For us, FirstNet has connected the first time, every time.
But we need everyone else to join us and figure it out so that it'll apply everywhere.
As we move in that direction of new technology, FirstNet is going to provide us that ability to maintain more reliable communications throughout any type of disaster. This is something that I believe is going to change the face of communications in the fire service.
Thanks to FirstNet. Now our next presentation is a rather unique quality improvement initiative that's in progress now, the National Red Lights and Sirens Quality Initiative. And Jeff Jarvis and Mike Tagman, who are 2 principals in that quality improvement effort, which is currently underway to try to increase the rate of safer EMS responses and transports. And they're going to talk a little bit about the literature behind the initiative. And it's a national project that has enrolled 50 organizations across the United States, one of which happens to be my hometown county here in Saratoga, New York, to work together to come up with some best practices that will help to reduce lights and sirens responses to scenes and lights and sirens responses to hospitals. Dr. Jeff Jarvis is the EMS medical director for Williamson County EMS in Marble Falls area in Central Texas. He's also the chief medical officer for Flightbridge ED and practices at Baylor Scott and White Hospital in Round Rock, Texas. He's board certified in emergency medicine and in emergency medical services and a practicing paramedic as well. His current favorite project is his EMS Lighthouse Project podcast, where he discusses his EMS research. And Mike Tagman, also a well-known individual in the EMS world, is the leading expert for First Watch in improvement science, resilience, and stress management, and started out as a street paramedic in Denver and honed his skills caring for patients and helping new paramedics learn clinical skills, has morphed to write prolifically over his career on EMS street survival, patient-centered leadership, effective quality and performance improvement and resilience. The two of them together are going to explain how this initiative is working and a little bit about the whole project itself. So National Red Lights and Sirens Quality Initiative, I present to you Jeff Jarvis and Mike Tagman.
Howdy, y'all. I'm Dr. Jeff Jarvis, and along with my really good friend, Mike Tagman, we are going to talk about the case against red lights and sirens. The case we want to make is that we need to decrease the use of lights and sirens. Basically, we need to make this use smarter. So let me give you my case. I'm going to do this first, and then Mike is going to come along. I'm going to talk to you about what the literature says about a couple of components of the argument. Then Mike is going to come along and talk about the science of improvement and how we can get from where we are now to a safer place in the future. All right, so I'm going to lead off with my bottom line. I want you to know there are 5 points. 5 points. You ready for this? Here's the case in a nutshell. Number 1, lights and sirens are overused. Number 2, there is an increase in the risk of collision, fatalities, and litigation when we are responding to the scene or transporting patients using lights and sirens. That's 2. Number 3, the reason we're doing it is to save time, but the evidence actually says we're not saving as much time as we think we are. That's 3. Number 4, the time that we do save almost never makes a clinical difference. This is both responding to the scene and responding to the hospital. And then the final thing is I want to make the most important part, and I want to make this right up front. We are not trying to say don't ever use lights and sirens. And I'll give you an example of this. I was on an ambulance today doing a clearance ride for one of the new hires in my system in Williamson County EMS. I have the honor of being the medical director there, and one of the things that I really enjoy is getting to spend time on an ambulance with each one of our new hires as they complete our process. So we were sitting around the table eating some really good fish, and they asked me the question, they meaning my new hire and a student we had. They said, do you ever foresee a time where we will have no lights and sirens on ambulances? And I said, absolutely. Around the time that we no longer have drivers. And at that point, we will no longer need lights and sirens. But until then, no, I don't see a time when we will not need to use lights and sirens at all. What I am saying is we need to use lights and sirens as a clinical intervention. So just like you have the opportunity to defibrillate or use epinephrine for patients in whom it might benefit, but you're not going to do it for every patient because there is some harm attached, and you would only use an intervention when the potential for benefit outweighs the potential for risk. That's how we should use lights and sirens. In other words, it's a clinical intervention. That's the way we should use it. There is an idea I got from watching Dr. Doug Kupas, who's been working on this concept far longer than almost any of us. And he talks about this a great deal, and I've stolen some things, including just full slides from him. And one of the things he does before every talk is he just goes to Google News and copies and pastes some of the most recent ambulance collisions. And we're going to go through quite a few of them here. All right, so I am recording this on June 28th. Here's one from June 26th. 3 Navy paramedics and a Maryland police officer are injured in a crash. June 27th, just yesterday, 2 EMS providers injured in a deadly ambulance collision. Here is one from June 28th. Ambulance transporting patient is involved in a head-on crash in Mount Hope. Here's another one. June 27th, police on the scene after a report that an ambulance and a car crashed in the intersection of Welcome Way and Kimberly Road. Now, personally, something about this doesn't sound very welcoming to me. Here's one. Minnesota Department of Transportation, a video at an intersection captured a crash involving an ambulance. This was just this week. An ambulance involved in a crash submerged in spring. 3 firefighters were taken to the hospital May 5th of this year. Here is one. This was from 2015, but I remember it very well because this was in my county. My folks responded to this. Burnett firefighter and EMT killed on the job in Texas on Highway 29 in this accident. This was very emotional for our local community. I don't want to see this happen to anybody else. And here is one from my own system. I am also the medical director for Marble Falls Area EMS. This is one of our ambulances. We have lost paramedics involved in collision. So this is the reason that I'm so passionate about this. Let's make the first of the 5 points I wanted to make. We use lights and sirens an awful lot. Turns out there are some performance measures, NMSQA measures. NMSQA, if you haven't heard about it, is the National EMS Quality Alliance. Now, just a bit of conflict here because I am on that board. I'm a volunteer there. We develop performance measures guided by the evidence for EMS. And we have 2 safety measures. This is measure number 1. This is the percent of 911 responses to the scene without lights and sirens. So what we're trying to do here is have higher performance, mean better performance. Safety 01, 911 responses without lights and sirens, 10%. And to give you an idea, this is from the NMSIS data set. These are all EMS records in the country being lumped in. 16 million calls, 10% to the scene went without lights and sirens. That means 90% of the time we're responding to 911 calls with the use of lights and sirens. Another performance measure is NMSQA Safety 02. This is the same thing, but going to the hospital. 45% of our transports from scene calls go to the hospital without lights and sirens. And again, the inverse of that means over half, 55%, we are transporting to the hospital with lights and sirens. We're doing this an awful lot, and I have a hard time thinking we are doing it with surgical precision. I don't think 55% of all patients transported to the hospital need lights and sirens. So let's take a look at some of the literature about the association between the use of lights and sirens and collisions. This was a great paper by Drs. Watanabe and colleagues, including the senior author Lawrence Brown from the University of Texas, who has also been doing some great work on this concept. What they did is they looked at the NMSIS data set and they wanted to see the association between the use of lights and sirens and no lights and sirens going to the scene and to the hospital. And they wanted to calculate the odds ratio for a collision. Now, the odds ratio is just the ratio of the odds. It's how much more likely you are to see something. In this case, how much more likely you are to see a crash if you're using lights and sirens versus not. What they found is going to the scene, the adjusted odds ratio, 1.53. That means you're 1.5 times more likely to be involved in a collision. And another way of thinking about that is 53% higher odds of being in a collision. Similarly, going to the hospital, just under 3 million responses to or transports to the hospital, 23% of those were with lights and sirens. Odds ratio there, 2.82, a 180% increase in the odds of collision. Now, we also know that collisions, when you have lights and sirens, are more severe. They are associated with more fatalities than collisions without lights and sirens. This was a study by Dr. Kahn and Perillo that was looking at the FARS dataset from 87 to 97. Now, FARS is the Fatality Analysis Reporting System. This is something that police officers put data into for traffic analysis. And what they found is 60% of all collisions were involving lights and sirens. 60% of the fatalities were with lights and sirens. So we're more likely to have a fatality in a collision if we're using lights and sirens. Now, one of the things that we all have to think about is litigation. And it turns out the use of lights and sirens is associated with more litigation. This is a paper Chris Cowell did in 1999 in Denver, and they looked at all legal claims from 84 to 93. And of the accident-related claims, so that's going to exclude the "you were a jerk to me" or "you parked in my rose bushes," Of the accident-related claims, 59% of them were with lights and sirens and 10% were without lights and sirens. Well, what's the difference? Well, 31% of them, the ambulance wasn't moving. Somebody hit them and decided that it was still their fault, so they sued them anyway. The majority, again, almost 60%, were involving lights and sirens. Now, those were the complaints. Of the complaints that were taken to litigation, 86% of those were involving the use of lights and sirens. And something we often worry about, well, I'm going to be sued if I go to the scene without lights and sirens. Not a single complaint, no lawsuits. I called up Dr. Jeff Clausen, who is involved with EMD. I spoke with several EMS lawyers, and I said, do you know of any cases against EMS that involved responding to the scene without lights and sirens? The answer was no. There is no case that we can find. All right, so that's the first argument there. The second one here is that we save less time than we think. All right, so where do we get the data from this? Well, this data has already been summed up by this white paper by Dr. Kupas. In this white paper, Dr. Kupas did a very exhaustive literature search and said, you know what, we want to see how much time is saved going to the scene and going to the hospital. And he found 7 studies looking at how much time we save going to the scene. It is an average between 102 and 216 seconds. That is between 2 and 3 minutes. And again, this involves urban areas, rural areas, daytime, nighttime, between 2 and 3 minutes. And I'll tell you what, 3.6, we'll round up 2 and 4 minutes. So not as much time as we think. What about going to the hospital? There were 8 papers that looked at that. Again, urban and rural, suburban, daytime, nighttime, big roads, little roads, all in between. And again, they found we save between 2 and 4 minutes. Just not as much time as we think. So why do we think people are not getting out of our way and allowing us to save more time? I think we have all had the experience where we're driving down the road, lights and sirens blaring, and people just seem to be willfully ignoring us. Now, one possibility is that they're jerks and they're willfully ignoring us, possible. But another potential is they don't hear us. Now, is there any way we can quantify how far ahead we should expect people to be able to hear our sirens? Well, the Department of Transportation did a study on this with meticulous methods to try to reproduce typical driving conditions in urban areas, in suburban areas, and in rural areas, and figure out how far ahead you could be and hear the siren. Now, keep in mind this was done with 1977 vehicles, and I'll come back to that. Here is a chart that looks at how far you can hear. Different tones, so wail and high-low and yelp, we are seeing between 80 feet and 120 feet going straight ahead, and far less when you're at a crossroads. Suburban areas, so we're seeing a little bit further, so 257 to 445 on a straightaway, still much less, 78 to 106 at an intersection. And rural areas where we are assuming you're driving faster, between 32 feet, 24 and 30 feet. Now, the thing to remember is this was in 1977 vehicles, and you already couldn't hear the siren very well. For those of you who have driven 1977 vehicles, there are a couple things they had in common. Frequently no air conditioning, which means you had your windows rolled down and you could hear better. But even if you had your window up, these were not silent vehicles. I was just driving down the road in my Tahoe. You could set off a small nuke next to me and I wouldn't hear it. These numbers are highly likely to be worse. Now, we said that we're trying to save time. Well, what are we buying with that saved time? If we're going to the hospital, we're trying to buy some time so the hospital can do emergency interventions, life-saving interventions, as soon as they get there. What are we actually going to see? What happens when we rush to the hospital. I don't know about where you're practicing, where I'm practicing, this is what we see almost always. We get in a hurry, we go lights and sirens just so we can spend an hour pushing the wall of the hospital up. There just aren't life-saving interventions. Well, that's great, Jeff. Let's see some literature on this, shall we? You bet. Well, here was a study. This was done in New Jersey. They followed some ambulances to the hospital using a fly car. Ambulance went lights and sirens. The fly car did not. They measured how much time they saved. And then they said, what is the rate of time-critical hospital interventions done at any time? And then what is the rate of time-critical interventions done in the amount of time that was saved? First off, they saved about 2.5 minutes on average. Now, overall, across the hospitalization, 4.5% of these patients had some sort of time-critical intervention. None of them were done in the first 3 minutes. So the time we're saving is not translating into benefit to the patients. It's very, very rare. Here's another study. This was done in Louisville, Kentucky. Again, they looked at transports to the hospital. Again, they had a chase car and they determined how much time was saved. They found 3.8 minutes. Again, right in range with this 2 to 3 to 4 minutes. What was the rate of any hospital intervention done within that 3.8 minutes? 19%. Now, to keep in mind, these hospital interventions involved things like an EKG or an IV. They were not necessarily time critical. What was the rate of time critical interventions? 5.3%. So what we're seeing here is that we're really overusing lights and sirens going to the hospital because it very rarely results in some benefit to the patient. Now, note, I'm not saying no benefit. I'm just saying the benefit is rare. Perhaps we should match our response to the hospital with the patient condition. And the nice thing is that that's why we are medically trained, is we can make that determination. Well, how about going to the scene? What is the clinical yield of lights and sirens going to the scene? Well, this is one that I'm very familiar with. This was a paper that I wrote with one of my medics from Marble Falls, with Mike Tagman, who you'll hear from in a bit, and with Lawrence Brown, the researcher from the University of Texas. We looked at the ESO data set, over 7.5 million EMS calls in the 2018 period. And we said, how often do we go lights and sirens to the scene? About 86% of the time. How often do we go lights and sirens to the hospital? Fortunately, in this data set, it's less often, only 13%, which is good. We're doing better. But of those 86% of scene responses, how many of them, how often did we do some life-saving stuff on scene? How much paramedic stuff did we do? We were very generous in defining paramedic stuff. In other words, we wanted to know of all interventions that were in the ESO data set, how many of them were potentially life-saving. And we included things like airway management. Makes sense. We were very generous and included glucose and adenosine and diltiazem, anything that could help with hemodynamic status. We obviously included CPR, defibrillation. We also included stimulerts and trauma alerts, so pre-notifications. And what we found is less than 7% of 911 responses resulted in anything potentially life-saving. The point of this, again, is not to say don't ever use them. It's saying target your response. So if we set a threshold and said for any given call determinant, we are only going to respond lights and sirens to that determinant if we have more than, say, 5% of potentially life-saving interventions. And if you did that, in this data set, that would result in a 47% reduction in lights and sirens, so a more targeted response. If you set your threshold at 10%, you would see a 62% reduction in lights and sirens. So again, we're not saying never, we're saying target it. Now, the nice thing is that there is pretty good agreement right now that we should more surgically, if you will, use lights and sirens. There was a position paper that just came out from all of these organizations. You'll notice physician groups, EMS groups, fire groups, international organizations, all agreeing that we should more strategically use lights and sirens. Again, really want to be clear, we're not saying no lights and sirens. We're saying you should use this much like any other clinical intervention. When I write a prescription for a drug, I only do it when the potential benefits outweigh the potential risks. Just like you only give nitroglycerin to patients who can potentially benefit and who are at low risk for harm. It's a clinical intervention. I'm asking that we use it like a clinical intervention. Let me give you a couple of points from this position statement. It starts off by saying there are some potential medical conditions where the difference saved using lights and sirens might improve the patient's outcome. So use them in those conditions. But we should only use them for situations where that time saved by lights and sirens is anticipated to be clinically relevant. We also, in this position statement, see that they are recommending the use of some type of emergency medical dispatch to quantify the responses you're using. And then they are recommending in this position statement something that's very good. They're saying swap out time-based metrics like response times and replace them with quality of care-based metrics, things like cardiac arrest survival rates. So that's what that position statement says. One other thing it says is that your protocols should address when to use lights and sirens and when not to. And this is an example of what we're doing in my system. This is what I wrote, and it's some text saying essentially what I've just talked to you about. But then I give some examples of cases that are almost certain to be unwarranted use of lights and sirens going to the hospital. For example, you have a patient who was in cardiac arrest, but you did your paramedic stuff. You got ROSC back. You've secured their airway. They're hemodynamically stable. They're not in cardiac arrest. Their emergency ended when you got there. Guys, thank you all very much. I am throwing my email address up here. Please get a hold of me if you have any questions. Let's throw it over to Mike.
So thank you, Dr. Jarvis, for giving us the inspiration and framework for why we need to decrease the use of licensed sirens. He's covered all of the science related to that, and I'm going to talk with you about the strategies for how do we actually make these changes and improvements. So the National EMS Quality Alliance has, for the first time, at least in my career, got a set of relatively uncontroversial metrics for the performance of EMS systems across the U.S. and Canada. The National Association of EMS Physicians for the last 6 years or so has been training physicians, nurses, paramedics, and some EMTs in the art and science of making things better using improvement science. And the Institute for Healthcare Improvement, which is the organization that leads healthcare improvement worldwide, has got a framework for making large-scale performance improvement and change. So we basically combined all three of these together to put together a national performance improvement project focused on improving safety using the NEMSCA Safety 01 and 02 measures and the principles of improvement science taught by the National Association of EMS Physicians and the Institute for Healthcare Improvement and the Institute for Healthcare Improvement's Breakthrough Series collaborative framework to do large-scale change together, really for the first time in my career. Are we working together on a nationwide and actually a little bit of international, because we've got some Canadian colleagues participating, scale to work on making meaningful improvement. So the way this Breakthrough Series collaborative model works is you start by selecting a topic where improvements have been made. And the use of licensed siren is absolutely one of those areas. We've got a number of systems that have safely and substantially decreased the percentage of cases that they respond to using licensed siren. and the percentage of patients that are transported using lights and siren. We have found experts in the subject, including Dr. Doug Kupas, Dr. Jeff Clausen. We've got Dr. Jeff Jarvis, as you've already heard from, Dr. Brian Wilson. We've got a number of other folks that have come together who have successfully made dramatic improvements in their own EMS systems. And we've combined those with people who have knowledge and expertise in improvement science. So we've got the domain experts and the improvement knowledge experts, put those together to create a change package where we examined the scientific evidence that is available on the use of lights and sirens for EMS, and developed a recommended set of changes that systems can use and try in their own organizations. Then we recruited. We had actually over 100 and I think it was 110 EMS systems that applied to join our collaborative. We selected the first 50 that applied to work together across the country. So we've got everything from major metropolitan EMS systems to small rural volunteer systems. We've got private ambulance services. We've got fire department ambulance services. We've got municipal EMS organizations all participating and working together. We back in February held our first learning session where we taught them the model for improvement, which I'll share with you here in a minute, along with plan, do, study, act cycles, and the change package associated with this topic. They are currently in the moment actively trying these change ideas in their own systems and sharing them on a collaborative internet-based framework that allows basically everybody to teach and everybody to learn from each other together. And then we will be having our next meeting, next learning session actually at the end of this month. And then we'll do another round of testing and shared learning. We will finalize the change package and then publish that change package to the world. So one of the concepts that's really important in improvement science is this concept of reliability. And an example I would frequently use, if you look outside wherever you are watching this video from, and somebody was riding by on their bicycle and fell down and extended their arm and broke the ulnar radius on their right arm, and 911 was activated. Paramedics from your local system showed up to care for the patient. Chances are good that there are some medics who would say, wow, that looks really painful. I'm going to start an IV. I'm going to give you the analgesic of choice in our system. Watch your eyes and wait for it to kick in, because you all know what a patient's eyes look like when the pain medication finally takes effect. And then say, you know, we're going to go ahead and get you splinted up, loaded in the back of the ambulance for transport. There are other paramedics in your system that would show up and go, oh, wow, that looks really painful. I'm going to start a line. I'm going to give the analgesia. I'm not going to wait for it to actually kick in and work. This is going to hurt a little bit while we splint you, get you loaded up, and put you in the back of the ambulance for transport. There is probably another crew that would show up and say, hey, that looks really painful. We're going to go ahead and splint you. It's going to hurt a little bit while we immobilize you, get you loaded up in the ambulance, and during transport, start an IV and give the analgesia during transport. And there's likely to be another set of paramedics in your system that would show up and go, wow, that looks like it's painful. We're going to splint you up. It's going to hurt a little bit more, but you're a tough guy. You don't really need anything for pain, right? And transport you to the hospital without giving you any pain medications at all. And so if we were live in a room together, I would say, are all those possibilities possible in your EMS system? And I've done this with a number of audiences, and most of the hands in the audience will go up and say, yes, any 4 of those are possible options. And then I say, as leaders in your system, is that okay with you? And the answer should be, it shouldn't be okay, because the quality of care that a patient receives shouldn't be determined on who shows up to care for them. And in the world of using lights and sirens, the variation among providers across the country is pretty extraordinary. There's one EMS system in this country I'm aware of that 87% of their patients are transported with lights and sirens to the hospital. There is another EMS system I'm aware of that they haven't transported any patient to the hospital using lights and siren in the last 15 years. They just don't use lights and sirens for transport. So that variation and kind of settling out that variation, one of the fathers of improvement science, Dr. Edward Deming, said, if I could reduce my message to management to just a few words, I would say it has to do with reducing variation. So when it comes to lights and siren work, we want to do comparison within our own system about variation and comparison between systems, which is what the collaborative is all focused on. So when it comes to making meaningful change in your system, it's helpful to have a framework. There are a number of frameworks for making improvements available in the world. This one is the one that has been adopted by the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. They've been using it all over the world for 25 years. It has certainly stood the test of time. It was developed by a group of consultants based in Austin, Texas, called the Associates for Performance Improvement. And it has basically 4 components. The first question is, what is it we're trying to accomplish? And the answer to that question is an aim statement, and your aim statement should include how much improvement by when. So when it comes to this particular project, our macro aim is to reduce the emergency vehicle involved crash rate related to 911 response and transport. Since most places don't have a concentration of crashes, thank God, so the aim for this project is to reduce the use of lights and sirens for 911 EMS responses to 70% or more of the responses without lights and siren, and transports to 95% or more with no lights or siren. Now, these measures may sound a little bit odd to you. The National EMS Quality Alliance has their measures so that as things go up, they improve. So a higher percentage of cases without lights and sirens is an improvement. So that's the reason these measures are written the way they are. So the next question is, how will we know that change is an improvement? And we do use the NEMSQA Safety 1 and Safety 02 measures, one for response and one for transport. We are also tracking the number of crashes and systems as part of this project. So the third question in the model for improvement is, what changes can we make that will result in improvement? These are your change ideas and your change theories. So some of the change theories that we are testing across the country as part of this, this collaborative includes putting the use of lights and sirens into your protocols the same way you would put medications into protocols. So most EMS systems have protocols and guidelines for the use of medications like droperidol, Narcan, oxygen, Levophed, whatever it happens to be. And it's interesting that most of them don't address the use of lights and sirens as if it were a medical intervention. So one of the change ideas we've suggested is to add the use of lights and sirens into the protocols, whether it's a standalone separate protocol for the use of lights and sirens, or is built in to all of the other protocols for consideration, depending on how your systems use it. Another one of the change ideas is to change your dispatch protocols. Many of our systems are using the medical priority dispatch system and guidelines, which kind of describes or prescribes the questions that call takers ask when somebody calls 911. But the system gets to decide how they're going to respond, whether it's a hot response or a cold response. So changing those and making those explicit is another one of our change ideas. Third change idea in this process, is to go out and talk with your stakeholders. So the people who work in your system, obviously your employees are important. If you're in a transport and a first response system, you want to make sure that your colleagues from the other service are checked in with about their ideas around this. You want to do the political rounds and see about your city council or your county board of supervisors, or if you're in Texas, your county judge, your mayors, those folks, how they feel about it. You also want to check in with your neighborhood groups, because you can easily see a bad headline coming from a local neighborhood group that's upset that the EMS folks are no longer using lights and siren coming to our neighborhood anymore. Maybe they don't care about us enough, where it's actually designed to improve safety. So once you have your change ideas, then you use this plan, do, study, act cycle to test the changes. This is a core engine of improvement science. It's how learning occurs. And so you do these small tests of change. So the first step is you plan your test of change, and as part of your plan, you want to figure out where you're going to do the test, who's going to be involved, how long you're going to run it for, what data you're going to collect. But you also want to make a prediction about what you think is going to happen. And then you go ahead and conduct the test and gather data about the measures you intended to do and any just kind of qualitative aspect of what you've learned through the process. And then in the study phase, you compare the results of your little test with your predictions. And based on the learning that you have extracted from this, in the act phase, you decide this is really a good change idea. We're going to adopt this and move it to a bigger cycle of change and do more of it. Or this is something we need to adapt and change and modify a little bit before we do our next round. Or this idea actually sucks. We should abandon it and never do this again. So in improvement science, we basically do a series of these small tests of change. And in the improvement science world, we call it building a degree of belief, where you try something on a really small level and then expand it before you get to system-wide implementation. I will tell you, EMS has a history of going from interesting idea straight to implementation without any testing process in between. That is how we got mass pants and build-a-boards and esophageal gastric tube airways, for those of you that are old enough to remember those. It's a process that we could do a lot better at, and this is the framework that we strongly recommend for making improvements of all kinds, including in the improvements in the safety around use of lights and siren. So just to kind of wrap up, from improvement science, we think of improvement science as involving 4 lenses. So the first one is really to appreciate the system and understand all parts of the system that you're trying to manage. So, for example, one of the EMS systems I mentioned earlier, where they do 80% of their transports, lights and siren, they have hallway waiting time at their emergency department that is sometimes up to 4 hours. So they're running hot to the hospital to wait on the wall to move the patient over. The reason they run hot is because they want to get their vehicles back in service faster. This doesn't actually make a lot of sense when you think about it through a systems perspective. The next part of the model for improvement and understanding improvement science is understanding variation. And all processes have variation built into them. Your blood pressure, as you're watching this video right now, is not the same as the blood pressure you had when you woke up this morning. And we track variation and performance over time charts using run charts or control charts that let you know whether or not you've made improvement. This is a sample of 4 of our systems that have made meaningful improvement, as you can see on their run charts here. The next one is the theory of knowledge, and the theory of knowledge is the how organizations and systems learn, and this is the plan, do, study, act cycle that we've just described, and building a degree of belief. And the last in this 4 lenses of improvement science is psychology, and one of my favorite statisticians in the improvement science world, Davis Balistracci, frequently likes to say that all this improvement would be easy if there were no people involved. And so, since people are involved in almost all healthcare-related improvement science, you've got to take their perspectives and their psychology into account as you do the work. And famed educator Roy Z.M. Blitzer used to say, the only person that likes change is a wet baby. And many providers in your system react to changes the same way this gazelle is reacting to being chased by a lion. They have a full-on sympathetic nervous system response where they get stressed out, and increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, tunnel vision. They don't make rational decisions. They don't think clearly. So if your change ideas cause this kind of reaction in your team, allowing them to share their concerns, processing things so that they can dial down their reaction and be able to think rationally. And that can allow you to produce results similar to what our colleague Brian Wilson, Dr. Brian Wilson, produced in his system in Pennsylvania. So this is kind of the opposite of the NEMSQA measure. So this is decreasing their lights and siren response. They went from just under 40% to 25%, and took their transport rate down from 6% to just over 1% over the course of a little better than a year and a half. So I'm really grateful for your listening to this presentation, and I hope that you take some of this information and go out and improve something. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks, both of you. And I see we have both Jeff and Mike live for some Q&A.
Yeah.
And, great to have you here.
It's good to be here.
Absolutely. It's good to see you, Mike.
A couple people asked about Jeff's email, so we stuck that up on the screen so people can see it. So I think that means you're going to get some emails, Jeff.
I love them.
One of the attendee questions was, what's your thought about the caliber of training that people get, and is there some need to address educational programs that people are coming out of so that they're not coming out with this Wild West attitude of run code 3 to everything?
So I'll tell you what, I'll give you my thoughts on it, and then I'm really interested in hearing what other Mike has to say. So my thought is that from an educational standpoint, we really haven't done much to address this issue. What we've been talking about the science behind this, certainly about the science of improvement, has not been part of our educational curriculum to any great extent. And I think it should be. So yes, from that standpoint, I do think we should address it. In a larger point, though, I think our curricula in general needs to perhaps do a better job of putting continuing into continuing education rather than just rehashing the same thing over and over and over again. And to Registry's credit, they're certainly trying to do that as they're looking at do we incorporate reading lists of certain articles into the continuing education aspect. So perhaps one of the articles would be something on the issues about red lights and sirens.
And I agree with everything that Jeff has said. I want to highlight that kind of implicit in the question is that the responsibility for transforming this depends on individual providers. And that's kind of a 1970s view of quality improvement. When you stand back and look at systems and processes, education is one component. Protocols for dispatch protocols, protocols for clinical protocols, as Dr. Jarvis so eloquently described in his session. Those kind of systematic changes are more likely to result in more significant improvement than kind of changing the knowledge and skills of individual providers. So it's not an either or, it's a both and conversation, but I just don't want to, kind of go back to that old mental model of if we just fix the providers, everything in EMS would be great.
Yeah, and Mike, I can't agree with you more about that. That's such an incredible point. Some of you may know that I'm very focused on improving airway management, and I learned this lesson the hard way because I very much have always thought that education is the path out of any box that you find yourself in. And that's how I approach things. I wanted to be a better paramedic, so I just learned more. I tried to apply that model to systems improvement, and it was, let's just say, spectacularly unsuccessful. And what I found I needed to do is change the system. Nobody shows up to work at the beginning of the day saying, you know what, I want to do a crappy job. It's that the system lets them down. So Mike, I can't agree with you more. Really important. This is something that we have to deal with from both an individual education standpoint, but particularly a system standpoint.
You started out talking about data that came from NEMSIS, and I guess one of the interesting things that I've learned in this process is that we are very readily able to get data on response. We have trouble getting data on how people go to the hospital because there's a stigma out there with a number of PCR vendors that says we don't really want to record a routine roll into the hospital because that's going to affect your ability to bill. And not true, but there's that stigma out there. And as a consequence, there are a number of services that don't use that NEMSIS field. And I think the data is the important part of this, is if you're trying to make an improvement, you got to be able to measure something to begin with.
Mike, do you mind if I nerd out just a little bit about that, about the specific stuff? Mics, I'm going to have to say. I'm going to just have to start putting an S on the mic there. So when you look at specific response data elements, I think the thing that is giving some confusion is actually about the response to the scene. There is a field called that basically the values are emergency, non-emergency. And the implication there, and I think this is a lot like in the hospital world, the general thing that everybody knows is JCAHO says the doctors can't have coffee by their desk. JCAHO never said that. And it is sometimes regulations like that, and sometimes things that everybody knows to be true never were true and just took on a life of their own. Billing doesn't have to say emergency or non-emergency, but now because everybody knows it does, everybody puts that emergency button. And the challenge is that there is that response mode, and then there is also a field called response mode descriptors that discusses no lights and sirens, lights, no lights and sirens, Opticon, those other issues. And what we're trying to do is separate those concepts out. So the NEMSIS fields for response to the hospital are reasonably straightforward. This thing to the scene is really a challenge. And a lot of the vendors have tried to make our life easy, which I very much appreciate because I fill these PCRs out like everybody else does. And in doing so, they took a fuzzy concept because it's not clear in NEMSIS and made it a bit fuzzier. And then you add in CAD priority that you import from CAD, and it gets, I would say, fuzzier still. The one thing that I'll say about this is we have a tendency, all of us, because humans are intrinsically cynical, is to say, well, that data is garbage, therefore I'm not going to pay any attention to it. And in the improvement world, when we talk about needing to measure something, we can't wait for the data we use for measurement to be perfect because it's never going to be perfect. We have to measure the data we have, not the data that we want. And a big part of improvement is realizing where your data is not good and then improving the data also. Sorry for the nerd break there.
No worries. I just circling back to this question around billing. There's there's confusion because there's, you know, data that gets entered at the beginning here. I can't, does weird things in the faded background here. There's data that gets encoded at the beginning in the CAD records and in the electronic medical record area. And then on the back end, if you're billing for services, there's a coding of the chart for billing, you know, that is ALS emergency, ALS non-emergency, BLS emergency, BLS non-emergency, and there are different reimbursement rates associated with each of those codes. And for places that are not sophisticated, they have maybe made a shortcut and said, you know, whatever they've confabulated lights and sirens or no lights and sirens with emergency and non-emergency for their coders. And they've given their coders instructions. If they went lights and siren, then they get coded as an emergency. And if they didn't go, you code it as a non-emergency, which has huge financial implications for EMS organizations. So decoupling those two things is the first strategy. The coders need to be trained on how to do things, and the systems and processes need to be done in such a way that they reflect accurately what Medicare reimburses for, and that should be not associated with the use of lights and siren or not. Does that distinction make sense?
Absolutely. One of the things that we hear a good deal at a time is that the environment that you practice in has a big effect on use of lights and sirens. And you'll hear people say, I work in New York City or I work in Los Angeles, I have to use lights and sirens. How do you respond to that?
So I have a thought, and this is where, you know, a well-educated, thoughtful frontline provider can make a huge distinction and difference. So, you know, if you've got a patient that you're caring for that needs a time-dependent intervention, they need to have a wire poke through the clot in their anterior descending coronary artery to restore flow, or get their wrist poked to go get the clot out of their brain, whatever those kinds of things happen to be. And you're stuck in the kind of traffic. I've run calls in Los Angeles and New York City and Chicago and places like that, where you can be in traffic that'll take you an hour and a half to go 6 blocks because the traffic is so dense. So that's a different risk profile for using lights and siren than doing 100 miles an hour on a wide open interstate or blowing through intersections at 45 miles an hour. So using lights and sirens to part the sea to make what would be a 2-hour transport, a 20-minute transport, is a very different way to think about an intervention than the kind of the high-speed stuff that it poses higher risk. So having both education and guidelines that allow for the thoughtful, reasonable decision making by well-educated frontline providers makes good sense to me.
Yeah, I think there is if you look at the data includes urban and rural providers, and that's all included in that average 3 to 4 minute time saving. But there are clearly differences in rural areas. In Dallas, in Houston, we build our roads massively wide. We have these things called hurricanes in Houston, so we have to create these extra lanes of traffic. Lights and sirens in a densely packed, say, 610 bypass in Houston, people have room to move. Whether they move or not is a different question, but there is some room. When I was a medic in New York driving lights and sirens, people just looked at me like, where do you want me to go? There's no room to go. And again, that's one of those things that I don't think you can write from a national policy. And I think that's where you have to look at each individual area and look at the situations, exactly like Mike was talking about. Turns out to do this job, we got to think.
Yeah, and that's my last question for you guys. Is we have about a minute or so left. In the Nova Scotia system, where they've dropped their use of lights and sirens to the scene and transport ridiculously low. I mean, it's somewhere 5 or 10%. They use a good deal of provider discretion. So how do you see that being part of the solution here?
I'll give you my answer, and then I'm really interested. Mike and I have had this conversation over some adult beverages a few times. I was not a big fan, and honestly, Dr. Kupas convinced me, changed my mind. And if you look at that language we put into our protocols, we give our medics the discretion to change up or down code the response based on call notes and other information that they have. And it's always been provider discretion on transport to the hospital. I don't see any other way to do that.
And I originally came to this conversation a little more hard-lined of, you don't leave it to provider discretion as to whether or not you're going to give a patient droperidol. You make it pretty clear in your protocol whether you're going to do that or not. But the reality is the administration of droperidol has a more finite set of inclusion criteria to it than the use of licensed sirens may. So I have come over to the Jeff and Doug side and talked about and decided that provider discretion is an important component, and like everything else we do, you want providers that really know how to think critically and be able to evaluate risks and benefits to make the best decision that they can for their patient in the moment they're dealing with.
Great. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for taking time to do this presentation today. I know that there's a lot of good information that's going to come out of this project, and we'll be able to share that with the rest of the world. It sounds like 20 years ago, I don't think you would have gotten 10 people to participate in this, and you got more than you were bargaining for in the beginning here. So times have certainly changed, and I look forward to the outcome of the study.
Chief, thanks for having us, Mike. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to have a quick word from our sponsor, PulsePoint.
Okay, is he awake and unresponsive, or is he unconscious?
You don't feel a pulse?
I was off duty, sitting on the couch, eating some chocolate ice cream, and my phone goes off, and it's a very, very unfamiliar sound. It's CPR is needed. You see the address. It's just around the corner.
He's not breathing. He's not breathing.
We are going to start CPR. I need you to get him flat on his back on the ground.
PulsePoint Verified Responder allows us to leverage the talent of our people while they're off duty and bring those talents to somebody that is truly in crisis.
Turn the corner, no lights, no sirens. Like, I'm going to be first on.
Is he still doing the chest?
Firefighter, and it just came in.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll let you go. Okay.
It's hard to contemplate what might have happened because your intervention was critical in saving my life.
When you truly save a life, it's an amazing thing. But when it happens to your neighbor, it becomes very personal. It's unbelievably rewarding.
So thanks to PulsePoint and our many other sponsors for today. And thank you for joining us for this morning's outstanding speakers. We're going to take a brief break so that people have some time to grab some lunch. And I guess if you're on the left coast, maybe you're grabbing some breakfast. But if you could join us back here in about 55 minutes, we'll reconvene around 25 minutes after 1 in Eastern time. So a 55-minute break. Thank you. ready to dive into this afternoon's topics. I wanted just to mention that Jeff Jarvis had sent me a note for some folks who were inquiring about some reading regarding improvement. And there's a book he recommends called The Improvement Guide that is written by Gerald Langley, Langley, and Gerald with a G. So The Improvement Guide by Gerald Langley is some recommended reading from Jeff Jarvis. This afternoon, we have three great talks. The first is The Power and Pitfalls of Leadership. And our speaker is Steve Marcer. And Steve is a 35-year veteran of fire and EMS services, the last 32 of which have been with the FDNY. And he currently holds the rank of battalion chief in FDNY. He formerly is a chief and commissioner of the Belmore, New York Volunteer Fire Department, has done a great deal of research and publication, has won a couple of national outstanding research awards from FEMA, and is a advisory board member for fire engineering and FDIC, proud member of our health and safety and survival section of the IAFC. And I'd like to present him to talk about power and pitfalls of leadership. One of the things that got a lot of accolades is when he did presentations on leadership at the EMS conference that was run by GEMS a few years ago, and got incredibly strong accolades for his presentations on leadership strategies and tactics. And I think you'll enjoy his presentation today. So without further ado, I will bring you Steve Marcer.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the IAFC Fire Rescue Med 2022, and specifically the powers and pitfalls of EMS leadership. My name's Steve Marcer, and although this is a pre-recorded presentation, I'd like each of you to take out a piece of paper and a pen, because at the end, we'll have a live chat where we can answer some of your questions or concerns. So please just jot them down as we move along. Thank you. Now, getting into it, just to introduce myself, I've been in the fire and rescue services for over 35 years. And in that time, I've spent 33 of those years in some sort of leadership or management position. Now, this presentation is not about me, it's about you. But in those 35 years, I've worked with some very good officers and leaders and managers, and some that weren't so good. I've had a lot of formal training, I've made some big mistakes, but I've also had some huge successes. And that's what I'm here to share with you in a realistic, boots on the ground, learning from the back step of a fire truck or the patient compartment of an ambulance, how to be a better leader, a better manager, and for you to be successful in the future. So let's get into it. The first thing we're going to talk about is what are the roles of an officer, both in a leadership and management position. And I'll throw it out there right up front that there are times you need to be both a manager and a leader. We'll talk about some of the effective traits that make a successful leader, a successful manager. We'll have a short discussion on what the difference is between a leader and a manager. And then we'll talk about some communication skills that you can use to have in your back pocket to handle some of the situations that you'll come across. And at the end, we'll spend a little bit of time going through some scenarios that are realistic, things that have happened in the firehouse, in the EMS station that officers had to put up with and try and handle. So the first thing I'd like you to think about is, what position are you in? Since I can't ask and you can't answer me, are you a current officer? Are you somebody that's been voted in as an officer and haven't taken office yet? Or are you a chief level? At the chief position, there are bigger things they're looking at, trying to look at the bigger picture, but they're not exclusively different. The things that come up aren't really different for an officer or a chief, depending on the ranking and how your department is set up or agency. And how many of you have worked under an officer? Should be everybody. No matter what position you're in, we all have bosses. And we got to keep that in mind because we do have to please them as well. Well, what I'd like you to do is take a second, Close your eyes if you want to. But I'd like you to think about the best officer that you've ever worked with. And I bet you right away, somebody comes to mind. Somebody who you respect, somebody who you'd like to lead, someone you'd like to follow and emulate in the future. And then at the same time, think about the worst officer you ever had. That one probably came to you a little quicker. Now, why didn't you like them? Was it a personality conflict where you just didn't get along with them? Or was it things that they did or how they presented themselves, how they carried themselves that you really didn't like as an officer, right? Or in some cases, maybe they were simply incompetent. All right, now we're just going to go through a couple questions. If we were doing this live, it would be a quiz. You'd be able to shout out the answers, but I want you to think about them. And if you want to write them down, that's fine. So you have to fill in the blanks. The first question is, who is a person that enforces the rules in a sporting event? What are they known as? A person who enforces the rules in a sporting event. Are they a clown, a blind person, sometimes, a monkey, or how about a referee, an umpire, depending on what sport you like. So if you got that one right, good job. The next one, male and female parents of a child are known as a dog and kitten, rooster and a hen, a banker or a bank robber, or if you said mother and father, you probably got it. You got it right. Now, what's funny about this is if you look at the bottom right corner where it says, give a man a gun and he can rob a bank. And then it says, teach a man to be a banker and he can rob forever. Banks and insurance companies, not our friends. Okay, the next question on our quiz. A mark to shoot at, as in the bullseye on a dartboard, is known as what? A mark to shoot at as a bullseye on a dartboard is known as the what? Walmart? Macy's? I see where we're going here. Maybe you picked it out. Kohl's? If you said Target, you got it right, but probably not what you were thinking of. Okay? A mark to shoot at is known as a target. One who's blamed for the mistakes of others. A UFO, a scalper, a black sheep, or if you got this one right, a scapegoat. And remember that if it's a scapegoat, the person who gets blamed for the mistakes of others, that could certainly be you as an officer. The next one who encourages others to do their best is known as blank. Someone who encourages others to do their best. A dishwasher, a vigilante, a villain, or a cheerleader. Most of the time, people don't get this one right, but somebody who encourages the others to do their best. Some of you might have thought of the word mentor, a leader, a manager, an officer, but a cheerleader. That was the correct answer. The next one who cares for children during the short absence of the parents is known as blank. Someone who cares for children in the absence of the parents is known as blank. A mechanic? Probably not. A witch? Hopefully not. An ice cream man? Hopefully not. Or a babysitter. If you got a babysitter, you nailed it. So there would be other questions that we would go through if this was a live presentation, but so think about some of these words that we've already came up with. A referee, clergy, mother, father, target, scapegoat, punching bag, therapist, cheerleader, babysitter, and a quarterback as the person who calls the plays on the offense on a football team. So what do all these words or traits have in common? A referee, clergy, mother, father, target, scapegoat, punching bag therapist, cheerleader, babysit, or quarterback. You guessed it, a fire or EMS officer. And on the bottom of this slide, there's some other things that you need to be. One of them is a student. Don't ever stop learning in this profession. As most of you know, this profession, whether it's the fire or EMS side, has a way of humbling us And if you haven't been humbled, I guarantee that it's coming. You have to be a student of your trade. In the EMS side, we have to refresh our certifications every so often, every 3 to 5 years, depending on how your system is set up. But we have to be a student. We have to study. We have to keep up because our protocols change. They get updated every so often. So we are pretty good at being students. But you also have to look at fire engineering, fire rescue, GEMS. You have to take out periodicals, go on YouTube, watch podcasts, stay up on the current trends that are going on around you that affect you every single day. And it's also going to affect your people. On the bottom, it also says being a role model, a mentor, a planner, a motivator, decision maker, and friend and instructor. And the friends and instructor are a lot of things, a lot of times we forget about as leaders and managers. And I'll share with you that after September 11th, when I was going to all the wakes, funerals, and memorial service for the 343 firefighters that were murdered that day, I lost 12 people that I worked with on that day. And when I went to their memorial services and funerals and things, their friends and family would get up and tell stories about them. And I would be like, man, how did I not know that about them? And I worked with them for 12 years, side by side, and living with them in the fire station, in a firehouse, I should say. But how did I not know these things about them? So I swore that that would never happen again. So now I spend time and I talk to the people who I work with and who work for me. And I talk to them, what do you do on your days off? What do you like to do? What excites you? Not about the job, but about the things when you're off duty. What is your family life like, right? I want to know that because I want to also have a human connection with them. And that's very, very important if you want to be successful as an officer. Now we're going to spend a few minutes and we're going to go through some common traits that are successful in the leadership position. And whether you're at the bottom of the triangle or the top of the pyramid, these successful traits are going to work. The first thing is be consistent. Even if you're an idiot, be a consistent idiot, right? You may have worked, if you think about it, you may have worked with an officer or a boss who had like split personalities. They would come in the morning and you'd be like, hi, and you'd have to wait to see which one showed up for work that day. Was it the nice one, the mean one? And they were very, very difficult to deal with. And even worse, it's one thing if they change from day to day, but if they change hour to hour or worse, minute to minute, they're very, very difficult to deal with. However, if they come into work and they're miserable all the time, they're just, not a happy person, right? That doesn't mean that they're not a good officer or not a good leader. It's just their personality. But if they're consistent, you know how to deal with them. So it's hard to look in the mirror and look at yourselves and try and figure out what kind of person am I? But it's important. How do other people look at you? And be careful what you ask for. You should ask some of your friends and even people who maybe you're not friendly with, but how do you think I am as an officer, a manager, a leader? And let them give you feedback because if they're truthful, that's going to help you. And the key here is be consistent, right? I have a brother. I'm the baby of 6 people in my family. And one of my brothers is like Eeyore the donkey. He's miserable all the time. Hey, how's life? It sucks. What's going on? Same old shit. He's exactly the opposite of me. I always look at life like it's good. The glass is always half full. It could always be worse. I'm a very positive person. Now, both of us are easy to deal with because we're consistent, right? I know that when I call him, that's how he's going to be. So I know how to deal with it. So all I'm saying here is you have to be consistent. But to be consistent, you have to be truthful about how you are and how do you present to other people. Being knowledgeable, we talked about that, being a student of our trade. Be humble, we already talked about that, because if you're not humble, something's going to come back and bite you in the butt very, very soon. And if you haven't been humbled in this line of work, it's coming. There's always going to be a time where you start feeling really good about yourself. You're very comfortable in your own skin, in your position, whatever it is. And then you're going to go to a call where you don't know how to handle it, maybe something you've never come across before, and you do your best, you stumble through it. We go back, we critique it, we talk about it, we think about it, and hopefully we're better at it the next time that it happens. That's being humble, and it really pays off to the people that work for you and around you. Being realistic, we'll talk more about that. Being highly motivated, dedicated to what you do, and highly motivated in the way you do it. We'll talk about the difference between leadership and management, and I'll talk about that in a second, and having empathy and sympathy. And I want you to think about that for a second. And what is the difference? Empathy, when you empathize with somebody, you know what they're going through. And you have to be careful about that, because if you're talking to a parent of a patient or something like that, and you say, hey, listen, I know what you're going through. This is tough. They're like, oh, really? Did your 5-year-old just get hit by a school bus? No, that's never really happened to me. So right away, you lose your credibility. So you have to be careful with empathy. Certainly, if you're going through what your patient's going through, then yes, say it. But if you haven't, then you're probably going to have sympathy, where you feel sorry for them, but you can't really, you've never been in that position, so you can't really say exactly what it is they're going through, because everybody handles things differently. But empathy and sympathy both have a place in the officer position, but you just have to be careful on how you use them. And then be approachable. You probably heard officers or chiefs in your organizations say something like, oh, I have an open door policy. Well, what exactly does that mean? An open door policy usually means that you can contact me anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that's a good policy. However, there are times as an officer where that door has to be closed. There are going to be times where you have to handle something where you don't want to be interrupted, and that door is closed. And your people have to know that if the door is closed, they better knock first before they come running in, right? And you may have to get back to them. Maybe that isn't a good time for you to speak with somebody, especially if you're handling an issue that needs to be handled right away. So it's okay to be approachable, but there are times where you're going to have to get back to people, and don't be afraid to tell them that. I like this slide because most people, when I ask them what's the golden rule, in general, most people get it. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat your patients the same way you treat your own child or your parents. And that's a good rule of thumb. However, to live the golden rule and helping other people the way you want to be helped, or treat people the way you want to be treated, there's a few things that you have to know. The first thing, some of the things you should do to live out the golden rule, is know the rules. The SOPs, SOGs, your protocol, whatever you have in your department, the rules and regulations. You have to know the rules, at least be familiar with them. Know where to go to look something up. You don't have to have them all memorized, but you should know exactly where to go in case somebody comes up with a question that you don't know the answer to. Be respectful. There's something called the ladder rung rule. As you're climbing the ladder of success, you better be careful of the hands that you step on the way up the ladder, because someday they may be attached to the ass you have to kiss on the way down. And especially that comes into play in volunteer organizations. In a volunteer organization where you're the head muckety-muck one day, the chief of department or the chief of the agency, and then once you're out of office, you go back to being the firefighter or the EMT. Well, you better be careful, because when you were in that position as a leader, the people that you made angry or upset with you now may be in a position where they're above you, and that might come back to haunt you. So you do have to keep that in mind, and politics do play a role sometimes in what we do. Be honest with yourself and the people around you. Everybody in your organization, or most people in your organization, have a place. Even if they just show up at meetings and they don't show up on calls, or when they show up on calls, they're not very good at what they do. Everybody has a place. So pick out the individual strengths of the people around you, and then give them jobs to do or help them to become better. Recognize strengths and weaknesses in yourself and others. That's important. Work hard, but find humor in things. Not everything is funny, that's for sure. And there certainly are in our line of work things that are very serious and require no humor at all. But most of the time, if you look at the humorous side of things, it does lighten the load a little bit, gives everything a little bit of perspective, and may help you relax so you can make a decision. Look after property, and don't let your people work with things that are broken. If you allow your people to work with broken equipment, you're telling them that's okay to be broken. That goes for their equipment, the unit, the company, their organization, your agency. Things that are broken need to be repaired and fixed. Don't let them work with broken equipment, and don't let them work as part of a broken organization. Listen to people. Opinions matter. Now, we all know opinions are like some other things. Everybody has one, right? So the thing about opinions is it's okay to listen to people, but just remember, they're not always on your side. Ask opinions. People who've been there and done that before you have a lot to say about what they've learned, both by mistakes and successes. And don't be afraid to use those successes and mistakes of others to help yourself. Some of the things that'll get you in absolute trouble is playing favorites. Don't do it. Because if you play favorites with someone because they're your friend, let's say, and you let them get away with something, well, the next time somebody else gets in trouble, maybe somebody that you don't know or you don't particularly like, and you want to hang them, that you can't do it because they're going to turn around and say, hey, you didn't do that for so-and-so. You can't do it for me. So don't play favorites. And when I was as a volunteer fire chief in my volunteer fire department, I had a chief who was ahead of me as the chief of department when I became the baby chief. And then he re-ran and became the baby chief when I was chief of department. So this person worked above me and below me, and he absolutely played favorites. He helped his friends, and then he tried to get other people in trouble who were in other companies or outside of his sphere of friendships. And that came back to haunt him and me in both of those positions. And unfortunately, I allowed it to happen. So I learned that although I'm angry with him in some cases, I really should be angry at myself because I allowed him to do that. And I allowed him to circumvent the things that I was trying to do, especially when I was chief of department, as he was trying to do things behind my back. And that was unfortunate because I allowed it to happen. Try not to interrupt others. Let them say their piece. Think about what they say for a split second, and then give them an answer. Don't need to be right all the time, because the bottom line is you're not, right? You're not always going to be right. Again, that's part of being humble. Admit when you make mistakes. It's okay. You tell your people it's okay to make mistakes, and we fix it. We move on. Don't ever cover up the truth. Once you lie or allow people to lie or get away with a lie, you're never going to come back from that. The one thing that can get somebody in trouble in almost any organization, both legally and by breaking rules or regulations, is lying. Lying is always bad. Don't allow it to happen, and don't ever do it. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because if you make mistakes, it's part of the growing process, and it'll make you a better officer down the road. Don't waste time, and don't allow people to waste your time. It's very, very important. And don't waste or damage things. Like we said earlier, if something's broken, get it fixed and move on. Some things to be remembered as an officer and a leader is don't take foolish chances. But if you don't take chances at all, nothing would ever be accomplished. It's like risk-taking. In the fire and emergency services, our world, we have to take risks. We wouldn't accomplish anything if we didn't take risks. Risk-taking is good. We do it every time we go to work or answer a call. However, taking unreasonable risk is where the situation gets bad. And people who are allowed to take unreasonable risk and they come out of it okay, are bound to take those same or more unreasonable risks in the future. So we have to call them on it, at least talk to them about it, make them think about it, because it might save their life someday. Trust is essential to success. You don't have to like people, but you have to have trust. And if you don't have trust of the people above you, the people at your same rank, and certainly the people who work under you or for you, if they don't trust you and you don't trust them, you're never going to be successful. So again, you don't have to like each other, but you do have to have trust. And that's key. Relationships and communications matter, and we're going to dive into both of those shortly, but not everybody's on the same page as you. Right now, in your organization, I guarantee there's somebody that doesn't like you. Oh, break my heart. Yes, it's truthful. There is somebody in your organization right this second who doesn't like you. And to be fair, there's probably somebody that you don't like. Some of it's just a personality conflict. Somebody walks into a room, you look at them and you say, I like that person. Or, you know what? I don't think I like that person. You haven't even talked to them. It was just their mannerisms, their look. There's something you don't like about them. In seconds, you made that, you framed an opinion about that person, and you don't know anything about them. Hopefully later on, as you get to talk to them and know them, that you might find out that you were wrong and that first impression was incorrect. But remember, there are people that are out to get you. There are people that are looking for you to fail, maybe because it makes them look better, or they just don't want other people to be successful. Whatever it is, just understand there are people out there that are not on the same team as you, but you need to figure out how to work with them. And you might be able to actually use them to your advantage. Find out why they don't like you. Find out why they're fighting you on all your decisions or policies. And it might give you some insight to yourself. Choose your battles wisely, right? It's not about winning. It's about building consensus. It's about moving the organization forward, making it better than it was before you got there. And that's the key to what we're trying to do. Because to be honest with you, we're all only here for a short time. And we want things to leave things better than it was in the past. That's our goal. And if you keep that in mind, it's very, very important. Don't worry about winning all the time or losing. It's not about that. It's about moving the ball forward in a trajectory that's positive and making yourself and the organization better for the future. It's about consensus, not winning or losing. Celebrate successes of both you and your people. It's great. If they do a good job, don't be afraid to tell them. Some of it, even a routine assignment or a routine task that they complete, it's nice to hear, hey, you know what? You're doing a great job. Every once in a while, everybody needs a pat on the back. Don't be afraid to do it. It'll pay dividends in the end. Also remember that leadership is a choice, not a position. Whether you got promoted, ascended by appointment, however you became or become an officer, remember it's a choice. If you don't like it or you're not doing it, get out, right? If it's a bad time in your life, give the position up, let somebody else come in, and maybe it'll be better for you at a different time in your life. Maybe when you're more mature, maybe when you have more time to put into it for whatever reason. If you're in a position and you can't meet the needs of that position or the responsibilities of that position, just don't be afraid to admit it, step up or step down. That's key. Failure is not final. It's part of the learning process. The same thing by making mistakes. I had a band leader in high school that used to say, hey, if you make a mistake, make it really, really loud. And the thing he was trying to teach was, if you're timid or afraid to make mistakes, you're never going to do anything. If your people are afraid to make mistakes because they keep looking down at their feet every time they make a step, eventually they're going to walk into walls and poles. But if you allow people to look up and get the big picture, looking towards the future, that's how we move forward, and that's how we're successful. Rank has absolute power, responsibility, and accountability, both good and bad. Don't let power go to your head, and watch out for things that are known as fear. And fear stands for false expectations that appear real. You may have been either in a position or you've seen these people come in, the lowest level of management, whether it's a sergeant, a lieutenant in your organization. When the new officers come in, they're full of vim and vigor, right? They're going to change the world. They want to make things better. They have all these great ideas. And most of the people who've been around all the time say, we've tried that before, and we smack them down right away. Don't be so quick to smack them down, right? Let them move forward. Let them try their ideas. Because although it's an idea that maybe was unsuccessful in the past, well, if they know why it was unsuccessful, maybe they'll have a different way of looking at it or a better way of approaching it to make it successful. Just the top quote here is pretty awesome, I think. The art of leadership is getting someone else to do something that you want done because they want to do it. Think about that. Getting people to do things that you want done because they want to do it. Either they want to do it for you out of respect, or they want to do it because it's the right thing to do, or a good thing to do, or it's something that's going to help them down the road. Very, very important. this is an exercise, if we were a live class, that we would do. The big thing between a leader and a manager, and we already said, you need to be both in this line of work in the emergency services world, whether it's fire, EMS, or a combination of the two. There are times where you need to be a leader, times where you need to be a manager. And the big difference between the two is a leader leads people, right? If you lead people and you manage things, you manage equipment, you manage meetings, you manage the day-to-day runnings of an organization, but you lead the people who work for you. And by leading them, you go first, you set the example. Some traits that equate to leadership and management skills, right? Even though we said they're different, they have to be added together to make you a good officer in whatever position you're in, regardless of the type of the organization. So leaders innovate, they develop policies and procedures, they inspire people, they build trust among people, they ask what has to be done and why, they challenge the status quo and let's make things better than they were in the past. And the big thing is leaders do things right. Oh, I'm sorry, leaders do the right thing, excuse me, as opposed to manager who do things right. They check off the box. They're administrators. They maintain things the way they are. They like control, and hopefully they're organized about it. They ask, how does something have to be done, and when does it have to be done? They accept the status quo because they follow the rules and regulations. These are the things that have to be done. We do them, we check the box, and we move on, okay? So managers do things right, where leaders do the right thing. And both have to be, both of these traits you have to be successful in your organization and your leadership. We already talked about being trustworthy and being honest with your people, building the teams, open communications, both at all levels of the organizational chart. Be a problem solver, try and look ahead. If you can look ahead and predict what's going to happen, or at least see the things that are going to need attention, that'll help rather than bubbling to the surface and you being surprised about it. It's still going to happen, but you might be able to overcome that if you can look ahead and maybe see some of those things coming. You're not going to be able to see everything. Positive leader attributes, having strong values for yourself and the organization, both on duty and off duty. Being competent in your skills and your abilities. We already talked about having a sense of humor and being accessible and approachable. You have vision, take action, self-sacrificing, put yourself last, always put your people first. Always put their safety, their security ahead of your own. We talked about taking ownership in your company, working towards consensus, and making things better for the future. Living out the values, missions, and goals of your organization. We talked about it. If it's a bad time, you either step up or step down. If it's a bad time or you're not, you can't meet the responsibilities of the position, get out of the way and let somebody else come in. Maybe you can do it again in the future, and people will look up to you for that. Real leaders love what they do. They love going to work. They can't wait for that next call. They can't wait to accomplish things. They can't wait to take on a challenge. Even though sometimes it's uncomfortable, they're willing to take on the tough jobs because they know that let's get it done and move on. And they have a passion for what they do. And I would say most of you probably love what you do. Most of you have a passion for it. And that's why you're here. That's why you're listening to the Fire Rescue Med presentations, because you're willing to learn about what you do. Great leaders don't complain. They never complain down the chain of command. It's okay to complain or have issues along the chain of command and above you, but never complain down the chain of command. And by the way, the difference between a complainer and a whiner is if you don't like a policy or procedure, you should go to whoever made that policy or procedure with two suggestions on how to make it better. So don't just go to somebody and say, hey, that policy and procedure doesn't make sense. Go there with two options to make it better. Because if you don't go with those two options, you're a complainer, you're a whiner. And the best way to deal with somebody like that who comes to you and complains is just say, well, do you have any options? Do you have any ideas of how to make it better? And if they don't, tell them, well, I'll tell you what, you go back, think about 2 different ways of making that better or changing it, and then come back to me. And what's going to happen? A, they're not going to come back. Or B, they're going to come back with a couple solutions, maybe that you didn't think about, right? So you can have your people help you. If not, they're just a whiner, they're a complainer, send them away. But send them away and tell them to come back with 2 solutions to that problem. Make them want to make it better. If they don't, they're just a complainer. We already talked, don't complain down the chain of command, because you're telling your people that it's okay to complain. Small minds talk about people, whether you're in an ambulance, a fire truck, or at a kitchen table in a firehouse or an EMS station. Small minds talk about people. Don't fall into that trap. Average minds talk about the news, events that are going on in the world. But great minds talk about ideas and the future and how to make things better. And just remember, everybody gets their turn in the barrel. Everybody makes mistakes. And everybody is going to be in a position where everybody's looking at you. And the good news is it's just a matter of time before somebody else takes over that position, either by making a mistake or something. Just remember, when it's your turn in the barrel, take it like an adult, be a true leader, a leader, a manager, take it on the chin, learn from the mistakes, and move on. Great leaders bring people together. They bridge the gap between management and labor, especially in union or paid career positions. Get away from that us versus them mentality, especially in the volunteer fire service, where the members blame the chiefs blame commissioners or trustees. Don't fall into that trap. Think about the big picture. Keep your eye on the prize. You've probably been mentored by somebody, and you should be mentoring the people that are coming up in your organization. Teach people below you how to do your job. Don't be afraid to show them what you do, the difficulties that you have in doing your job, and make it easier for them to step up into your position, so that when you leave or you get promoted, you're teaching them how to come into that position. Very, very important. Mentoring empowers people. It boosts their confidence. You allow them to work with others or come up with solutions to some of the issues that you're facing, and it makes them feel like they're really part of the organization. It also leads to success, satisfaction, and success and satisfaction is an absolute way of keeping people, retaining good people in your organization and not losing them to outside influences. If you're a messy person, you're not hopeless, right? If this is you, right, getting organized is pretty simple, right? We'll talk about that in 2 seconds. But organization is what you do before you do something, so that when you finally do it, it comes out okay. That sounds crazy, right? So when you're managing things, try not to take a wild ass guess at it. Take a scientific wild ass guess. Break down the options into bite-sized pieces, just like a multiple choice test on your EMT exams. If you can knock out 2 of the questions, you get it down to 2 choices, a good choice and the best choice, but you have to figure out which is which. Well, scientifically now, you have if you knock it down to 2 choices, you have the 50-50 chance of getting it right. But if you only had 4 choices and just guessed at it, you only have a 25% chance of getting it right. So come up with some options. You're probably not facing anything new. This is where going to people who've been there before you in the past and asking them, hey, has this ever happened in our company or department in the past? You might be surprised, like, oh yeah, 10 years ago, we had that same issue. This is how we dealt with it. Whether it was good or bad, it might give you some ideas of how to deal with it now. Some managing tools, make lists and notes. If you're not an organized person, at the start of your tour or your shift, just make a note. What are the things that I have to do today, right? You can also come up with short-term goals, maybe for that day, that tour, that morning. Then longer-term goals or mid-term goals, things that you need to get done that day, that week. And you can have long-term goals, especially the higher up in the organization you get. Things that you need to get done next month, next year, or in the future for your organization. And then try and come up with a plan of how to achieve it. The good news is, I love this sign. If plan A doesn't work, There's 25 other letters in the alphabet. Have a plan C and a plan D, right? At least have options that if it doesn't work out to your advantage, you have another way of getting through it. Now, let's prioritize what's important. And if you're fading out on this recording, please fade back in. This is very, very important, and please write this down. This is how you prioritize your day as the phone rings, as people come in, as you're responding to emergencies and have to go back and pick up where you left off. This is very, very important. The first rule is that people come before paper, period. People always come before paper. The second thing is superiors come before subordinates. The people who you work for and you have to answer to should come above the people who are working for you. Outsiders before insiders. Members of the public should come before insiders. And the only exception to that rule is if an insider has a pressing problem, they come first, right? So you take somebody from the public, you're dealing with a problem or an issue that one of your members has, just have that person sit down, let them acknowledge their presence, let them know a time frame of when you'll be with them. Maybe it's better to ask them to come back, but if an insider has a pressing issue, they should come first before an outsider. But generally speaking, outsiders come before insiders. When it comes to problem solving, there's three things you and your organization can do. You can ignore it, which just means it's never going to go away. You can handle it well, or you can handle it poorly. And if you handle it poorly, everybody's going to let you know about it. If you handle it well, you're never going to hear about it. So the good news is handling it is key. If you handle a problem, even if you make, a bad decision, let's say, at least you're making a decision. You stop the clock. You stop people from talking about it. You made a decision. Now you can gather information, you can do some investigative work, and you might find out later on that there were facts that you didn't know about. Well, now, instead of now making a decision and letting everybody boil over it, now you just update your decision. And by the way, don't use the word change. We update our decisions. We don't change things because nobody likes change. So you can update your decision. Now I gathered more information. Now I realized that the decision I made wasn't necessarily correct. So I'm going to update my decision. And people will respect you for it. But if you didn't handle it, you're going to allow it to go on and on and on and grow. Ignoring it, putting it off, or taking no action, in most cases, is the wrong way to deal with issues. When it comes to disciplinary actions, there's formal and informal ways of handling it. Talking to a person, giving them a verbal warning, mentoring them so they don't make the same mistake again in the future is good. If that doesn't work, you may have to put something in writing, and it could just be simply, hey, we talked about this. This is what you need to do to improve. I'd like you to do this, 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 and this by this date. We both sign it. It goes in your personnel folder. And in a couple months or whenever that date is, we take it out, we look at it and see how you're doing, right? If that doesn't work, then we might have to get into some formal disciplinary action like fining, money fines, suspension, or possibly termination or expulsion. Again, if you're in those formal steps 4, 5, and 6, formal grievances or formal disciplinary actions, everything has to be put in writing. Everything has to be documented. And remember that. Here's some more objectives for you as a leader. Focus on your objectives. What is it you and the organization are trying to accomplish? SMART objectives, you can look them up, but basically what it means is they have to be specific. This is what we want to accomplish. They have to be measurable. How do we know that we accomplished those goals? They have to be attainable. Be realistic. Is it something we can do or not? We want to be relevant to the organization or to what we're doing, and we want to have a time frame. Does it have to be done in hours, days, weeks, months, or years, right? And this will help you manage obstacles and distractions. It'll keep everybody on track, and you can go back and make sure that it's working out, especially when it's committees. Have them come back every once in a while and let you know how they're doing. And that last one, collaborate with others, that comes with trust and communications. Remember, you're probably not dealing with situations that haven't been dealt with before. Just a little bit about communications, right? Communications, the definition of communications is a two-way process of exchanging ideas and thoughts between two or more people using some form of medium. It could be verbal, in writing, whatever it takes. But it has to be two ways. The sender has to be able to send it. The receiver has to receive it, understand it, and be able to get it back to the sender to make sure that it makes sense and it's understood. Understand there are a lot of things that can come into play that distract that communication or allow for communication failure, even in writing, right? If you've ever sent, an email or a text where somebody took it completely the wrong way, that's because words, even the spoken word can be misconstrued. In writing, you don't have inflection, you don't have body language to help enforce what the words that are being said. You've probably seen this before. What we say only gets about 55% of the message across. The verbal, the words we use, the tone and speech, right, accounts for very little of our communication skills. It's still 55%, but it's not the larger part. The larger part is the tone, nonverbal cues, our body language. That is really what sets the tone of how you're trying to communicate and get your ideas across. So it's not what you say, it's absolutely how you say it and how you present things. All right, we have a few minutes left, and I just would like to go through a couple scenarios with you that have, these are realistic scenarios, real things that have happened, and then we're going to go to a live Q&A where you can hopefully have written some questions down and we can talk about some of these things. Okay, going into the scenarios. The first thing, you have a member who's very lazy, but they're great at emergency scenes. What do you do for that person, right? With that person, sorry, have to stop my clock. All right, the first officer scenario. You have somebody that isn't very good around the firehouse or the EMS station, but they're great out in the field. They're great on calls, but they don't want to cook. They don't want to clean. They don't want to go through the ambulance. They don't want to certainly clean toilets. But out in the field, they're A+, right? They're great at what they do. So how do you deal with someone like that? Think about it for a half a second. The way I would suggest handling this person is find out what they're good at. Maybe use them to teach other people. Maybe use them to mentor other people. And hey, you know what? Okay, you're great in the field. How about you are going to be the one who checks the ambulances, checks the equipment to make sure that everything's there and ready to go for the next time, because you're the one who's good in the field that's going to need this stuff, right? So maybe, all right, we're never going to get them to do the things to build the team, but you know what? If they're good in the field, figure out what they're good at and give them those jobs to do, right? Very important. Number two, you give a direct order to a member who's also a personal friend of yours and they disobeyed, right? This is one of those times where sometimes friends can get us in the biggest trouble. Because they're friends with us, they might put us in a position, either knowingly or not knowingly, not realizing it, that they're putting us in a bad position and everybody's watching how we handle it. And the bottom line is the way to handle that is you don't want to lose your friendships, but if you're in a leadership or management position and your friend isn't doing the right thing, you can talk to them as a friend first. But if that doesn't work, you have to do your job, because if you don't, you're going to end up looking or possibly playing favorites, and that's absolutely going to come back to haunt you in the future. This number three is an interesting one. A father comes into your station or firehouse. One of your members is dating an underage girl, and her father wants you to do something about it. Now, I know some of you are saying right off the bat hey, that's not our problem. But the bottom line is, it is. That father came to your station, knocked on the door, somebody pointed to you as being in charge, and now it is your problem, right? So the way to handle that is sit the father down, get him a drink of water, a cup of coffee, anything they want, make him feel comfortable, find out what the issue is and what they want done about it. And you better take down their name and phone number and tell them you're going to get back to them. Then I'm sure some of you are thinking the next thing you're going to do is talk to the member. Find out, does the member even know that this father doesn't like them? Does the member know that in this scenario that the person they're dating is underage, whatever underage means? And that person has to deal with it. While they're dealing with it, because it is now we know about it, so it is reflective on the organization, that member certainly has to be told that whoever they're dating cannot be in the firehouse, the EMS station. They can't be sitting in the car in the parking lot. They are not to come to any events on or off duty, and they absolutely can't be part, or the organization can't be part of this situation. And then you better call that father back and tell them what you found out and what you did. Now, a lot of times in the past, if you kick this up the chain of command, you do need to kick this up the chain of command, by the way. But if you kick it up the chain of command too early, rather than trying to handle it, it may get to the point where it gets to a legal division or the legal counselor that your agency uses, and they're going to tell you, don't do anything about it, and don't talk to anybody, don't do anything. And now, first of all, you're caught in a position where you didn't do what you said, which was call the father back. And now that situation, if it was handled at the lowest level, it doesn't look like you're covering things up. You looked into it. This is what you found out. This is what you did. Well, now if you go to the legal eagles and they say, oh, you made a mistake. All right, well, you handle it. You handle my mistake. That's what you get paid to do, right? But if you tell me now, don't do anything, don't ever, whatever you do, don't call that guy back, don't admit to anything, don't do anything. And now the legal people are going to look into it, and they're going to, write letters and all this stuff. In the meantime, that father is going to be upset that you didn't call him back, and they're going to think you're covering something up. So again, handle things at the lowest level. Very, very important. And some of these other scenarios are realistic. You have a young officer who's telling older members things to do, and either one of them has an issue with it. Either the officer is worried about telling more senior people what to do, or more senior people who don't want to hear from a younger officer because they've been there, done this, done that. But this person, has a title. I'm not going to listen to them. So you have to deal with that on both sides. Build that officer up to be able to make decisions and take things under their own wing and be a good manager and a good leader. The senior person will probably respect them for it, or go to the senior person and say, hey, listen, you could have been an officer, but you chose not to. So now you have to listen to this person because they're in that position. They are your superior, and you do have to listen to them, right? And then try and bridge that communication, bridge that generation gap, and allow them to have disagreements, but build trust, get them to be able to work together and help each other out. If there's any policies, procedures, or protocols that aren't being followed, make sure you handle them immediately. And if you have somebody that's driving recklessly, or always drives recklessly, they drive a fire truck or the ambulance fast, never taking their foot off the gas, lights and sirens blaring, going through intersections at 40 miles an hour, that has to be handled immediately and stopped immediately, because that's reckless behavior that is going to absolutely lead to an accident someday. And then when they come to you on court, on the stand in court, and say, did you know about this in the past? Again, you can't lie. All right, my friends, thanks for being here. We are going to open this up to a live chat. So please have your questions, have your concerns, have your issues. If you want to talk about stories or issues that you've come up with or you're dealing with now, I'll be happy to give you feedback on it. Once again, thank you for being here. The International Association of Fire Chiefs, thank you for being here. So does Fire Rescue Med 2022, and we hope to see you soon. Please feel free to stick around so we can have a conversation. Thank you. Again, I'm Steve Mosser. Thank you for being here. If you ever want to get a hold of me, my email's back down there on the bottom of the slide, and I'd be happy to share your thoughts, concerns, issues, now and in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for presenting today, Steve. Good to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, thanks for having me, Mike.
Yeah, good to have you here.
Yes, I
So
can.
let me ask you a couple questions from a couple different perspectives. Like, it would be great, I guess, if we all worked for outstanding leaders. And I think that based on how you were presenting this, if you were a really good leader, you'd be developing people underneath you. If you don't work for an outstanding leader, but you see yourself as somebody who wants to move up in the ranks, what are some things, what are some ways and resources that you would recommend to someone so that they could move up the ranks and develop their own leadership skills? Like, what are some things out there?
Probably the biggest thing is to realize that you can still learn from that person. That if they're not the best leader or the best manager, whatever their issues are, you can still learn from them and mold yourself to be better than they are. So you can still learn from them, and I think that's important. Sometimes you have to figure out what the issue is. Is it a personality issue between you and them? Is it on their end where they're just a weak leader? They're in that position. So you may be able to do things to actually help build them up, which will in turn help the organization, the agency. And that's what it's all about. Not only you building yourself up and learning and for the future, hopefully to step up into that person's position, but also for the organization. It's all about the organization, the people that we serve, to make it better. And I think that's a big thing. We've all worked for leaders and managers who weren't the best. We don't always get the A team. That's just part of what we do, and it's in every organization, every line of work, in the corporate world, just like in the emergency services. So it's a fact of life. But we have to develop our own way of doing things and our own way of dealing with those people, and then moving the ball forward.
Okay. Now, here's a question from one of the attendees. They utilize an assessment center for their officers' promotion process. And they've noticed that some handle these one-on-one scenarios the way the book wants to, but in real life, the officer is not always going to handle a situation according to the textbook. Are there any hints or cues that someone can look for to see how a person would really do versus what they answer on a test?
Yeah, 100%. The key to assessment centers generally are that you have to hit the highlights. So you do have to get those check marks. You do have to. There are certain things they're looking for, and they'll to check those boxes off that you hit the highlights. You hit the things, the standards, whether it's NFPA standards on the fire side, state protocols, or local protocols on the EMS side. You have to hit those boxes. But what they're also looking for is ingenuity. They're looking for somebody who can adapt, overcome obstacles, and have a plan. Because knowing the book stuff is great, but in our world, things are dynamic. So those people that are running the assessment center are also grading you on your ability to make decisions, think outside the box, hit the important things, but come up with solutions that are relevant. And too many people are worried about getting all the check marks. If you miss a check mark because you didn't know it, that's one thing. If you miss a check box because you decided to do something different, and you can explain why you did it differently, why you took a different approach, that speaks loudly and speaks volumes. And the people on the other side of the table at an assessment center will take that into account, and they will give you credit. And I think that's an important thing with assessment centers.
Okay. Here's another question. Is there a better way that you would recommend to deal with micromanagement rather than just brushing it off?
Yeah, brushing it off is never good. And if you get along with the person, if they're a micromanager and you, first of all, they're consistently a micromanager and you know that's the way they are, okay, great. Now you can figure out how to deal with them. And we spoke about that. But with a micromanager, what you want to try and do is sit down with them. And if you question something that they're micromanaging, especially if it's a policy or a procedure, well, go in there and talk to them about it. Sit down, talk to them about it, give them your viewpoints of it and why you don't necessarily agree with them, and then try and come up with a consensus. Maybe it's just that you can agree to disagree, or you may be able to bring something up that maybe they never thought about. And you're also going to give them the opportunity to tell you why they want it done a certain way. And in the end, you may not agree with them, but if they're in that position, that's just the way it is, and you're going to have to follow it. Brushing it off isn't good because it's not going to change. If they're micromanaging every little thing you do, just remember, don't worry about it. As long as you know their expectations, don't be afraid of making mistakes. And bottom line is, give some of the work back. If they're going to micromanage you on every little thing you do it to the best of your ability. If you're not sure about it or you don't think you can please them or do it the way they want, don't be afraid to go back to them and say, hey, I know how I would handle this, but I don't think it's going to be what you want. So how about telling me what you want first, and then I'll come up with a better answer.
All right. We got one question left here, and we're kind of out of time, so maybe you could comment on this, and that's, how do departments deal with the disconnect between administration and the line? Like, what are some ways of reconnecting them?
Well, that's a great question, and it really depends on where you sit in the organization. For the higher up, the staff positions in the organization, whether it's a career or volunteer, it doesn't matter. They have to realize that there is a disconnect. That they've been out of the station, they've been out of the firehouse for a while, and if they don't make a concerted effort to go back and get a sense of what's going on and feel for the people. I just did consulting work for a countywide agency, fire and EMS combined, and they had help wanted signs in their stations because with the fire chief's picture on it, he didn't go around to visit the fire stations. Of course, that didn't go over well, but that, if you're in that position, you have to look at it and be like, well, okay, I might be upset about it, but is there any truth to it? And the bottom line is there may be. So if you're at that higher position, you have to realize you do have to connect with people. They want to hear from you. They want to see you. They want to hear what you have to say at any supervisory rank. If you're in a lower position and you have a disconnect, you can ask questions, kick it up the chain of command. Don't be afraid to talk to the higher ups and say, hey, these policies, procedures, some of the things you're passing down the pipe, just, they're not practical in the real world. And then tell them why. Give them solutions to those issues and say, hey, maybe this is a better way to do it, or this would make it easier for us to do their job. And you're helping them direct the future of the agency.
Okay. A quick question for you. Do you support the idea of company officers having a college degree in some fire-related field in order to get promotion?
That's a tough one. I do believe in formal education to help you maybe get extra credit or help you separate you from other people running for the same position or being trying to get to the same position. So I do believe that because it shows that you went further, you're broadening your horizons, and it does show that you've done a little extra work to do it. So I do believe that formal education is good. Whether it should be used for promotion, I think it should be used as maybe extra credit. But there are some very good people, and I've talked about this in my career organization, that there a situation where you have to be a paramedic to become an officer on the EMS side, and I don't think that's necessarily a good plan. And people say, well, how can a BLS person supervise ALS people? Well, the bottom line is they don't. The ALS people should know what they're doing, but they can certainly supervise and manage and lead those people in doing everything else except patient care. And that paramedic is in charge of patient care, whether they're an officer or not. So a BLS person can still be an officer, but they don't necessarily have to oversee those ALS positions. And that's unfortunate, because a requirement like that hurts some great leaders and some great managers who just can't get through a paramedic program, whether it's they don't have the time, they don't have the money, they can't do the rotations, they can't pass the test, whatever it is. And we skip over some excellent people that could really help the organization and bridge some of those gaps that we find, but we pass over them because they don't have a college degree, they don't have a certain level of certification, and we're not giving some great leaders. We're missing some great leaders, and that's an issue. So I would say that what could be used better is have higher education help as maybe extra credit, extra points on a test or an exam or something like that to be used for promotion. That might be a better way of handling it. But I think it's good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for taking time to talk with us today, and all the work you did putting this together. It was very helpful to our audience, and I appreciate your contribution here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to everybody in attendance. Glad you're here. If you ever need anything, you can always get hold of us.
Thanks. So I want to move to our next presentation, which is the Medicare ground ambulance data collection update. And actually, one of our sponsors, PCG, is going to take the reins for this. Sarah DeSico, who is a senior consultant for PCG. Sarah's been amazing over the years. I asked her for a topic that I think we want to hear about, and she somehow puts it together and delivers it. And she has with her today Melanie Brenner. Melanie is a business analyst for the Public Consulting Group. She's in Boston right now working on her master's in public health, and has done a great deal of work over the years with public safety consulting services team as a research assistant and business development and training person. So without further ado, I will bring on the Medicare ground ambulance data collection update, and starting with a little bit of information about PCG.
Public Consulting Group, or PCG, is a leading public sector solutions implementation and operations improvement firm that partners with health, education, and human services agencies to improve lives. Founded in 1986, PCG employs over 2,500 professionals in more than 50 offices worldwide, all committed to delivering solutions that change lives for the better. Take the work we do with fire and emergency medical services, or EMS providers from across the country, for example. Through a range of financial services, we help providers optimize their revenue, maximize reimbursement, and maintain compliance. Our efforts have generated over $400 million for public EMS providers across the country through Medicaid cost recovery programs. Ground ambulance service providers are required to collect and report specific departmental data to CMS through the Medicare Cost Survey. We offer 3 distinct levels of data collection and reporting services to help our ground ambulance provider partners navigate the Medicare Cost Survey. ET3 is a voluntary 5-year initiative led by CMS that offers alternative treatment and transportation options for EMS providers serving Medicare fee-for-service or FFS beneficiaries. Our team is passionate about supporting the critical work of fire and EMS providers nationwide, and we are always looking for new ways to help and new challenges overcome. So tell us, what is your biggest challenge? Let PCG and our dedicated EMS team help you find the right solution.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Medicare ground ambulance data collection update session for the Fire Rescue Med, presented by IAFC and Public Consulting Group. We are so happy to have you here today joining us for this session and getting some updates on this mandatory CMS program. Today, you'll be hearing from myself, Sarah DeSico, who is a senior consultant with PCG, as well as Melanie Brenner, who is a business analyst and works on both of these product lines for PCG. As you may know, PCG is a proud sponsor and 5 Bugle partner of IAFC, and we've been one since 2021. We work with the fire and EMS agencies across the United States in a number of capacities, including general consulting services, to make sure that we're developing the best practices possible and best solutions for our fire and EMS providers. An overview of what we're going to be speaking about today includes the Medicaid supplemental payment programs that are popping up across the U.S., the Medicare ground ambulance data collection system, and comparing these two data collection processes. We will also have a live Q&A session that'll take place on July 12th. So let's get started by just presenting a little bit of background about Public Consulting Group in case it is something you have not heard of before. Public Consulting Group has been around since 1986, and we predominantly serve the public sector in education, healthcare, human resources, as well as IT solutions. Currently, we have a team of about 60 representatives that are solely dedicated to the fire and EMS industry. Those representatives serve about 550 clients across the U.S. with these Medicaid and Medicare programs. And collectively, we've been able to generate about $600 million in supplemental payments for our clients across the 13 states that we currently have a footprint in. In addition to our revenue enhancement services, PCG also offers Medicare ground ambulance data collection support services. And as I mentioned, general consulting services that range from mobile health and alternative destination integration to strategic planning and a full feasibility study. Now let's go ahead and get into the meat of this presentation. And one of the reasons why we felt that it was important to bring up the Medicaid supplemental payment program is because if we are going to do a comparison between Medicaid and Medicare, we wanted to make sure those in the audience have a good understanding of the Medicaid program, its requirements before we start comparing the two. So I'm going to pass it over to Melanie now, and she'll kind of walk through where these programs exist and what the overall requirements are to participate.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. So to start us off, I'm going to provide a brief overview of existing supplemental payment programs. Currently, over 30 states have active programs or are in the process of developing and implementing a program. And as you can see below the states pursuing a program, we have just a list of PCG-led and designed programs for implementation. PCG has been working since 2006 to increase Medicaid reimbursement to EMS providers, including establishing the first EMS Medicaid supplemental payment program in Texas. Now, PCG works with over 550 departments on these programs in over 12 states and the District of Columbia to help develop programs and provide ongoing support. These efforts have generated around $600 million in new Medicaid funding per year for qualifying departments. And looking forward, PCG is working with an additional 5 states to develop programs this year. We work with these states in two roles, working with the state Medicaid agencies, helping put forth the program and making sure providers are staying compliant. And we also work with the providers to help them complete their cost reports. So why should a department participate in a Medicaid supplemental payment program? It is important that eligible providers participate in this program alone or with PCG support because current Medicaid reimbursement does not recognize the actual costs incurred by providing ambulance services. Without a supplemental payment program, the department provides transport to a Medicaid beneficiary, which they then bill for and are reimbursed based on the state's Medicaid fee schedule. The rate at which Medicaid transports are reimbursed is typically 25% or less of the actual cost, leading municipalities and counties to use alternative funding sources. When a provider participates in the supplemental payment program, they are able to receive the federal share of cost for the services being provided. And I wanted to point out that Medicaid is a joint federal and state program, so each entity is responsible for their share of the costs. And in this case, we are looking at that federal share. As you can see on the screen, we've provided a quick example of what this looks like. So if it costs around $1,225 to transport a medical eligible patient, and your department goes and submits a claim for this transport and receives $225 back, the net cost of that transport is then $1,000. So within the supplemental payment program, we apply the federal medical assistance percentage, or the FMAP, and this is generally we find that it's generally between 50 and 80%, but it is required by law that the FMAP is over 50%. So in this case, the state, which would be your agency, is now responsible for 350 of that 1,000, and then the federal government is responsible for 650. So that becomes the net gain through a supplemental payment program. So once the supplemental payment program is in place, you as the provider must complete a Medicaid fee-for-service cost report on an annual basis. And this could also include MCO services. The program is or tends to be voluntary, and smaller departments don't have to participate. And the cost report allocates costs to the Medicaid program through an approved cost allocation method. Providers will have to complete their certification of public expenditures, and this just attests that there is an accuracy of the cost report. And because Medicaid is a state and federal jointly financed program, providers will only receive the federal share of the settlement, which was that 650 example in the last slide. So as we mentioned, the provider has to complete a certified public expenditure, and this just shows the process of that. So the provider will complete and certify their annual cost report. This will capture the total cost of the department for providing the EMS services over the past fiscal year. And this cost report then calculates the total Medicaid allowable costs in the federal share of these costs that has not yet been reimbursed through Medicaid billing. And then the final step is that CMS disperses the calculated federal share of the settlement back to the state Medicaid agency, who then will allocate the supplemental payment programs to the providers who submitted the CPE. Now I'm just going to run through the general timeline and the requirements to participate in a Medicaid supplemental payment program. As I mentioned, the cost report is for the past fiscal year, and this could differ depending on your state agency. So the cost report will kick off at the start of that 12 months, and it will move to preparing the documentation and also compiling the cost report. And then the cost report will be reviewed just to make sure everything is accurate before it is then submitted to the state. Then the next step here is that the Medicaid state agency will perform a desk review of the cost report. And this PCG also helps out with some states in doing this desk review. And the state might have internal resources where they perform it themselves. Following that, providers will receive their payments. And audits can also be conducted up to 7 years after the submission of a cost report. And again, these audits could be completed by an outside agency or the state. Now I'm going to walk through the data elements for a cost report, and Sarah will go a bit more into how there are similarities and differences between a Medicaid supplemental payment program and the Medicare program. But just looking specifically at Medicaid, so the cost report will include your expenditures by cost center, and this will be detailed and broken out again by that cost center. It will also include CAD data for medical and fire and other responses, a depreciation report that will require an asset number, the description, a date placed in and out of service, the useful life of the asset, as well as the cost. Federal funds that were awarded and expensed during the past fiscal year will also be included as supporting information. Capital usage, which includes the total square footage for all medical and non-medical buildings. Billing data, which is focused on all of the transports, their payments, chargers, and payers, and then these will also be broken down by quarter. If applicable, an indirect cost rate proposal or a cost allocation plan will be included in the cost report. And then we also ask for a list of the personnel at the department and their total hours worked. And then this is another place where the Medicaid cost report differs a bit from Medicare. So there are 13 schedules for the Medicare cost report, and there are only 10 for Medicaid. So this is just to give a brief overview of what the basic cost report structure looks like. It starts off with a certification that includes general information such as the provider name, address, and fiscal year. And this is also where the Medicaid's cost report is certified. It then goes into the first schedule, which shows the total expenses incurred throughout the most recent fiscal year. And then these are calculated out into the following schedules. So starting with the next schedule, that is the MTS expense tab, highlighting all costs completely associated with providing medical services. And then the non-MTS expense is the third schedule, and this is all other costs. We then move to the allocation of capital related and salaries and benefits, which shows exactly that. So it's costs that are not directly assigned to MTS or non-MTS. And then this is also where we apply an allocation statistic, which we usually take from the CAD data and medical calls. Schedule 5 is similar to the previous schedule, looking at allocating out administrative and general costs. And then moving on to Schedule 6, this is the reclassifications tab, showing any expenses that were reclassed from one cost center to another. Schedule 7 looks at adjustments, and this shows any adjustments made to expenses reported and which cost centers and schedules were adjusted. Schedule 8 looks at revenues, this Medicaid fee-for-service revenue of transports, other Medicaid revenue from transports, and other revenue and funding sources are included here. And as we mentioned before, your state may include MCO, so that would also be reported on this schedule. And then Schedule 9 is the final settlement, which highlights the steps taken to achieve the final calculation for reimbursement, which is applying that FMAP that we talked about earlier and finding the final settlement. And Schedule 10 will just have any notes that may need to be included on allocation statistics or anything else within the schedules. And now I will pass it back over to Sarah to talk a bit about CMS's Medicare Ground Ambulance Data Collection System.
Thanks for going into such detail regarding the Medicaid supplemental payment programs, Melanie. I think that background information is going to be so helpful as we kind of start comparing the two programs. I did just want to point out for those that don't currently have a Medicaid program set up in their state, hopefully you saw on that map that one might be coming soon. So if you do want any additional information about whether or not there is a program set up in your state, whether that's for a public provider or a private provider, we'd be more than happy to give you that information. We also want to point out that these programs are designed by individual states. And so you might see different names associated with those Medicaid programs. For instance, in the state of Florida, it's a PEMT program. But yet in the state of Missouri, it's a GEMT program. And up in Maryland, we have ESPP. So don't be thrown off by the different names or the different acronyms. They are similarly set up, but again, since they are individually designed, there are some nuances and certain considerations state by state for those programs. So Melanie did a great job of really kind of outlining the high level points and requirements to participate. And just as a reminder, those programs are voluntary. So you do not have to participate if you feel that it is not going to be beneficial for you to report data, maybe because you have a low Medicaid fee-for-service transport volume, then there is no concern for you to have to participate. And the funds coming down for those particular programs are not competitive. So they're not stealing money from one program to pay another. They're not taking from one provider to pay another. So participation, while it is voluntary, is also kind of joint gain for all. And so with that, again, we'll head into the Medicare Ground Ambulance Data Collection System. This might be something your department is familiar with. You've already have an understanding of what's required of you, or this might be the first time you're even hearing about this program. So we're trying to be considerate of our audience and provide enough background information, but then also get to some new information and updates as well. So here we're just going to start with, again, a general overview of the program. This particular initiative came down from Congress and then was put into practice by the 2018 Bipartisan Act, which does require all providers of ground services operations or ground ambulance operations to participate. And they're going to be doing that in either year 2022 or year 2023. Now, we have had some delays in getting this program off of the ground because it was supposed to start in 2020, but due to COVID and the Public Emergency Waiver, or PHE, we have had many postponements. And so this is the first year that half of all providers are going to start collecting data. And that again revolves around a 12-month collection period, which can be based off of a department's fiscal year or the calendar year. And then following that 12-month collection period, we have 5 months to kind of gather all of the data, put it into the right format, and submit it to CMS. Now, that submission is going to take place via a secure web-based portal that CMS is going to release. We believe it should be at the end of this year, December 2022, but no one has yet seen that final tool. We'll go into some of the updates that we've been able to secure through user testing in collaboration with CMS, but the final, again, instrument is not available. However, there is a PDF version available on CMS's website. The latest version is documented as January of 2022, so do make sure that you're looking at the most current version when locating that document on CMS's website. But that PDF version really gives you a good understanding of what's going to be required of your department in terms of the reporting elements, as well as what the questions are formatted to be. Now, this program is mandatory, as I mentioned. So if your department does not submit the final instrument, or if they submit it late, or if the submission deems to be inaccurate, there will be a 10% reduction to your Medicare payments under the Medicare Part B ambulance fee schedule for 1 full calendar year. So we certainly want to limit that risk, as well as make sure all departments are aware of these requirements so that you can be compliant and make sure that that reduction does not happen. Now, if you have been selected to participate in 2022 or these first couple of original years, year 1 and year 2, you should have received a notification from CMS or your MAC, which is your Medicare Administrative Center or contractor. And that letter came in hard mail and email format, and it looks something like you see on the screen now, where it's asking your department to report a confirmation or acknowledgement that you've been notified of your selection. It's going to ask for what your 12-month collection period is, and then it's going to ask for your contact information. So who should be notified in regards to updates for this particular program. Now, the original notifications went out to the person or point of contact that was listed in the PICO system. We have a link here, so if you didn't get notification or if you're waiting for notification to start participation in 2023, we definitely recommend that you get into PICOs and update all of your contact information. And while you're in there, you might as well see what your asset reports look like on that platform so that you can have those updated and ready to go as well for this program. If you aren't sure whether or not you have been selected, you can find a list of providers on CMS's website, and we have that link here for you. Now, again, if you don't see your name listed, that does not mean you are off the hook. It just means that if you are a provider of ground services, ground ambulance services, that you will be required to start collecting your data in 2023. So we mentioned that there are options for your collection period. So this again is very different from Medicaid. Medicaid really does revolve around the state's fiscal year, But for this particular program, you can pick whether you'd like to use a collection or 12-month period based on the calendar year or based on a fiscal year. So we have a few samples here to show you what the collection period would look like and what those reporting deadlines would then mean. So for example, if you are collecting data from January 1st of 2022 through December 31st of 2022, that would mean that your final submission report is due to CMS in May, or specifically May 31st of 2023. So again, there is no exemption to this reporting timeline. If you do not notify CMS or MAC of your collection period, then they are going to default you to the calendar year. So if that is the circumstance of your department right now and you would like to change that from the calendar year to the fiscal year, there is still time to do that, but you would need to get that task done as quickly as possible and notify CMS of the change. Again, if your time period comes and goes and CMS does not receive your final submission, then you will be subject to that 10% reduction starting in the next calendar year. And there's no exemption to reporting, but if you do experience a hardship within your collection period, and that typically revolves around a natural disaster or some type of incident that just prohibits you from being able to collect the data, then there will be some forms of exemption granted in that particular area, but that again is just for the 10% reduction and not for the reporting. There is also an option for an informal review. So if your department does get slapped with that reduction and you'd like to bring it up to CMS, you can request an informal review. Now, again, I'll just point out that this process does differ from Medicaid in the sense that Medicaid will go through a full desk review and then potentially an audit can take place for up to 7 years, as Melanie mentioned. With this program, there will be a desk review, so they will verify your information and that everything has been submitted accurately and completely, but they will not perform a full audit at any time. But again, an informal review may be requested by the individual provider. So a lot of the information that you'll see on this slide does look similar to what was presented for Medicaid. We are going to be looking at a lot of the same reports to collect the data that's required for the Medicare instrument. So I won't go through in the level of detail that Melanie did, but I do want to touch on the fact that we're still looking at CAD, expenditures, capital usage, depreciation if that is applicable, your indirect cost rate proposal if again applicable, staffing reports, billing data, and federal funds. So each one of these reports can most likely be located within your department or by soliciting them from a vendor. So that might be a software or your billing vendor. And we have those kind of responsibilities or potential connections listed on the right-hand side of this slide. We also want to point out that the data does need to be collected within the same 12-month collection period that you notified CMS of. So for Medicaid, if you are using the fiscal year for that program, and for this program, you've decided to use your fiscal year, your own fiscal year, not the state fiscal year, or the calendar year, just know that those report time periods will be different. And so you need to make sure that you are reporting on the correct data for your time. There are some slight differences in the data that does need to be collected and how it gets transferred into the instrument itself. Overall, I would say that this particular program is going to request a lot more granular detail. So while you might have your system set up to collect, CAD data in a way that presents the instrument, the apparatus, the time, dispatch time, the clear time, and some of the other standard fields. For this particular report, we're going to be needing, to include whether or not a transport resulted out of that incident. We're going to need the zip code of where that incident took place, whether that response was a trigger from a mutual aid or a automatic response call or agreement. So there are some slight differences in each one of the reports in terms of what fields need to be evaluated from those reports. And to get into all of that granular detail today, we would be here for a couple of hours. So I wanted to just point out a couple of those differences. And I'll continue to do that through the rest of this presentation. But just know that everything that we're saying today is not all inclusive. So if you do have some follow-up questions, uncertainties again about, hey, I've been doing GEMT cost reporting for a few years now. I'm not sure how to change over my reports to reflect what's going to be needed of this new system. You can always reach out to PCG as a consultative source. So on this slide here in front of you, we again outline the different sections of the instrument. So as Melanie mentioned, with Medicaid, there is a 10-part schedule that is usually filed with an Excel format to the state or potentially directly to the audit agency. However, with the Medicare program, there is a 13 section. However, the first one is going to just be instructions, so not anything for you to really do there. But the remaining of the sections are outlined here, and I'll just go over this briefly, but that's the organizational characteristics, your utilization, your staffing and labor cost, facilities cost, vehicle cost, equipment and supply cost. Then you have like an other category of costs, that everything that did not outline in sections 7 through 10. And then you have total cost. So that is actually just a one-line question that asks you to validate that you've entered all of the appropriate cost and that they all add up for those previous sections. And then the last section of this particular instrument is revenue. So here again, I'll just spend a little bit of time making a couple of call outs and differences between Medicaid and Medicare. So for instance, with the utilization, and again, you'll get a lot of this information from your CAD as well as your billing data. But we're going to be looking at your service area, your service mix, your total number of responses, your total number of transports, and the level of services. So they do actually want a breakdown of percentage for your BLS responses, your ALS responses, and a few others. And as I mentioned, you're also going to have to indicate how many responses were due to a mutual aid or automatic response agreement. So in section 2, you'll actually have to enter if your department participates in those type of agreements, and a couple of other organizational structure questions. For instance, do you use volunteer staff? Do you use a 911 call center? Do you respond to calls 24/7? So things like that you should readily have available, but certainly sets up the entire instrument in the way that the questions are going to be posed specifically for your department. When it comes to the staffing and labor costs, again, we're looking at a lot more detail in reporting here. So not only does the instrument want your total compensation by employee, and that compensation package does include your salaries plus all of the benefits that employee might receive. It's also going to want a breakdown of how the employee spends their time on the clock. And when I say on the clock, that means that they are on active duty or they are on call. We are not as concerned, obviously, with paid time off or anything like that for this section. But on the call, or on the clock, how are they spending their time? So a percentage of time allocated to fire and other public safety duties, time spent towards ground ambulance operations, and then time spent on other community activities. And that might include a COVID clinic, community outreach, or anything like that. So in addition to those data elements that I just expressed, one of the other interesting points of the Medicare side is that they're going to ask you to categorize each one of your staff members into specific CMS categories and roll up each individual into one of those categories. So for instance, we have as a kind of overall bucket or EMTs and response staff. Then the second bucket is going to be administrative and support staff. And then the third bucket is going to be volunteer staff. So again, you might not have volunteers in your department, and that kind of eliminates one of your reporting tools, but you will still need to report on the other two buckets. And under your EMT response staff, you will see that there are categories for EMT basics, EMT paramedic, so on and so forth. So each one of your staff members need to be allocated to one of those categories so that you can roll up and report per category for this particular instrument. And then when it comes to facilities and vehicles, again, we're looking at information by vehicle and by facility. So unfortunately, not an aggregated total will work here. That goes for the square footage. So we would need square footage by each individual facility. And we need to know ownership status of each and every facility and vehicle and what the ownership costs are. Now, one thing that you can aggregate as totals is the maintenance, insurance, utility costs for both vehicles and facilities. Now, again, with facilities, you will have to outline what percentage of those facilities are actually utilized by ground ambulance operations. And then for vehicles, they're looking at two different categories. They want you to provide information on your ambulances together, and then they want you to report information on your response vehicles together. So if you have vehicles that are fire related only, they will not need to be reported in this particular instrument. However, if you do have a, let's just say a fire apparatus or fire truck that may go out on a BLS call and can perform minor medical services, then you still would need to include that apparatus in this particular instrument. But again, if it's fire only, so maybe a water truck, brush truck, you would not need to report it here. The supply and equipment cost and other cost is very different than the Medicaid side of things, meaning that there are very specific cost categories outlined by CMS, and you're going to have to align what you might report in a particular cost category to CMS. So for instance, CMS has line items specifically for consumable supplies and medication. So your cost or expenditure line items might not be that granular. You might just have one large bucket for your supplies and not even have that broken out between fire and EMS. So that's one thing that, using a vendor like PCG, we can look at your reports early on and call those out to see if there is an opportunity for you to be able to split out those line items for your collection period. However, if you tell us or you just know internally, like that is not an option, this is how we report our expenses and we just cannot change it moving forward, then there are some workarounds and some ways that you can be able to identify that you cannot separate those costs and kind of here we're going to report our general expenditures for that particular category. And then really with revenue, we are looking at recording and providing information on all payer categories. So unlike Medicaid, where we're really trying to get to the Medicaid transports and the Medicaid payments, for this particular instrument, we are looking at all payer categories. So we want to have all of that information plus all federal funding and other sources of revenue for your department as they relate to ground ambulance operations. So here, one of the big differences in the reporting and submission structure is definitely the tools being used. So we kind of mentioned that the Medicaid reports are done through mostly Excel format, and they're submitted to the state or to the audit agency directly. With Medicare, you will be using a survey format that will be a web-based portal. So as we mentioned, PCG was able to participate in some user testing with CMS. And so we have some kind of inside information sharing with you today and some screenshots that you can kind of start to get a visual of what that final tool will look like. But what we do know is that the tool, as we mentioned, uses skip logic. So however you set your organization up in the first couple of sections of the instrument will continue to dictate what questions are asked of your department. So answering correctly and accurately in those first couple sections is going to be very, very important. And then we have different formats. So some of the questions are going to be multiple choice, text field entry, and some will be data table formats as well, and even the potential to upload some documents instead of having to manually enter information. Now, when you sign up for your client portal and it is not available yet, and again, hopefully you'll be able to get in here by December, there are going to be a number of resources available to you in addition to training and a user guide. But just as for kind of your reference, you will need to have two different individuals have access to this client portal in two different roles. So one will have a submitter role and one will have a certifier role who has to sign off that all the information is accurate and complete. This slide just provides direct information from, again, the user tester. So we don't know if this will be the final format and the final platform, but it should give you at least an idea of what we have to look forward to here. So the image on the left is really just an overview of the timeline so that you can get familiar with what the process looks like from start to finish. And that does include even steps number 7, which is the MedPEC analysis and report to Congress. So again, this is the sole reason as to why all of the providers across the US are required to participate. It is so that CMS can have a good understanding of how departments operate at a very granular level. And we'll get into why that's important here in a little bit. But we do anticipate the first report going out to Congress as early as 2026, but we certainly will be on standby to see if that date gets pushed back. And of course, the end result here coming from that analysis is potentially a Medicare reform and Medicare rate increase, which we all know is needed in the industry. So that is something that we do have to look forward to in the end. And again, is very different than what Medicaid is offering. So Medicaid cost reports are trying to boost your revenue on an annual basis, and you get a reimbursement or something back. With Medicare, you unfortunately are not going to receive any type of financial reimbursement from participating, but there is that long-term impact. So if we do not have enough providers participate in this program, we might not see a reform, and because they don't have the data to support it. So we always encourage our providers across the board to please take the time or solicit help to fulfill these requirements and get your data in so that we can see that long-term impact. On the right-hand side of this slide, you just see, again, the instrument laid out in the different sections, and we just point out here that you will have to complete sections 1 through 3 first. That is mandatory. But then you will be able to jump around if you want. You certainly don't have to do this in one session. So if once you complete sections 1 through 3, if you do want to start and stop, if you want to have multiple contributors, you can also have them gain access to the portal so that different people can be working on different sections. All of that will be allowed here. And again, this will be in real time, whereas for the Medicaid side of things, you really have to kind of complete the entire tool and then submit it to CMS. So just wanted to point that out before we go into, again, some of the nuances that we've discovered with the portal. That does include the ability to go ahead and preemptively put some of the information about your vehicles and your facilities into these designed templates that are going to be available by CMS. So if you use these templates and put in all of the information as directed, you will not have to go to these sections and enter a lot of the questions individually, which is nice and a huge time saver. So we just wanted to make sure everyone's aware that this is a possibility. Especially for those departments that are larger of size and you might have 200 vehicles or 500 facilities that you're operating out of. So this can be a huge benefit. And as soon as these have been finalized, we will make sure providers have a copy of them so that you can start putting your information directly into these templates so that when your reporting period comes around, it doesn't feel as overwhelming. So with that being said, and with the amount of time that we have left, we just wanted to point out some comparisons. Again, we've been doing that along the way between the Medicaid and the Medicare program. But there are a couple of things we want to highlight here with you today. So just as a reminder, or maybe for those that might not be familiar, and again, asking why are we having to go through this Medicare program? Why is it mandatory? This is a huge burden on our department, and we just don't have the time to do that. Well, outlined here on this particular slide, it kind of goes into why CMS needs this information in terms of it's not being captured anywhere else. So there are 5 different standard forms out there right now that capture pieces of information, and the supplemental payment or the GEMT program is one of them. But as you see here, none of them give a full framework of how ambulance operators are performing their services and their true cost. So those other 5 reports include the Morgan Company Statistic and Financial Data Survey that is administered with the American Ambulance Association. There's the Ground Emergency Medical Transport or the GEMT cost report that we've been mentioning here today. And then the other ones include the Emergency Medical Services Cost Analysis Project. And then we have the 2012 GAO Ambulance Ambulance Survey. And then the 5th one is the Rural Ambulance Service Budget Model. So while you may have participated in one or several of these surveys or reports in the past, again, they are just not all encompassing. And so what CMS has done is a line item by line item comparison of those data collection processes and found all the gaps that were missing and have incorporated those into the Medicare Ground Ambulance Data Collection Survey. So you can definitely take the time to review these in more detail. You can also reference CMS's website if you were looking at that, wanting to look at that side-by-side comparison. But because the GEMT cost reporting program is probably the most popular out of those 5. Again, we chose to really focus in on that today because we feel that that is something that a lot of our audience is participating in, or maybe they're gearing up their systems to participate in the near future. So we want to make sure, again, we are just making a couple of distinctions and call outs between the two programs. And so a lot of what you'll see on the next few slides we've already discussed, but I want to make a few quick references. So again, the purpose of these two reports, Medicaid and Medicare, are very different. One, the Medicaid report will yield you a reimbursement on an annual basis because it is an ongoing program or standing program, whereas a Medicare will not yield an immediate reimbursement, but will help shape a potential Medicare reform in the future. It is also just a one-time or standalone program. So once you fulfill the requirements of this particular survey, you will not have to keep doing this year over year. Of course, now if there is a Medicare reform and then a Medicare cost report comes out of that as a new requirement, that of course will come down the road, and we couldn't speak to those specifics at this time, or even if that's going to be a possibility. We also want to point again, the timelines can be different. So you can choose your timeline or 12-month collection period for Medicare, whereas the Medicaid program is straightforward and based on your state's fiscal year. The Medicare program is mandatory, so all operators of Grand Ambulance Services will have to participate either in 2022 or 2023. And again, the Medicaid programs are voluntary, so you don't necessarily have to participate if you're a smaller department or if you just don't see the benefits for your department in that participation. Again, the submission process is going to be different from state to state on the Medicaid side, but for the Medicare side, there is going to be one designated client portal for you to have access to and put in your information. The format, of course, is also very different. And then there's the audit process. So as we mentioned, a few times. On the Medicaid side, you have up to 7 years for the state agency to decide they want to do a formal audit. On the Medicare side, we don't believe that that process will be set into motion and that there will be roughly a 90-day review process and followed by the notion of this, the requirements have been successfully submitted and they will move on, or they might deem your department that 10% reduction for not fully participating. So that kind of takes us through some of the highlighted differences. And then again, on the screen, we showed some of the more granular details between the two. So at your own leisure, you can take a little bit more time to look through those and identify them. And if you have any questions, certainly come back to PCG. We'd be more than happy to give some further explanation or set you on the right path for some resources. Now, for the Medicare Grand Ambulance Data Collection Program, as we mentioned, all Grand Ambulance providers will have to participate. So if you aren't on the clock yet, and you will be for 2023, there are some actions that you can put into place now to prepare your department. That does include making sure your PICO's enrollment is up to date, making sure that you have a reliable source that's going to present you updates, because as we've seen, a lot of things have changed from year to year when it comes to this program. You do need to understand the data elements. So we gave a very brief overview today, but there are a lot of additional pieces of information you probably want to start reviewing, identify, and again, making sure that your systems can accurately capture the data and that you can report it in the correct format. You might also want to pull sample reports. PCG is also happy to look over any reports that you might have and let you know any gaps in reporting that need to be adjusted. And additionally, you might want to start coordinating with your internal department heads or external partners in terms of what resources are going to be allocated to this mandatory program and where you are going to find the data. And some of the best practices when it comes to the Medicare data collection system, as well as even the Medicaid GMT cost reporting, are outlined here. These shouldn't come to your surprise whatsoever, but timely submission, of course, is a factor. Wanting to make sure that you're aligning the information with the right calendar or fiscal year. And being able to report that information in the right formats so that you can manipulate it as needed, whether that's aggregating or deaggregating, coming up with final calculations and whatever the easiest methodology is for you to get to some of those required data elements. So that is kind of the end of our presentation today. We really thank you all for joining us. We are proud to, again, be an IFC partner. We know that this is a lot of information in a short amount of time. So we do look forward to being able to answer questions on the live July 12th session. But if you have anything thereafter, once you really start getting into the nitty gritty of either of these cost reports, we would be happy to answer your questions. So we've provided our contact information here. And you will also be able to, I believe, find a recording of this presentation as well as a copy of the deck with IAFC on their website. So thank you again for joining us today. We look forward to answering your questions and speaking to you soon.
Great. Thanks for that presentation. And as in the past, the presentations that you've done have been really thorough. And I'm kind of excited because I see the Medicaid program coming to New York State. So I'll definitely be talking to you about that when that comes around. Some questions that I know people are thinking about. One of them is, if you wanted to be creative because you're just not quite ready for the cost reporting, and so you decide, well, I'm just going to change my fiscal year. Does the fiscal year that you give to CMS have to match what you're historically doing?
It should match your true fiscal year. So you definitely cannot make or alter your fiscal year for 1 year just to kind of change the collection period for this program. They do want historical information, and they are going to align it with a couple of pieces of information pulled from PICOs or pulled from MMIS data. So you do want it to all be aligned.
Okay. And then this is the number one question that everyone asks. And how do I know if I've been selected for the Medicare ground ambulance data reporting?
Yeah,
and I think what's particularly troubling people now is that they're in the next period and they're worried that they haven't gotten any word at all.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. And you'd be surprised, as many presentations and educational seminars we put on, there's still such a high percentage of the crowd that does not realize that they have been selected yet. So if you are an operator of Grand Ambulance Services, definitely go to CMS's website under their fee-for-service schedules. And you can see a full list of all the participants that have been selected and are required to be collecting their data starting in 2022. Now, for those that don't find themselves on that list, most likely then you will be selected to participate starting next year in 2023. Those announcements usually come out at the end of the year, so we would hope to see CMS release the new list in December or January to announce who is going to be participating this next go around. And you'll get those notifications via email as well as hard mail to the point of contact that's registered in PICOs. So again, if you haven't already, definitely get in there, update your information so that you make sure you're getting the contact directly from CMS when it's time to participate.
Okay. And as you mentioned, there's a ton of information in your presentation, and we are going to send a link to the entire day to everyone who's logged on here. And so you'll be able to go back and reference it. If we circle back for a minute to the Medicaid programs, how would a person find out if their state has a Medicaid program in place?
That's another question we get a lot. Because it is a state-by-state program, there isn't one centralized location except for maybe PCG's website where you can find that information. So if you do Google search for your state, you might want to use search terms like Medicaid supplemental payment, GEMT, or ground emergency medical transport programs. Unfortunately, again, state by state, the name can change, so it can be a little diluted. But if you have any questions as to whether or not there's already a program set up or if there's one in progress in your state, more than happy to send us an email and we'll let you know the status.
And really that's a process, right? Because the state has to submit a plan to the federal government has to approve it, and then the state has to implement it. So it's not an overnight process.
No, I mean, certainly some states get the ball rolling and are able to implement the program within 9 months, but usually we're seeing 1 to 2 years to go from designing the program to getting full buy-in, developing the state plan amendment and all the supporting documents that do have to be submitted to CMS, and then CMS has to approve. We used to see that CMS approval time period was about 120 days, but right now, like with the state of New York and some of the other states we have pending, we're seeing that it's taking a little bit longer. There's a lot more review of the ins and outs of the cost report and some of the other items that make up the programs. So it's taking a little bit longer right now, but yes, it can be a lengthy process and one that a lot of parties are involved and a lot of again, buy-in has to go in. Some states even require legislation approval in addition to CMS's approval.
And so I guess that leads to the next question, and that's how would you decide if it's worth it for your department to participate in a program like that?
If you do have a program already set up in your state, you can request a revenue estimate from a company such as PCG, where we can go through and do a high level review of what your data looks like to determine what you might be potentially be able to receive back from the program or what that settlement might be. If you have a program that's pending or maybe it hasn't even started, you're more than welcome to, again, reach out to PCG. We can talk about what that process looks like. We can talk about what eligibility typically is from state to state. And again, we can perform a revenue estimate so that you could see the benefits of participating if a program was to be set up.
And then I guess one of the questions that people think about is, what if I just blow off the cost reporting? And I want to say from the fire service perspective, this is one opportunity that we're being given to actually demonstrate what it costs for us to provide ambulance service so that we can get rates adjusted. And I think if you make a choice not to do that or to do a sloppy job at it, you're really hurting all of us in that process. And I know that it's onerous, and I know that it's a difficult process, but I think that it's a necessary process for us to actually improve the reimbursement that we're getting.
Very much so, and well said, Chief. Yeah, if you do decide not to participate for any reason, there is a 10% reduction to your Medicare Part B payments for one full calendar year, following when your submission should have taken place. So if you should have submitted your final deliverable by May of 2023, and that date comes and goes and CMS does not receive your report, then starting January 1st of 2024, you would go ahead and start receiving that penalty and that reduction to your payments. Now, a lot of departments are saying, and I shouldn't say a lot, but some departments are saying that 10% reduction is less than it takes me to rally my troops and put the resources behind, completing this program. Well, into your response, I would say at least try. I mean, put your best effort forth, because this matters. This is a huge potential change in the industry in the years to come that we all need. And so if you can't be 100% behind this, there are a lot of questions in the instrument that say, do give your best estimate, put your best effort forward in completing this. And so we would certainly want you to do that to the best of your ability so that you do avoid that 10% reduction, but then also you are contributing to the overall goal of this program.
Well, good. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Melanie. And Sarah, thank you for your sponsorship and all the work that you've done with the International Association of Fire Chiefs to educate our members on not only cost reporting, but everything to do with revenue and reimbursement in EMS. It's much appreciated.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for the partnership. We really enjoy being members of IAFC. We look forward to a very long run with you guys, and we're happy to, again, answer any additional questions that might come up on this topic or anything else.
Great. Well, thank you. So our next presenter is Mark Bashore, and you probably are familiar with his name. He currently is the executive editor for Fire Rescue One and firechief.com. He is going to speak to us today about trust, honor, ethics, the public's trust. He is Chief Bashore is a 41-year veteran of fire, EMS, and emergency management. He spent 30 years in Prince George's County, Maryland, Fire and EMS, including 6.5 years as chief of the department. He spent time in West Virginia, the Highlands, and Florida, and he spent some time combining systems in Florida, put 10 independent volunteer fire departments and a county EMS system into one delivery system. Served as an instructor at Texas A&M and has presented in fire and EMS conferences throughout the world, really, all over the place, China, Brazil, the United States. And currently, he speaks around the country on the topic of personal accountability and public trust. And that's what he's going to present to us today. So without further ado, I give you Chief Bashore.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mark Bashore. I'll be live with you in about 45 minutes. So let's get right into the discussion about trust, honor, and ethics as it applies to the public trust. Who's paying attention? I mean, who's really paying attention? How many times do we get so wrapped up in what's going on right in front of us that we lose sight of what's coming to get us? Folks, I'm asking you today, who's leading the charge, who's leading the challenge, and who's leading the change in your organizations? Because if it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you.
Video shows emergency medical technician Deanna Williams repeatedly punch a 17-year-old patient in the face.
The public trusts that you're ready, willing, and able. Are you controlling the chaos, or is the chaos controlling you?
The video is heart-stopping. A mother desperately handing her children to firefighters as they escape flames from their burning apartment. One by one, the children are lifted over a railing to firefighters who have formed an assembly line to get them to safety.
Is there anybody else over there?
Only after the kids were rescued did the mom climb over the railing to save herself. And not a moment too soon.
Tonight, a family grateful after a heart-stopping near drowning in this Kansas pool was averted. Recent surveillance video showing 4-year-old Xavier Rigney, who has autism and is also nonverbal, jumping into a pool in an apartment complex. Maddox called his dad, Tom, who jumped a fence, pulling Xavier out of the pool and conducting CPR for nearly 3 minutes until Xavier started breathing again. First responders said without Tom, it might have been too late.
76, arrival at 88 Collins. We have a 13-story building with most of the building gone. This is going to be a high priority. We're going to need TRT. We're going to need a full assignment on this, everybody. 76 Command. With a quarter of the building that's left, we still have people standing upstairs that's going to need to be evacuated. We're going to need a full TRT assignment. 76, I see many people on the balconies. The building is gone. There's no elevators. This is nothing. I mean, it almost resembles a trade center.
We see and do a lot of different things. We are a breed of human being unlike every neighbor, unlike anyone who doesn't do what we do. I'm not sure they understand why we do what we do. Well, frankly, I'm not always sure we understand why we do what we do. So let's take a look at that. Most folks know what we do, and I think a fair number know how we do it. But how many really know why we do what we do? That's what we're going to focus on today, the why. When you distill that why down, this is what it's really all about. If you haven't seen this before, I'm introducing you to Grandma Jones and the 10 chairs. Now, Grandma Jones represents all of us. Everybody you know, yourselves, your family, everybody, Grandma Jones represents. The first 8 chairs, when we're talking about fires, I'd usually talk about this in terms of fires, but the first 8 chairs represent the person that dies in a fire in the United States once every 3 hours. 3 a.m., 6 a.m., 9 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. and midnight. The 9th chair represents the firefighter or EMS professional who dies in the line of duty once every 3 days. And the 10th chair, the one up there in the corner, represents the firefighter or EMS professional who dies at the hands of suicide once every 3 days. When we look at this beyond fire, look at the numbers at the bottom of the screen here. Yes, 1 person dies every 3 hours in fires, but 15 people die every 3 hours in road wrecks. 16 people die to firearms once every 3 hours. 16 people in the United States overall die to suicide once every 3 hours. Heart disease, 225 people die every 3 hours in the United States, and cancer, 206 die every 3 hours. So Grandma Jones and the 10 chairs, whether you represent it at fire or from EMS perspective, that's why we do what we do. This really is why we're here today. You're going to hear me talk a lot about chaos today, and my question to you here is, do you have a focused urgency about what you do or a chaotic urgency? Are you controlling the chaos or is the chaos controlling you? Are you and your crew focused on the mission or are you and your crew focused on the swirling abyss around you? Are you ready for the lions or are you lunch?
Watch as these cars get swept away by snow. A massive avalanche tumbling onto the highway.
First on Fox, the fire chief of Bourbon, Missouri is off the job after getting into a fight with Bourbon police officers during a traffic stop.
Volunteer
firefighter!
Police identify the man arguing and using profanities as Daniel Wadley, the chief of the Bourbon Fire Protection District.
You guys just tased the fire chief. What the
Just before 11 Friday night, police stopped an SUV they say was speeding and ran a stop sign on Springfield Road. Police say when Watley, another man and a woman, exited the vehicle, the officer told them to get back in the vehicle. A police probable cause statement quotes Whatley as saying, quote, "I run this town. You cannot tell me what to do," unquote.
Yeah, there's too much bleeping in the rest of the video to continue, but I want you to look at this quote long and hard and remember why we are here. You know, I think before we go any further, we really need to talk about what the public trust really is, because I think you hear it a lot when you get to a recruit academy, or maybe you start in your organization, however that manifests for you. But how many people have ever really had it explained to them about what the public trust is? There's a political sense about it that we're not going to get into that essentially says what the last bullet here, that you are trustees of the public's interest. In respect to the fire and EMS service, it's the first two bullets that really drive home what public trust is for us. And that is that you'll show up at the right place at the right time with the right people and equipment to do the right things. And ultimately, that you will do no more harm than has already been done. To be able to do those things, you need to make sure that we are leading as organizations through vision with values and virtues to get the mission done. We're going to talk about those values and virtues in a few minutes, but let's take a look at some of the headlines that come across our screens daily. Now, I want to come back to this one for just a moment. One of our greatest internal challenges in the past few years, mind you, I said one of our greatest challenges, has been separating politics, religion, and social media from our business of public safety. Now, let's face it, in our democratic republic society, the necessity to understand and deal with the influences of politics, religion, and social media is not going to go away. So we've got to learn where the lines we cannot cross belong. First and foremost, when Grandma Jones calls 911, in my 42 years in this business, I have not once heard her say, "I'm having trouble breathing, but only send me those Republican paramedics." I've never heard her say, "My house is on fire. Please let's make sure only those Democrat firefighters show up." And I've certainly never heard her ask for only those Muslim or Christian EMTs, you know, the ones who know how to post on TikTok. Grandma Jones asks for help, and we go, agnostic to their political affiliation or religious preference, and them agnostic to ours. The public trust expectation is that we do the best we can do to take care of their problems, and we all go about our days. If you show up to a location where they're flying this flag or that flag with ideologic signage or church symbolisms, none of that matters. We do our job and we go home. The performance of our job does not involve participation in political or religious discussions, opinions, or ideologic engagements of any kind. I'll submit to you that our challenge is really an opportunity to rise above conflict in the interest of resolution. Remember how I defined public trust for you in the beginning? I said, and I quote again, "We will do no more harm." In other words, we will rise above this conflict and bring resolution. And yes, many times it's not discussions or participation in elected politics and religion that does us in. It may be the politics of race or ethnicity or any other demographic identity. With respect to the public trust, it's also not just politics and social media. It is the expectation of our higher standard that we can indeed be trusted during our callers' darkest moments, trusted with their lives, with their children, with their valuables. Be professional and choose your words and actions carefully. You'll notice in this case, as in every other one I've shown you, the headline reads firefighter or paramedic did this or did that. If it was a regular citizen, it would be a lesser headline if it was a headline at all. Like it or not, as a public servant, you are held to a higher standard and should act accordingly. But Chief, the First Amendment says I can say what I want. You know what? You're right, it does. And if you choose to continuously espouse your political and religious views on our callers, then you'll not work for me as an emergency public servant, and probably not for most agencies. You see, the First Amendment doesn't protect you from the consequences of your speech, nor does it give you a right to a specific job or employment location. So my recommendation to you all is to choose your words carefully and ultimately to just do the right thing. JDTRT. I want to refer you to this Fire Rescue One article by Captain Jim Spell. You know, firefighter or paramedic, it doesn't really matter on dealing with politics. The principles are the same. And I trust you'll find a little help in this article. Now let's take a look at a couple other public interactions, good and bad. And then there's my old friend, Chief Julius Hatfield, and I use the term friend loosely here. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
So where is all the extra money going? We tried to get answers at the second public meeting of the night, the fire department board meeting.
It's none of your business. It's a private meeting.
No, there are meetings that you have to hold that are public.
That's not a public meeting. The district board is. This is not.
So everything that goes on with taxpayer money is all private meetings?
Not taxpayers' money, time it gets to us.
And just in case you didn't hear what he said, that last piece was, and I quote, "It's not taxpayers' money time it gets to us." Well, folks, that really is at the root of public trust, and that is that we are good stewards of the public's money. And then there's this interaction caught on camera, where firefighters handled a citizen complaint masterfully. Let's take a look at how they reacted, and I want you to think how you or your firefighters or paramedics would have reacted.
Okay, you guys know you're working together. You guys know you have to eat and everything, correct? Yes, sir. You drive all the way down here. Why don't you guys shop there at the Wagon Wheel? Well, we did. Well, why aren't you there tonight shopping? That's expensive. Well, all right, I tell you what. I'm going to go in front of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to go in front of your boss, Morris, and make a complaint. And I can tell you right now, I can probably get 90% of all the people here in Butte County signing a thing stating this is totally ridiculous. I know you guys cannot do anything about the fire tax. I have to pay extra. But you're down here shopping and everything. Yes, I'm glad you're taking pictures.
Yeah, because I definitely don't support you.
You don't support me?
No, sir.
I don't care if you support me or not.
Well, I think that you ought to just leave them be because they're just trying to make a living and trying to get their food.
But
man.
I'm paying for them to be down here on the clock.
That's okay with me, and I pay taxes too.
Sir, I don't Where do you live? Do you live in the...
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you pay the fire tax?
Yes, I do.
You wait and see. I'm going to the board. I'm going to talk to your boss and everything.
Chief McFadden. Chief Morris retired 2 years ago.
Then who's in charge?
Chief Greg McFadden. He'd be the...
McFadden? I will
yes,
talk
sir.
to McFadden.
Okay.
Because this is totally ridiculous.
All right. That's okay.
And I hope you put this on the news, too.
You
don't have the
won't
balls
be in your
to do
favor,
it.
that's for sure.
Pardon?
It won't be in your favor.
Well, believe me, it will be in my favor. Why am I paying? The Station 64 is up here at Kelly Ridge. Why do they drive all the way downtown? They can shop there at the local store right around the corner.
Why would you want to pay double?
Pardon?
Why would you want to pay double?
Well, why do I want to pay for the fuel?
Why
for them
not?
to come all the way down? The maintenance on this vehicle and everything else.
Why not?
Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for the taxpayers.
Well,
Sir, we have to go. Is there anything else we can
you're wasting their time right
you may
now.
not do anything else.
You're wasting their time right now.
I know I have every right. I'm a tax-paying citizen.
Yes, sir.
And if anything comes out of this here, I'm not giving you permission to do anything with it.
I could film
Then I will
anytime you're
sue
on a
you
public
personally.
street. You're on a
I will
public
take your
street.
picture of your vehicle right
Go
now.
right ahead.
Sir, you have a nice day. If there's nothing else we can do.
I got you. I got you. Got you. Got you.
Sir, there is a form at our headquarters station.
License too.
There's a form at the headquarters stations where you can file a citizen's complaint.
I will file a citizen's complaint.
So that's at 176 Nelson. Just go
I know where that's at.
Yeah, and they'll be able to help you with it. That's totally acceptable.
Because this is totally ridiculous.
I understand. Okay, well, we're going to get back to our station. We got to cover it. If there's anything else we can do for you, please let us know.
No, thank you.
All righty. Hope you enjoy your day, sir.
I got you too, you asshole.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. Hey, sue me, bud.
I'm not going to sue you. If anything comes of that, I will sue you.
And I got you too.
It's time to lead, follow, or get out of the way in everything we do. And it really didn't take long for me to do some searching to come up with this list of states, and there are more. But this was just in about 10 minutes of searching to be able to come up with examples that are similar to the ones we've already seen, where we as fire and EMS leaders and fire and EMS firefighters, paramedics, EMTs did not do the right thing. Somewhere along the way, we have got to learn where the public's trust and our values and virtues aren't mixing, and make sure that we get those things in line so that we can indeed be good stewards of the public trust. Now, in this next piece, we're going to talk about mission, vision, and values and how they come together. You heard me say earlier, we need to have leadership through vision with values and the virtues to get the mission done. So I'm going to roll through some common fire departments and some not so common fire departments mission statements, and I want you to see one thing that's similar in all of these that you'll see first, and that is, the text gets real small, and as you go through them, you'll begin to understand that these are statements off of walls, maybe on some chart or some big picture on the wall somewhere that has a lot of flowery language, and it's got a lot of information about protecting their particular communities and that they're nonprofits, this or that. And at the end of the day, most of the folks in those organizations couldn't even begin to tell you what their actual mission statement says. So I submit to you our mission statement should be essentially one word, and it's very simple, and that's service. So that's our mission, service. When we talk about values and virtues, you can call them virtues too, but values, as we talk about in the fire service, the core of those values is trust, honor, and ethics. That's what we're talking about today here is the public trust. But the core is trust, honor, and ethics. So I offer you the promise, trust, honor, and ethics. And then promise, professionalism, responsiveness, outreaching, mentorship, inspirational, safety-minded, and energetically enthusiastic in everything you do. Same thing if you take those value statements from those different organizations, you'll see the same kind of flowery language and these big signs that can be on the walls. And again, I would challenge you to find most folks who maybe aren't in the academy where it's drilled into their head, but find most folks and ask them what their value statement is, and most of them can't even begin to explain that to you. So we had the mission of service, and now I've offered you the values as the promise, and then very succinctly taking that into the vision statement. Our vision should be about service through the promise. Now, I fully recognize those are all nice acronyms and everything, and Lord knows we are an acronym-driven business. But let's face it, values and service, and we start talking missions and visions, those things don't just happen. They happen because you develop a culture of success, a culture that sometimes folks need help with. So I'm going to offer you the personal success tetrahedron. And much like the fire tetrahedron teaches us that you have to have fuel, heat, an oxidizing agent, and a chain reaction, and that if you remove any one of those things, the fire loses its ability to maintain itself. I'm telling you that the personal success tetrahedron is the same way. If you want to achieve the mission, then you need to make sure that you have the physical strength, the moral focus, and the mental toughness to get the job done. And bringing all those things together and working those out to create and nurture a culture of trust and faith in your team and in your organization isn't something that's going to happen in and of itself. You have to be serious about taking care of yourself. And that, yes, that includes going to the gym. That includes eating better. You can't sit down and slam down a half-pound burger filled with cheese and bacon and follow that up with 14 cookies and follow that up with 2 sodas and then stop by the grocery store later and get some brownies and hope that you throw some lettuce in the middle of it to make it better. That's not how it works. You've got to be serious about your nutrition and serious about your physical workout. Now, it is important to acknowledge that no one particular workout program or nutritional program is going to work the same for everybody or everybody. All of our bodies react differently to our input and to our output. Muscle development is different. All of those different things are different depending on who you are and who your body is. You've got to figure that out for you. I say all that to say that there's not one program that I'm going to be able to give you that tells you, oh, if you do this, you'll be able to achieve physical strength or you'll be able to improve your strength. You're going to have to figure out what works for you. I will tell you the one thing that I found in all of the different programs that I went through on my own and the research that I did was that it really does come down to calories in, calories out. That is a big piece of what this is about. I do not eat the best in the world from a perspective of people thinking about the greens and making sure that I'm looking at my micros and macros and all of those different pieces. I cannot personally manage all of that, just have never been able to. So I figured out what worked right for me. And at the end of the day, it is all about calories in, calories out, and making sure that I have a physical strength program and building program that takes care of the entire body and the mind. Preacher's kid, if you will. But for a lot of us, even though we go through the training, we go through different classes, we still need help from time to time. And I use a kind of a sixth sense thing that I call a wall judge. I find that point on the wall, and if especially when I'm dealing with the public and I'm dealing with the things that could affect public trust, if I'm just not quite sure, I pick that point on the wall, I find that wall judge. And if the wall judge kind of shrugs the shoulders and gives me the okay, then I'm probably in the right direction. If the wall judge gives me that stink eye and throws down that gavel, then I most likely need to rethink what I'm getting ready to do. Morality is not something that I'm going to be able to teach you in one class or that your officer is going to be able to teach you from a book. Morality is something that you develop through purpose in your life and through an understanding of what it is to do the right thing within your communities. Now, things like the Personal Success Tetrahedron can help with that purpose, but there's lots of other resources out there too. I want to make one suggestion for reading, and that's the Hero Code by Admiral William McRaven. Admiral McRaven in the book talks about the 10 different things that he wants you to understand are important to being successful in a war environment, whether that's physical military war or our war. Let's take a look at those 10 things. Courage, humility, sacrifice, integrity, compassion, perseverance, duty, hope, humor, and forgiveness. All words similar to the promise, values, virtues. As you look at all of them, it all applies to professionalism. And it's important to point out here that professionalism isn't about a paycheck. Professionalism isn't about being fire or EMS. paid or volunteer. When I'm talking about professionalism, I'm talking about performance, appearance, and attitude. Let's dive into these 10 values. So first on Admiral McRaven's list is courage. Strive to be courageous, to take one step forward as I confront my fears. Then it's humble. Work to be humble, to recognize the limits of my intellect, my understanding, and my power. And then sacrifice. Learn to sacrifice by giving a little of my time, my talent, and my treasure to those in need. And then integrity. Be a person of integrity. Every decision I make and every action I take will be moral, legal, and ethical. And it's important to understand when we're talking about ethics, there may not be a right or wrong answer that you can pin a particular law or procedure on. Sometimes you just have to know what's right. And going on with Admiral McRaven, then he talks about being compassionate. Be kind and compassionate to at least one person every single day and expect nothing in return. And then persevere. Never give up on matters of importance to me, my family, my country, or my faith. Then duty. Whatever duty I am bound by, I will do the best of my ability. Then hope. Inspire others and give them hope that tomorrow will be a better day. Humor. Use humor to comfort others and never be afraid to laugh at myself. And finally, forgiveness. No matter what, try to forgive. I will be the victor, not the victim. Now that's some powerful stuff. Now I want to take you back to the personal success tetrahedron for just a minute. Now as we look at the personal success tetrahedron one more time, we've pretty much covered physical strength here. We've talked about moral focus and somewhat about mental toughness, but I don't want to leave mental toughness hanging out there. It takes a lot to deal with the things we deal with, to see the things we see, to hear the things we hear. No one expects you to do this on your own. There are always programs out there for you to reach out to. There are always people who are willing to listen. Sometimes you just need to ask. But also as supervisors and company officers, chiefs, we have a duty, a responsibility to watch our folks and to make sure we're offering the resources that are out there and to make sure that we're taking a look from time to time. To make sure that we're seeing what everybody else is seeing and that we're doing everything we can to take care of our folks, to get them the help they need, to display those values and virtues that I talked about in the promise and that Admiral McRaven talks about in the Hero Code. We have a responsibility to our folks for that. And that's part of how we help people build that mental toughness, is by working together and creating a culture that allows people to open their mouths, allows people to say, you know what, I'm not all right today. It's okay to not be okay. And it's important that we say that, it's important that we mean that, and it's important that we act on it when we hear it. Because at the end of the day, when we bring this all back to the public trust, the public trusts us. They believe that we will be there at the right time with the right people to do the right things. And it takes us using the personal success tetrahedron, making sure that the physical strength, moral focus, and mental toughness is part of who we are to be able to achieve the mission and to maintain the public trust. And this whole notion of public trust takes leadership. And you'll hear this again. We're an emergency service. We need more leadership and less friendship in what we're doing. Leadership's not always easy, for sure, but it is our responsibility. I love this quote from General Colin Powell. He said, being responsible sometimes means pissing people off. It's not an intention, but it's a responsibility. So how do we manage that responsibility? Here's some tips. We make sure we're training all the time. We make sure that we recognize and reward people when they deserve recognition and reward. We make sure we discipline people when they need to be disciplined. And sometimes that's more than just a slap on the wrist. We don't forget to be human. We may be the boss, we may be a leader, we may be a chief, whatever it is that you want to call it, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we have to have both that dignity and that humanity about us in everything that we do. So public trust may be a challenge, and it may mean change. Some of the most powerful moments in your life will be those when you learn to accept what you cannot change, which may be change that you cannot change. And you've got a choice to either move forward or you need to get out of the way. If you don't like change, I'm here to tell you, you're going to love extinction. So here's a couple more tips. We want to talk about the OODA loop. I encourage you to Google this if you haven't seen this before, but the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, and act. Is a military takeaway on this. And at the end of the day, when you think about everything that we do, those in emergency management think about the planning P. Well, this is the same thing in an emergency sense, where the planning P gives you time to plan and it's long-term. This is instant. This is stuff that's happening as you're standing there and you have to make those decisions. Observe, orient, decide, act. You're constantly in this mode when you're on the street. Now, is everything an emergency and does everything have to be acted on immediately? Absolutely not. But there are times where that's absolutely the case. You're the one that has to decide when and where that is and how you're going to react to that action. And many times the public is developing that trust they have in you based on their observations when they see you in this observe, orient, decide, and act mode. I want to cover a couple failures and a couple successes of the OODA loop. And I want to talk about the development of the airplane. And, you know, many of you would say, Chief, you're crazy when I tell you that Samuel Pierpont Langley developed the airplane. You'd go, no, he didn't. The Wright brothers developed the airplane. Well, no. Samuel Pierpont Langley in 1902 developed the airplane. He had $75,000 in 1902 that he was given by the Army and the Smithsonian to develop what was called the aerodrome. He succeeded in developing the aerodrome. The problem was Samuel Pierpont Langley couldn't get his aerodrome that he did get to fly. He couldn't get it to land. Every time that he had one fly, it would crash. He couldn't get it to land. So ultimately, he ran out of money and he gave up. He didn't continue the project or get to a successful end. He gave up. Enter the Wright brothers, same time frame. 1902, the Wright brothers working in their garage. They're bicycle repair guys. That's who they are. They don't have money from anywhere. They don't have $75,000 certainly from the Army or the Smithsonian. And one by one, day by day, they're tinkering away on this airplane that they indeed successfully get to both fly and land. And therefore, they're credited with the first successful flight. They continued day by day to observe, to orient, to decide, and act. Not in an emergency sense, but they continued the process. Now I want you to watch this video. This is from West Virginia. This was a case where over 450,000 people are without drinking water. And this is the first press conference about this particular incident.
Look guys, it has been an extremely long day. I'm having a hard trouble talking at the moment. I would appreciate it if we could wrap this thing up. I will.
Well, we actually have a lot of questions, and it's been a long day for a lot of people who don't have water. So can you give us an exact timeline as to how this all happened? The DEP was saying earlier today, as early as 8:15 yesterday morning, they were getting reports, and that you all did not call it in until 12 noon. The DEP was already here at 11:15. So what's the timeline on all this?
We were aware of the leaking storage tank around 10:30. We load tank trucks of this material on a regular basis, and occasionally we've had reports of an odor previously. So we were first aware of any material being spilled at 10:30 yesterday.
Could it have been earlier than yesterday? Because we've also received reports into our newsroom that it was as early as Wednesday, possibly Tuesday. People were starting to smell this in the area.
We have no information on that.
Are there no systems in place to alert you of a leak at your facility other than a smell?
At this moment in time, I think that's all we have time for. So thanks for coming. Thanks for
What, we have more questions. Hey. No, we're not done.
You're not done.
We're not done. No. Anyone else have any other questions?
Oh, that was painful. A couple things. Number one, if you're going to have a press conference, actually say something. And number two, if 450,000 people are without water, how about not drinking out of your little water bottle while you're in the middle of a press conference? Now let's go on to a little more poignant example of where UTA worked but had tragic circumstances. Many of you have likely heard of the Worcester Six, and you may have heard from Battalion Chief Mike McNamee as he tells the story. When the first crew of 3 went in, they radioed back they were having trouble getting out. They were disoriented. They were lost. Chief McNamee sent another team of 3 in. They radioed back. They couldn't find the first 3. They were lost. They were disoriented. They were having trouble getting out. The situation was quickly deteriorating, and Chief McNamee made the decision to physically stand in the doorway, hands stretched out to the top, feet stretched out to the bottom, to prohibit anybody else from entering the building. He observed, he oriented, he decided, and he acted. Tragic results, but he decided no one else was going to die that day. But that's UTA in action. For many years, I've talked about the different types of people you're going to find in your organizations, and whether they're at the leadership level or firefighters, new recruits in the academy, you're going to find these 4, and I'm going to add a 5th one to you today. These 4 I've been talking about for years, and that's leaders, managers, followers, and slugs. Formal and informal. Leaders, managers, followers, and slugs. And the one I'm going to add to you today is snipers. Within your organization, you'll find all 5 of these types of people. Leaders, managers, followers, slugs, and snipers, and you've got to learn how to deal with each one of them. If you want to maintain the public trust, you have to make sure that you're able to manage and deal with the different outcomes that come from these leadership styles. In the grander scheme of things, leaders set the vision. Managers set the battle plan to make sure that they can implement the vision. Followers make sure the stuff gets done to make sure that the mission is accomplished. Slugs, you know what slugs do. Slugs leave a slimy mess wherever they go. Slugs might be an informal leader or manager. They're likely not at the leadership level. However, slugs are the ones who are the hardest to deal with to make sure that you maintain the public trust. You've got to make sure that you're bringing them along or you're purging them from your system. And then snipers are the ones who will always take a shot at you. I mean a proverbial shot. Snipers are the ones who will always take a shot at you if they have the opportunity. They'll always take a shot at the organization. They're ones who will compromise the public trust quicker than anything. So how do we lead through all this? Well, leadership in the public trust is not rocket science, but like I said before, it's not necessarily easy either. You need to understand the mission. You need to understand your community and your own people. You need to figure out who the leaders, managers, followers, slugs, and yes, snipers are. Have the vision and understand the why. Lead by example. The promise, the hero code, whatever it is that you use, but lead by example. You need to lead, follow, and know when to get out of the way. And get out of the way might not be a negative. It may be that there's other people in your organization that have the ability and have been able to produce results to get things done without you hanging over top of them. You don't have all the answers. None of us do. Someone else might be right. You need to lead with passion and with compassion. Take responsibility personally. However, your actions and reactions should all be about business. This is not a popularity contest. We need more leadership and less friendship. We need to help others achieve their maximum potential, which might mean someone goes somewhere else, or it might mean someone else in your seat. We need to make sure we're leading by policy, policies that have purpose, but also have flexibility. And folks, I appreciate all the thoughts, prayers, hopes, and wishes, but when I'm in UTA mode, I need results. You should have high expectations for yourself and for others. High expectations are good in the emergency service business. And yes, you need to hold yourself accountable and hold your folks accountable. You're accountable to the public and you're accountable to each other. So as we come to a close here, I've got some questions for you. Are you controlling the chaos, or is chaos controlling you? Are you part of the solution, or are you part of the problem? Have you established rules, set expectations, demonstrated competency? Have you followed up on things? Do you follow through on things? And do you understand the concept of cats and dogs playing together? Fire and EMS, paid and volunteer? It can work, and it does work all across the country. Have you learned why? Have you learned who they are? Are you focused on mission through vision with values that can maintain the public trust? Are you consistent? Do you have passion and compassion, but follow the rules and you don't make someone else's emergency your own debacle? I'm here to tell you, don't be afraid to say no. Don't be afraid to say yes. And certainly make sure you say, I'll get back to you if you don't have an answer. It is time, folks, to lead, follow, or get out of the way. Public trust depends on it. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Who's leading the charge, who's leading the challenge, and who's leading the change in your organization? If it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you.
Thank you so much. That was a great
Thanks, Chief.
ending to a good day. So powerful words, powerful message.
I hope people take it to heart.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. That crew that handled the irate citizen so well, they must have had some coaching in some way, shape, or form. And so what's your advice about mentoring your people to respond like that?
Yeah, so I mean, you've got to have that culture in your organization. The culture has got to be that we're there to serve the people. And in that particular video, I have encouraged departments to, you can Google it. I encourage departments to find that video and show that video to your own people. And there are some equally negative ones out there that I chose not to use because I'm trying to show the good examples. But show that video to your people. Talk about why it's important for them to know not only that you understand the process, but you're not there to have an argument with them. You're not there to debate them. You're going to listen to them and you're going to offer them the solution to their problem, which in this case was a complaint. But you've got to set that cultural tone in your organization, or if you don't, they're going to set their own. And that organization clearly set the tone from the top on down. That lieutenant masterfully is how they handled that. I mean, it was beautiful.
How about if you're a chief in another department, you see some behaviors in a colleague who you'd like to help them learn some of these points that you talked about, and whether it's a colleague in another department, or maybe you're a company officer and you have someone else who's a colleague that you work with where there are some things here that would be pearls for that individual. What are some ways of bringing them around to see that sort of thing other than example?
Yeah. So number one is modeling the behavior, right? If you're not modeling behavior, how can the expectation be that anybody would follow your lead? So modeling that behavior is number one. But number two is make the suggestions of books to read, whether it's things like the Hero Code or any number of other books that are out there. Make the suggestions for the classes to attend. All over. We got FRI coming up in San Antonio. I'll be giving a similar class to this there. I do go around and talk about this. So offer those people those solutions or those programs that are there, but also don't be afraid to sit down with them one-on-one. If it's somebody, especially if it's somebody and you feel either you respect them or they respect you, don't be afraid to sit down with them. A lot of times we don't know when we're not necessarily doing right by Grandma Jones. A lot of times we get so wrapped up in our day-to-day business that sometimes we need someone to slap us in the head. I mean, that's the easiest way to say it, right? You know, if you have that kind of relationship with them, don't be afraid to call them aside. Do it one-on-one. Don't do it in front of their peers. You know, don't do it in front of their staff. Bring them aside. They're one of your peers, and have that conversation with them. But you know, ultimately model the behavior and point them in the direction of the classes to gain this information.
I guess the last thing I want to just push by you is, we hear from people every now and then that they're in a situation where they're doing their best on personal growth and development, and they're just in a really toxic environment. And where would you draw the line and say, okay, it's time to move on, go somewhere else? How do you come to that conclusion?
Yeah. So the easiest answer to that I've given to a couple people is to make sure you're chasing what's right for your family. And stay with me for a second, because I'm talking about, as you're thinking about retirement, or you're thinking about, you know, what you're going to do down the road, that's got to be based on what's going to be right for your family. And sometimes that might mean that you find yourself, you know, maybe trapped's not the right word, but trapped in a toxic environment for a while, where you've got to do everything you can to not only model that behavior, but to find the classes, get the people to come in to talk about those different things. Maybe there's relationships, you know, I talked about cats and dogs in the video. Maybe there's relationships that you can build, whether it's politically or with your union or volunteers with particular politicians, that can help get to where you need to get through methods that might not be, some might not consider kosher, if you will. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do if you're in that toxic of an environment. I sat in a class one day some years ago, and they were doing some introductions, and it was a stark exhibition of that. And ultimately, they were going around the room and had everybody introduce themselves. And I got to this one particular chief, and he had 4 or 5 of his folks with him. And his introduction to everybody else in the room, who had no idea who he was, goes, "Well, I'm the chief, and if anybody doesn't know that, well, then shame on them." And he shut his mouth. That was the end of his introduction. But his people, you know, all put their head down, and they all knew that was just him. That was his environment. That was his level of toxicity. That, you know, I'm the chief. You should know who I am, kind of thing. So you've got to either figure out how to influence that person to change the toxicity, to get rid of that person to change the toxicity, or manage the toxicity in your career to be able to get to the point where you're ready to retire because it's taking care of your family. And that might mean taking care of your mental health too. If it's time to change, it's time to change. I challenge firefighters that ask me that, and chiefs especially that ask me that, make sure you've taken care of that retirement piece of that first, because your family's who you got to be able to support down the road. And if you haven't gotten to that point yet, don't think that the grass is always greener on the other side, because I've been to many a brown patch of grass on the other side of that wall.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you for this presentation. As I said before, I think that's a great way to close out our day. And I really appreciate you taking the time, putting this together, and then coming here to answer questions. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chief. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Take care. So that's kind of a wrap for the day. I thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your participation today. Some upcoming events I just want to mention before I talk about the evaluation and the continuing ed credits. Mark your calendars for Fire Rescue International coming up the end of August 24th to 26th in San Antonio. There's a technology summit, which you saw a slide for earlier today, TSI, October 18th through 20th in Irving, Texas. VCOS has their annual symposium in the sun down in Clearwater, Florida, November 10th through 13th. And then the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface Conference, will be next year in Reno, March 28th through 30th. And we would like to thank our sponsors one last time, for making this educational event possible. Because of them, we're able to provide this level of content free of charge to you. Today's event has been recorded. You'll receive a link to share with your colleagues and watch on demand. And for CE credit, if you indicated that you would like CAPCE credit for today's session, the evaluation link that you'll receive before the end of the day today will contain some header questions, 2 of them, in fact, specific to CAPCE credit. It's going to ask for your name and your email. So that should not challenge anyone. Those are if you want CAPCE credit, we need to have those included. And then the evaluations are a streaming one page, so you don't have to go to 5 different pages. All of them are on one page, and we need you to do an evaluation for each session that you attended today in order to get CAPCE credit. Please, if you're looking for CAPCE credit, do those within 5 days. I'm sure most of you are like me, and you'll get to it. Try to do it as soon as you see the email appear. That should come into your inbox by the end of the day today. Check your spam box if you don't see it in your inbox. After 5 days, we're going to close the CAPCE door. So if you're interested in getting those credits, please make sure that you get that done within the next 5 days. If you're not asking for CAPCE credit, you're still going to get the survey by email, and we would love to know more about your experience today. And I really appreciate your taking the time to join us today. I hope it was worth it. I want to thank you for your service, your passion, your excellence, and all you do for your communities day in, day out, night after night, day after day, 24/7. Regardless of how little thanks you receive, please know that your IAFC EMS section appreciates you. What you do matters, and it matters a lot. Thank you for attending. Thank you for your participation today.